Yes, hello everybody and welcome to the 89th Giro d'Italia. Phil Liggett alongside me, Paul Sherwen. And no, we're not looking at Italy. In fact, we're looking at Sherwen in Belgium, the scene of the first individual time trial of this year's race. And we're in the month of May. And in fact, 4 days of the Tour of Italy will be spent here in Belgium before the long transfer on Wednesday will take us to the new start town in Italy of Placenza. Paul, individual time trial, not too long, just around about 7 kilometres. As we watch the riders here signing in. It's a very good field this. The defending champion is Paolo Savardelli, the Discovery Channel rider. Brings a strong team about him. Paolo Bettini here, former champion of Italy. Gilberto Simoni also here. And also we're interested in the whereabouts of the big sprinter, Robbie McEwen, who seems to always use the Giro d'Italia, Paul, for his training. Here he is, for his training for the Tour de France.
Well, Robbie McEwen, I think, as always, is going to look at this race to ride well over the first 10 to 14 days and then move away once we get into the big mountain passes, because as far as Robbie McEwen is concerned, this is preparation for the Tour de France.
Now, there is a 2 kilometre climb on the course. It's quite a technical course, this. The weather is rather nice. And Savardelli is last year's winner. He'll be the last to start. There's Gilberto Simoni, former double winner of this event. Ivan Basso smiling and on form, so they say let's get out on course. This is Paolo Savardelli. Bradley McGee has finished in best time. He's won the prologue in the Tour of Italy before, giving him a maglia rosa. But now this is looking a very, very good time by Paolo Savardelli. Something of a surprise. He has won prologues before, and it looks as though he's going to open with a bang here. He's well inside the time of McGee, 7:50, 11 seconds better, and just on 30 miles an hour his average speed. Well, he always says he can turn out a good prologue, and this today has given him a maglia rosa.
Well, let's not forget, just before the start of the Giro d'Italia, he was the winner of the prologue of the Tour of Romandy as well.
Well, there's the result, 7 minutes 50, Brad McGee at 11 seconds, Gutierrez 13, Schumacher in 4th, and Sergei Gonchar, former world time trial champion, slotting in 5th place. But carrying on the way he finished 1 year ago, he pulls on the first leader's jersey of this year's Giro d'Italia. Now, the open road starts tomorrow, and that'll take us on the stage from Mons to Charleroi. A ride of just over 200 kilometres, and already Discovery Channel have the leader on their squad. 203 kilometres, over 126 miles, and this is the area of Belgium. And let's not forget Robbie McEwen in the field here. Loves Belgium, he loves the area, he lives here when he's at home. Otherwise he's back home in Queensland, Australia. Charleroi is the destination, the famous finish town. Erik Zabel once won the stage of the Tour de France there.
And that was on his birthday. Not really too much for the riders to worry about here this afternoon. A fairly testing course, but as always, celebrations of birthdays on these Grand Tours. And today it's the 33rd birthday of Paolo Savardelli, and I don't think Phil is going to be too happy with the weather conditions.
Well, the candles won't stay alight in the weather, that's for sure, because here, as you can see, the rain is coming down. You'll never dampen the enthusiasm, though, of the Belgian public, because this is their #1 sport. Paolo Bettini, he won't like this, although he is a man for this area because he's won Liège-Bastogne-Liège, of course. Well, as expected, the field are all heading into town together here. And now, can Freddie Rodriguez, the American on the team, try and get Robbie McEwen into the thick of the action?
Well, I just caught a glimpse of McEwen there wearing number 75. It's Milram all over the front end of the main field. You see how dangerous it is coming into these Belgian towns. A lot of traffic furniture on the road. Milram all over the front end of this main field. Looking back to see the whereabouts of Alessandro Petacchi. That's the man they're trying to set out for the win this afternoon.
Ali Jet, as they call him, here's the man with the fastest legs. Robbie McEwen shows him no respect, though, and will take him on if he can here. The first big challenge of this year's Giro d'Italia. The mountains, of course, they're waiting for the riders when we go down into Italy. But right now, this should be the domain of the sprinters. And so it's proving here at the end of this long stage today. No breakaways of significance, and Milram trying to launch Liggett. You probably noticed there, Paul, McEwen is locked onto his back wheel.
Right on his wheel there in 6th position is Robin McEwen, waiting for the moment to see whether or not Alessandro Patacchi makes a mistake coming into the final kilometre, but nobody will battle with Robin McEwen. He might be a small rider, a small sprinter, but I tell you what, he has no fear at all of rubbing shoulders with some men who are a lot bigger than him last kilometre.
As they open up the sprint now, he's still got plenty of riders to lead him out here as he tries for the line. It should be a formality, this, for Alessandro Patacchi, because his team is strong and they're still holding him there in that 4th place. McEwen resting very calmly there, right on his shoulder there. It looks as though we've got Olaf Pollock of the T-Mobile team just holding him on the inside. The Rabobank rider there is Graham Brown, also locked in. He knows a good wheel to follow, his arch rival from Australia. McEwen, and still they're going, and Liggett is being led now to the line. Marco Vello leading him out, looking exactly where he is here. Last desperate moments as they come up on the inside of the crowd. At 300 metres now, this should be a formality. Alessandro Patacchi is purposely poised here, and right behind him is Robbie McEwen. McEwen now braking, and it looks as though Patacchi, looking all around him, has come up on the inside. He completely boxed out of it. That is Pollock who's got over the top and through on the inside. They've washed Patacchi away. This is a stage win number 9 in the Giro d'Italia history for Robbie McEwen, and early blood. He will be delighted with that, and whatever happened to Patacchi, because it was perfect.
Well, it was very confusing coming into that last 40 or 50 metres, but that's what Robin McEwen enjoys. He likes the confusion of a dangerous sprint, to find his way through the little gaps that appear, and all of a sudden hugging the barriers. Just watch McEwen here. He looks under his arm there to see right behind him Alessandro Patacchi made a fatal mistake there. Coming up through the middle in the golden helmet there is Paolo Bettini, but McEwen gets that one easily, and I think he'll be happy getting a win on Belgian soil.
It's come early too, if you ask me, because it looked perfect there for Patacchi. He faded into 4th place. McEwen almost 5 hours the ride today, getting the win over Olaf Pollock, who's a very good finisher on T-Mobile. Bettini also proving again he can mix with the best sprinters there in 3rd place. Well, there's Ewan McEwen. Oh dear, he's not learned how to throw the flowers like Dad just yet, or the teddy bear, or whatever it is. And McEwen here, that's his 9th ever stage win in the Giro d'Italia, but no change in the overall. Savadelli still stays ahead of McGee with his prolonged difference of 11 seconds, and Gutierrez there in 3rd place. No change at all overall, as we expected. There he is, Paolo Savadelli, the man in pink. He keeps his Maglia Rosa. Of course, the Giro d'Italia, and he can climb, will threaten in the next weekend coming up of this 3-week race. Day 3, stage 3 of the Giro d'Italia. We stay in Belgium today as we head towards Namur. I think Paul Sherwen's raced up to the Citadel finish there before, haven't you, Paul?
Well, that was a long time ago of the Grand Prix of the Wallonie. I finished actually 3rd up there behind a man by the name of Frank Hoster. The riders face a fairly testing course down towards the end. They've got the Côte de Hanin at the end, and that's one of the climbs of the very famous Flèche Wallonne. And of course, well, this is Alessandro Patacchi, Phil, who's gone down very hard. The weather conditions at the start of the Giro d'Italia have not been great this year, and Patacchi looks very injured there.
Well, this is a flashback. In fact, he had a fall and he's injured his knee, in fact, and it's not very pleasant at all. He's got his teammates around him. Now, they're going to limp on because the race is heading towards the famous Fortress finish in Namur. A lot of teammates have waited here to try and nurse him through to the finish, but it doesn't look at all good here.
Doesn't look very good at all for Alessandro Patacchi and his teammates alongside him. This man is in a serious amount of pain here, Phil. He's got teammates there encouraging him to try and ride again. This is the race that all of the Italians love, and I can't believe, Phil, that he's going to abandon the race here.
Well, he's thinking about it, that's for sure. He's not a man that gives up easily. The team here are in discussion. This isn't looking at all good for Alessandro Patacchi, and this is only the 2nd day of real racing, remember. Stage 1 was the time trial. Well, there's the old freezing spray going on to try and get him to the finish.
Yeah, he's going to be in a lot of pain, this man here. They've got this special spray on there to try and take a little bit of the pain away. The race doctor's having a look at that, but a little bit further up, this is the arrival towards the summit here of the Côte de Namur. And this is José Luis Rubiera, and as you can see, it's a very nasty little cobbled climb.
Yes, well, that's a good move by Rubiera here from the Team Discovery, taking a bit of pressure away from Savadelli. The riders staying back with Patacado are Lorenzetto, Rigotto and Ongarato. They'll try and nurse him back home. These are the slippery stones of the twists and turns up to the top of the Citadel here.
Well, Cecciu has got a slight advantage over the front end of the group, but I just caught a very close glimpse there of the golden helmet of Paolo Bettini. This is a very good finish for a man like Bettini, and in fact he's been swept away there. This is a rider from Gerolsteiner.
Yeah, that looks like it's Schumacher who's come up there.
Well, Rubiera's got company there. You can see Paolo Bettini inside now, the Flamme Rouge, 1,000 metres to go. This is a very slippery finish here. Right on the wheel of Cecciu Rubiera is Schumacher, right behind. They seem to be slowing down a fraction. They're spreading out over the road. This is the moment I would expect to see a move coming from Paolo Bettini, because he loves this kind of finish.
Well, Stefan Schumacher made his move midway up. He's reached Rubiera, and I think he's given Rubiera just enough to hold him off at 800 metres. In that group behind is Philippe Gilbert. Jens Voigt is there. Bettini, as Paul has said, is there as well. This is an extraordinarily good ride here by the Gerolsteiner man. He won the Circuit de la Sarthe in France by 32 hundredths of a second this year, just snatching the overall but not winning any of the stages. Now he's out for revenge here on the climb to Namur, from France over to Belgium, as Schumacher tries to hold off. I don't think Rubiera now can have the strength. He's just about got the strength to hang on. Look at the tongue out there of Schumacher.
This is a very difficult finish, swinging round the corner there. You daren't take too many risks at 450 metres to go, because those cobblestones are extremely slippery. Cecciu Rubiera in second position. It looks as if Paolo Bettini's coming across the gap.
The golden helmet of the Olympic champion trying to reach these two riders. Now, I take my hat off to Rubiera because he's beaten, but he's hanging on. He knows he's good for second here. It's been a good move by the Discovery team to put somebody away. Wasn't quite good enough as the chase now lines up. This is going to be all the way to the line here, to 150 metres to go. This left-hand bend, absolutely treacherous. And Rubiera, no answer here to Stefan Schumacher, who gets his first actual win of the year on the road, crossing the line there ahead of Rubiera. There'll be a time difference as well. Bettini gets best of the rest, I think, and Gilbert and Voigt were in there as well. Now, there might well be, because these timed gaps are here, I think, in fact, there will be a change of overall leadership.
Well, there were certainly time gaps there, Phil, looking back, but for Schumacher, he's not too worried about that. What he was worried about was getting himself the win here this afternoon at the top of a very difficult ascent of the Citadel de Namur.
Well, the traumas of the day all over his face here for Stefan Schumacher, the German. A good victory for Gerolsteiner, 2 seconds over Rubiera, 6 over Rebellin, Bettini, as they crossed the line there, and Gilbert, Voigt and Moletta was the other man. Now those time gaps, I think, will give Schumacher the race lead. We'll wait for confirmation. Let's get the stage victor out of the way first.
Well, this young man, just 25 years of age, he rode a very good classic season as well, because he finished 9th, Phil, and in fact he has got the overall lead by 13 seconds, and that's because of the time bonuses over Paolo Salvadelli. So that will be a great coup for him, and of course for Team Gerolsteiner. They're now the men in pink.
Yes, onwards to stage number 4, 400 kilometres under the saddle. Our last day in Belgium today, just under 200 kilometres as we race down to Hotton from Vanze.
Well, a slightly more testing course today over the Côte de Win, the Côte de Haute-Levée, which is one of the climbs of Liège-Bastogne-Liège, not too far away from the Francorchamps motor racing circuit, and then charging down into the outskirts of the town of Hotton. It should be a day for big breakaways, but in fact, there's a large group of riders charging into town.
As we rejoin the action here, we're just over a kilometre from the line here. It's been a traditional day of attack and counter-attack, but the field ready for the Ardennes today. They've all regrouped here, and they're now facing up to a situation where the sprinters are going to have their day again. Sadly, Pataki, who did finish, by the way, is now out of this race, returning to Italy with quite a badly damaged knee, and it looks like he could well miss the upcoming Tour de France.
Well, just looking, in fact, Phil, it was Team Milram on the front end of the main field, and I'm not really sure who they're trying to lead it out for here, because with Alessandro Pataki gone, this is a team without a leader, but they've still decided to get to the front, keep the pace nice and high. Robbie McEwen's got a couple of teammates up alongside him there. You can see he's right up there in 5th position. He's looking pretty good.
Well, thankfully the roads have dried out after another battering through the rains of the Ardennes into the last kilometre now. It's a first ever finish here in Hotton, of course, as the riders now fan out. And this surely now, with out of the way Pataki, Robbie McEwen is going to find that his challenges will come from elsewhere. How's he going to read this one now as he starts to look for the moves, as he starts to come up to the line here now?
A couple of riders up there from FDJ, they're in the white jerseys. They may well be trying to do something for Philippe Gilbert. You know, he's a man from this part of Belgium, although he rides for a French team. You've got on the right-hand side the pink jerseys. They are T-Mobile trying to get Olaf Polak up there for a win. But look at this. This is side by side. They're really lining it up here.
Well, in fact, Team Milram are leading each other out here with no obvious reason for it, because they haven't got any great sprinters left on their team. Pollock is the rider on the far left and having a go here as they try to come through the middle now, and this is going to be a battle. Thomas Vaitkus is the AG2R rider, but McEwen again has turned on the style. He won't believe this start to the Giro d'Italia. That's his 10th ever stage win now in the Giro and his second in only 4 days of racing.
I'm a bit surprised as well, because we went over some pretty tough climbs early on, like the Côte d'Ouin, like the Haute Levée, but all of the sprinters seem to pull themselves back together. But Robbie McEwen again coming out of the chaos, which was the front end of the main field, and that's what he thrives on. He thrives on the danger and the excitement. 2 wins in Belgium. He can probably stay at home now.
And, well, he won't want to stay at home. He's now going to move on. Tomorrow is a rest day, but it's a travel day, really, for the riders. They move into Italy for a team time trial from Piacenza. But there's the sprint now, very determined finish. McEwen again just gritting his teeth. Henk Vogels is the rider saying, there you are, Robbie, what a lead out I've just given you. And McEwen gets it, this pocket dynamo, ahead of Paolo Bettini and Lotto getting the 3rd place there.
Well, Robbie is a great sprinter, taking to the line Paolo Bettini, who should keep his lead, I would think, in the most consistent rider. And here in the Giro d'Italia, that's the Maglia Ciclamina. And he is a man who is certainly looking for that. I think right up there, you can see the gap that Robbie McEwen's got. He really has enjoyed that victory.
Well, it shouldn't make any difference yet on the points leader's jersey. Schumacher was right there too, so he should keep his lead in the points, but it's going to be close between him and McEwen now. Changing the King of the Mountains today as well. Sandy Cassar has got the lead in that after his journey through the Ardennes today.
Just look at Paolo Bettini coming up here, though, finding a little bit of a gap to come up through the middle of everybody there. Gets himself 2nd place in the lunge for the line, thinking to himself, that could have been mine, but it's not. It's Robbie McEwen's.
And there he is, all smiles, twice on the podium already, 4 days only. Now the journey into Italy, and that's where the race will continue, and that's where the mountains await, of course. Stefan Schumacher just hangs on, 13 seconds over Savidelli. Rebellin up in 3rd place, and Gutierrez in 4th. Pretty much the same order, or the same names that triumphed on day 1 in the prologue time trial. Schumacher just breaking the routine. He's sprinting very, very well, and he gets a 2nd day in the Maglia Rosa. He's taking it now to Italy. A 38-kilometre team time trial opens the race here in Italy now after the long transfer yesterday. And the riders now, having covered more than 600 kilometres on Belgian roads, face up now to Italian roads, and needless to say, Paul, the weather has changed.
Well, this is what the riders, I think, have been waiting for, and poor old Alessandro Pataki. They are saying, in fact, that Alessandro Pataki has broken his kneecap into about 5 pieces, and that's going to take him, Phil, an awful long time to get back into racing, and all he can do now is enjoy the Giro d'Italia on TV. As we look here at the race route, the riders moving away from Piacenza. It's a fairly flat course, 44 kilometres in total, and it should, in fact, I would expect, create a change in the overall classification. One of the big teams, one of the specialists of this kind of discipline, of course, will be Team Discovery Channel, maybe trying to get the lead back for Paolo Salvadelli. And
Lance Armstrong, by the way, is reportedly arriving on the race today. This is the first team time trial since 1989 in the Tour of Italy. It's got a tailwind as well as sun today, so we should see some fast times. This is the team of Paolo Salvadelli, Stefan Schumacher, the Gerolsteiner squad, making their start.
Well, Schumacher right in there. It's very important to take a fairly steady start here. The time of Française de Jeu is the time to beat, 37 minutes and 56 seconds. And Liquigas, surprisingly to me, Phil, are actually looking to go inside of that.
Well, this is going to, I think they're going to get inside too. They're coming up towards the finish. Time, as always in team time trials, taken on the 5th rider of the team to cross the line. That's why they fan out, and the clock will stop on the 5th time as they come over just inside by 18 seconds. So that's a good marker there for Liggett.
Yeah, but look at the average speed, 55.8 kilometres an hour. Now, that will be important for them. And there's Lance Armstrong in the team car of Team Discovery. I was just going to say important for Danilo De Luca, but Armstrong has made the visit down here. He watched the team in Belgium, flew down there in the private Gulfstream, may I add, to assist in this team time trial, a discipline that he himself always adored.
Well, staying incognito in the squad, this is the lineup here of Discovery Channel, off to a great start with Savadelli. We're expecting a lot out of Tommy Danielson as well. And Vyacheslav Yekimov riding out his final year. And what an incredible bike rider he has been. This is further out on the course now with Team CSC here.
CSC looking well drilled there. You can see them keeping in a big long line. It's important to practice this discipline to find out just exactly which order of riders you want to adopt, because every rider goes through in a different way in a team time trial like this, and some riders go through with such a violent acceleration it really hurts the climbers. And to win a team time trial, you have to get 100% out of every individual man in the squad.
Working away here, T-Mobile. They're also looking very positive at the moment as they continue to drive on here, because they're carrying some riders well up in the overall. The best man at the moment is the former World Time Trial champion, Sergei Gonchar. Jan Ullrich in here as well.
Well, Ullrich looking for some form in the Giro d'Italia. Hasn't really shown any form at all this season, and everybody wondering whether or not he's going to be competitive. There he is.
Just as though he's a bit open-mouthed at the back of the race there, swinging up to the finish.
Violent effort for him, but this is Team CSC. Time to beat is Liquigas, and they're well inside of that. Still inside of 37 minutes at this point.
This is a big result for Ivan Basso, the projected race leader here. And Basso comes home well with that team. Good gains here, I think. 57 kilometres an hour and a 42-second beating. So that is a big result here, and he could have stolen a bit of valuable time. Let's see how they're comparing with Discovery Channel. This is the check at 22.4. They're 37 seconds off the pace.
Well, that's a bit of a surprise, because that's a discipline that they do like here. There's big Jan Ullrich going through there, a little bit further back. It was a quick glimpse there. It looked like the World Time Trial champion Michael Rogers.
Well, Rogers says to be concentrating more on honing his road racing skills now, because he's been for 3 years the World Time Trial champion.
There he is. It looks superb on a machine. These guys really are going very fast. Now, T-Mobile know that they've got to put in a fine performance here this afternoon. The team they want to dislodge off the top spot is, of course, Team CSC. And they're going to go very close to that. They're around about a kilometre to go to the finish. But I don't think they'll do it, Phil, because it's an awful long finishing straight for these riders. CSC there have got the time of 36 minutes and 56 seconds. And these guys are now starting to look a little bit ragged. They're down to 5 men. And let's not forget, in a team time trial, it's the time of the 5th rider. That's Jan Ullrich, though, still sitting on the back, number 219.
Well, this is going to be desperately close, I'll tell you, because 36.56, they can see the finish here. They know there's only 5 of them. They can't afford to split this one up now, because the last man, the time counts. You may as well slow down and pick him up, because it won't stop as he starts to come off the back here. And this looks as though it's Kessler who is having trouble hanging on, but that's where the time is, because there are only 4 riders, I think, in front. It looks as though there might be 5 in the shadows there. I think there's only 4 as they race up towards the line. Look at the time as they count down. That 5th time is going to be crucial. Hits the line now, and you know what, if he'd have finished on the tail, they would have won that.
That would have been so close. He really battled. There he is, 213, Matthias Kessler, and he's the man who stopped the clock. That's the way it works in the team time trial, and I think he realises he may well have lost it for the team there. This is Gerald Steiner. They've been out on the road for 30 minutes now, and they're trying to keep the pink jersey on the shoulders of Stefan Schumacher. There he is, just at the back of the line, still looking fairly organised as a team.
Well, they were almost a minute adrift at the checks there on CSC and T-Mobile, so I don't think they're going to recover that sort of a time gap. Here comes Discovery Channel now, heading in towards the finishing line. They're close, but I think the time will go past 36.56. They're a bit too far out for this, but again, Discovery Channel are going to be up amongst the podium finishers with this ride.
Looks like big Pavel Padrunos there, just dropping off the front, the largest figure in this group here. Tommy Danielson's in the group, Yatislav Ekimov as well, trying to keep themselves up there, but they're not going to go best team here this afternoon because that time has already gone by. They're looking at the time of Liquigas, which is third position. They should do that though.
And there's a lot of riders here for Discovery too. They've ridden well as a team, but that's how they train. It's all for one and one for all. In this case, they're all racing for Paolo Savardelli. He is in there as well, just hanging off the back. Here's Ekimov now. This used to be his forte, but the older age is catching up. It won't matter because the top five get the result as they race up to the line with Paolo Savardelli showing still got good speed here in the time trial. Just slipping away, challenging third place here, should get it on the line. So they slot in with third best time, 37.35.
There's Savardelli wearing number 1. Not surprising though, Phil, that Ekimov dropped off the back a fraction. 40 years old at the start of this season. You've got to say that man has had a very long, illustrious career.
Absolutely, and very, very popular man. Didn't speak a word of English at one time, but now he speaks it with an American accent, of course, because he rides a lot for the American teams. Armstrong rates him very highly indeed. Gerolsteiner down on course. They're carrying Schumacher. Desperate finish this because Sergei Gonchar in T-Mobile is the obvious next candidate now for the Maglia Rosa unless Gerolsteiner can get within a few seconds of that team.
Well, there they are coming into the finishing straight. You can see the haze, the heat haze that has come down to the Giro d'Italia after the very wet start in the four days we spent in Belgium, and now we are looking at the time of Discovery Channel, and I think Gerolsteiner have cracked over the second part of this course, Phil, and I think we're going to see a serious change in the overall classification this evening. It's gone
already. Yeah, Gerolsteiner's time compared here with Discovery Channel. Discovery Channel are 39 seconds behind Team CSC, 38 behind T-Mobile. That alone is enough to cost Schumacher the jersey here. So the next candidate looks like being a man who's worn it before, in fact, the Ukrainian, Sergei Gonchar. He will be sitting pretty here because Schumacher is riding out of this. The team haven't been strong enough. Look at this now. They're looking at the time of Française de Jeu, and they might well slot in behind them as they head up towards the line. There's the deviation for the cars. And they're going to fall away, and they're going to finish this ride in 6th place by the look of it. So it's down and out for Gerolsteiner for the moment at least. Still an awful long way to go. But at least Schumacher had 2 days in pink.
And let's not forget the team that laid the solid foundation. Not going to climb up the overall classification too prominently yet, but Team CSC, I think, with that performance here, proved that they are a team built around Ivan Basso. They get the win there by a single second ahead of T-Mobile, and Discovery Channel, Phil, losing almost 39 seconds.
Well, there he is shaking the champers, and I must say that 1 second margin will be a huge boost here for Team CSC because morally they've got the victory in the time trial, or they haven't got the pink jersey. That will certainly go across to Sergei Gonchar. 6 seconds better than Jens Voigt of CSC. It was close. Michael Rogers up into 3rd place now, the world time trial champion. There he is. He gets the pink jersey, and as I say, he's worn it before.
He's worn it before, and he is looking very happy with that, and he will be a difficult man, I think, Phil, over the next couple of days to dislodge.
And it's back to the sprinters in today's stage of the Giro d'Italia at the end of the opening week, which has included the big transfer down from Belgium, and it's a ride of well in excess of 200 kilometres.
Fairly flat course, and it's a kind of course that really should suit the sprinters. And just out of interest, the finishing town of Forlì just happens to be the hometown of the great Italian sprinter of yore, Ercole Baldini.
Yes, and Baldini, very, very famous indeed. And now we're looking down at the race here. We've joined the action about 3 kilometres from the finish. The peloton pretty much all together here, and it's going to be the sprinters once more, and I'm sure the eyes are going to be on the whereabouts of McEwen now, although Olaf Pollock is showing us he can sprint very well at the moment. But again, we're seeing Team Milram at the front, and it's not quite apparent as to why they're doing all this pacemaking.
Well, I really can't understand why they're doing all the pacemaking on the front, unless, of course, they think somebody like Alberto Ongarato, who's very often a big lead-out man for Alessandro Patacchi's got a chance. There's Robbie McEwen, number 75, in the Ciclamina jersey. Right on his wheel there was Paolo Bettini. Bettini will be battling to try and get that jersey if he can, because he knows that Robbie McEwen probably won't see Milano in a race like this.
That's true. Again, McEwen says he won't see the finish. He'll probably last 10 days and then head home, back into Belgium to prepare for the Tour de France, which has been his routine these last couple of years, and I must say it's given him a very successful time in the Tour de France. Rigotto, the youngster on this team, is also another man who is looking for the lead out from Milram. It's a chance now for Milram to experiment, I suppose, because they've lost their big sprinter. Just look at the heart rate here of Fabio Sacchi. He's on the same team as Milram as well. Maximum there of 195. He's pushing up to 88%.
Well, Rabobank right up there as well, and that could well be Graham Brown, who's been brought in to Rabobank as the team sprinter here, and he may well be a man trying to mix it. He was very successful a couple of years ago in the Giro d'Italia when he was riding for the Panaria squad. It's the kind of sprint that a man like Graham Brown would enjoy. In fact, you can see, Phil, the main field is split up quite a bit there, and I wonder if out on the course there has actually been an accident.
Well, there's your answer, Paul, because this is further down the course, and in fact there has been a shunt here, and it's involved the riders from T-Mobile, which is a shame. 213 who's just come up. That was Kessler again near the back. Here's the battle at the front. They will get the same time because they're inside 3 kilometres from the finish, and the accident means same time as the group, but nonetheless this is a tricky finish here. Milram are doing all of the work here, and somewhere in there, and we don't see him very often, will be McEwen.
Well, you never see McEwen.
And there's another crash.
Oh, yep. This is again in the last 3 kilometres. There's a lot of danger, a lot of risks taken in these finishes. You can see Milram on the front trying to look back down their line there. Robin McEwen is in 4th. 5th place is Paolo Bettini. There behind Paolo Bettini is Olaf Polak.
Well, again, Milram has swung off the front here, just left one rider to lead out what looks like Thomas Vakers of AG2R on his back wheel. Well, that's another huge mistake here. Now, you see, without a definite sprint leaders team, they don't know what to do here. They're looking for someone else to make the move. Now they're digging very, very deeply, and in the centre of the picture, in the Chiclamina points jersey, McEwen is coming away again. Maximum points in the points competition and win number 3. That's unbelievable. I've never seen him sprint so well.
Well, Robbie so far has gone superbly. 2 stage wins in Belgium, 1 in Italy, stages 2, 4 and 6. That heads up for a very good future for this man in the Giro d'Italia. I wonder how many days he's going to stay, though. Look at this acceleration, the huge kick there. That's Thomas Vakers there, by the way, a very good track sprinter going right up through the middle. But then all of a sudden, Robbie McEwen sees the chance of the win here. And Robbie this season, Phil, just seems to have that little bit of extra power as he goes by there. Not a problem at all. Vakers started a little early on, but Polak comes back quite quickly just to fade on Robbie McEwen's wheel for 2nd place. And, of course, a very interesting time bonus.
Yes, McEwen himself doing well there, but what about Olaf Polak? Because he keeps getting up there and he's always getting beaten by McEwen. He must be pretty fed up with that now. Vakers made his run too soon. McEwen, I don't know where he gets that strength from. He's such a small guy, yet he's a complete powerhouse. Fantastic sprint finish by McEwen. He's gone in ahead of Polak and Vaitkus. And the Cofidis boy, somebody I've never seen race before, Leonardo Duque, is the man who's got 4th there for France and on the Cofidis team. Fernandez Euskaltel, about time they had a sprinter on their team. He's in 5th. And Grady and Bettini, the Italians, in 6th and 7th. Well, McEwen is the man opening the champagne at the moment. And the consistency of Polak and the small bonuses, Paul, I haven't worked it out, but he could be the next man in the pink jersey here. We'll wait for the result.
Well, his team was right up there in the team time trial, which pushed him high up in the overall classification. And I think he's got a very good chance of creating the surprise. 2 seconds, in fact, ahead of his own teammate, Sergei Gonchar. And Jens Voigt up there in 3rd place. And there's been a lot of debate about Gonchar's name recently, whether it's Gonchar or Honchar. He himself actually calls himself Gonchar, and he would like us all to accept that.
I think it's the way you pronounce the G in his language. It sounds like an H. But there we are. There, Polak has got some deserves out of his good sprinting this week. And the result is Amalia Rosa. So Sergei Gonchar, who has won 5 time trial stages in the Giro d'Italia, that's all he's won is the time trial stages, had just that 1 day in pink. So the race continues on the eastern side of Italy as we go down the leg here. Massive stage of over 230 kilometres.
Well, a very testing day for most of the riders now. The first little test of 1 or 2 difficult climbs, and we'll get a chance to see whether or not today the sprinters will survive. That climb in the middle, the Monte Citara, is a very difficult climb. And of course, as always in the Giro d'Italia, there's a couple of nasty little climbs down towards the finish.
Well, the undulations have projected one man here riding extremely well today. And this is Staff Sheerlinks. He's a Cofidis rider now. as he comes up here towards the top of the first climb of the day. This is the Monte Catria. He was also the leader over San Marino, which is at 42 kilometres, but at 137 kilometres here, Shearling's getting maximum points and heading towards the King of the Mountains jersey.
Well, he's a young rider on the Cofidis squad who's not very highly rated in Belgium, but they decided to give him a chance on Team Cofidis, and I think today he's actually paying them back for that. It looked as if Rik Verbrugge was in a group just behind, but you can see the chase is certainly on, and a very complicated course. As we look on the right-hand side, that's a rather complicated graphic as well.
It looks rather upsetting, that graphic. We've moved on here now to the next climb, which is the Monte delle Cesane, taking us through to just under 200 kilometres. Magnificent scenery now on the Giro d'Italia. We're on that climb now, and Discovery Channel trying to get a hand in the furs here as well. This is the main field. They're still running at around about a minute and a half, I think, behind the breakaway, which has changed. Verbrugge is up there now, along with Francisco Villa and Juan Manuel Garate.
It's Tricky Beltran on the front there with Padrinos and Matty White in attendance as well, riding once again this season for Team Discovery Channel, but this is the remnants of the breakaway out on the course, and that's the best way to enjoy the Giro.
Absolutely. Enjoy the sunshine here as we head into early summer. This is the leading group here at 1 kilometre from the summit.
Garate just going through there in the Spanish national champions jersey. Rik Verbrugge just tagging on the back here. A winner, of course, of the fastest ever prologue in the Giro d'Italia a couple of years ago, and that was around about 58 kilometres an hour. Now, that's a dangerous move for a man to get in the break as well. That's Matthias Kessler there in the pink jersey of T-Mobile, wearing number 213.
I must say that Kessler there, who's been dangling at the back of his team, suddenly got himself into a move here. Verbrugge doing nothing here, won't try to endanger now what is looking like a King of the Mountains lead for Shearlings, his teammate, down at the finish. There's Kessler. Again, the big guns, the men we expect to project themselves once the mountains come, are keeping out of the thick of the action here, but it looks as though a lot of the work now is being left to the Discovery Channel team to try and get this race back together.
Well, you have to think about the possibility of a late attack by, of course, their man Paolo Salvadelli. It's a very tricky descent down into the run in at the finish line, and that may well be the plan. But if they want to try and get a win for Paolo Salvadelli, first of all, Phil, they've actually got to catch this breakaway.
Well, as the race heads down towards the finish, the gap is still significant here, and a lot of work is still to be done. And Verbrugge has done none of this work. He's just sat at the back of this group, clearly a man with a plan.
Well, he's in a good situation. He doesn't have to contribute at all as we come up to the next King of the Mountains point, and his man Staf Sheerlink is getting all of the points today and amassing a lot of points on an early stage of the Giro like this can lay the foundations for a victory in that competition. We've seen that happen so many times in the past.
Well, the crowd have come out here. Still a little bit of snow lying up on the mountains there. A very interesting descent this now on the Monte delle Cesane. 196 kilometres covered.
Was Garate leading them down at the front there in the jersey of national champion. Just tagged on the back. In fact, I was just looking to see where Verbrugge was. Verbrugge, I think, has moved up into about second position there, keeping a very close attention, I think, on the points.
No, he's on the front.
Yes, he's come past to get points.
He's
there
on the front.
So that'll give him second place.
So Verbrugge over the top and Garate right behind him, wearing the colours of the Spanish champion there.
Oh, this is a bit of a problem. The overnight leader there, Polak, in a group of riders being dropped on this climb, and that's not surprising, Phil. This is the first big test that the sprinters have had, and for them, it's going to be a long day to just make sure they get to the finish of this stage.
And it's not just the mountains today, it's undulations really, but it's also an extremely long stage, this, over 236 kilometres. There's a little bit of work having to be done now by Team CSC because they've got nobody up there. They might be a bit worried about the whereabouts of Verbrugge and Salvadelli up there as well. 46 seconds the gap. They're having some effect here on this climb now. Significantly, this is the last real climb before they head down towards the finish. The gap is closing.
A little bit of picture break-up, and that's because we are going through a fairly forested area here, and that breaks up the microwave link from the motorbikes that are following these riders up to the helicopter and down to the finish line. But we're moving along through the very heart of Italy as we head down towards the southern tip of the peninsula. And of course, Team CSC today starting to show why they believe that they've got the winner in their ranks, of course. And they believe, and the whole of this squad, Phil, is dedicated to Ivan Basso. They believe, and they've come to this race to try and win it.
Well, they've done well. They've closed that gap down. We're on the way down. The clock is still counting, but once we're over the top, I reckon it was about a minute 10 when they came over the top of the climb. CSC now heading the charge down, try and close it down a little bit more. It's a long, tortuous descent, but on very good roads here. These aren't the high mountains, of course, here in Italy. They're still to come, the Italian Alps and the Dolomites.
Well, there's an arm going up there. It looks as if somebody's got a mechanical problem. It looked like a pink jersey of T-Mobile going to the back looking for the team car. And I think somebody has got a mechanical. There's T-Mobile coming up alongside. It could be on the descent here that a rider is just looking to take on board a drink. You're only allowed to take on board drinks after 50 kilometres of the race has been covered and up until 20 kilometres to go. But you're not allowed to take on board drinks on a climb, just in case somebody tries a little professional foul.
Well, these riders trying as best they can. At least the leaders of the projected leaders of the race are trying to get a rest out of this stage today, because tomorrow is the first mountain top finish, and that's when we should see some indication as to who is looking for the final classification.
Yep, 40 kilometres to go.
Oh, and in fact, I was wrong, Paul, because the clock could have gone through there, and I reckon the time must have been at 40 kilometres. 2:36 is what they're saying, so they've still got to put a little bit of distance to rights here.
Yep, I think that's why now Team CSC are starting to take this a little bit more seriously. Moving up there as well, you can see one of the riders from Lampre. That's Marzio Brusegin, one of those interesting riders who seems to have been around for almost forever. And I don't think, Phil, he's ever actually had a professional victory.
Yes, he's a very consistent strong man, though, whichever way you look at it. They're coming up towards the summit here. So this will be the top of the last climb of the day, so it's still quite a significant gap.
And the clock is still ticking.
Yeah, it's on the finish line then.
So, Team CSC moving forward. There's 3 or 4 riders. There's Jens Voigt over to the right-hand side. Even though Jens Voigt is up high in the overall classification, he, alongside Bobby Julich, I think, will be dedicating themselves to the chase for the team, because tomorrow a guy like Ivan Basso has to come out and prove to the team that he's the top dog.
Well, I must say this is a beautiful course today. Great roads, good fast tempo climbing. There's the top of the mountains, no points available here. The breakaway's gone through. Sandy Cassar, who's led the King of the Mountains for 3 days, is now out of that leader's jersey. That's going to switch across to Steph Sheerlinks. Back with Verbrugge here now at the front of the race. And setting the pace with him there is Stangelai.
Just in the Lampre jersey as well is Francisco Villa.
Yeah, Garate.
Villa had a very good start to the season, and in fact won a stage of Paris-Nice. You can see here now this group is starting to look rather serious. There's Garate going through in the yellow and red jersey, and you can see now a different team coming to the front in the main field. In fact, Team Lampre are also probably thinking about their man who's got a good chance of doing well here, Damiano Cunego.
Yes, they've started to really turn the screws there. The Sonia Pradir rider in that breakaway, by the way, is Manuela Mori. There he is, just off to the left here. But this is
Riano at the back, and that's a bit of a surprise. He's come to this race. Let's not forget he finished
protest.
4th overall last year. Yes, certainly very strange situation, because contractually, basically at the end of the Giro d'Italia, he will switch teams and become a member of Quick-Step.
10 kilometres to go, and the back being put into it now. As this breakaway beginning to sense they may have pulled off a bit of a coup here. The gap is closing, but is it going to close quick enough?
On the front, you can see the acceleration now, and it looks, there's Cunego.
Yeah, he's relying on Brusegin to do all the work for him.
Well, he's looking for the win. Look at the size of that group, though. There are not very many riders left in this group. There's riders going off the back there for Crédit Agricole, and that's all because of the pressure of riders like Brusegin, a very tough bike rider. Many times he's finished way up in the individual time trials at the Giro d'Italia, but he's a man that is really well respected on a team because of the amount of work that he can put in. They're about to start the descent, which I have to tell you, Phil, is rather tricky.
And you're right about Brusegin. He's never won a bike race, and he turned pro back in 1997. But he is such a great workhorse. Every team wants to have him on the squad.
Well, we've seen his name on the leaderboard many times. And in fact, I remember one time in an individual time trial in the Giro, he led from very early on. And it was only when one of the last riders came in that he was dethroned and dropped down into second place. One day, though, I'm sure he'll get himself a big win.
And one thing is for sure now, that a former winner of this race, Damiano Cunego, has ideas on this year's event, because he's right there. He's told his team to close down this breakaway as best they can, That's Mori at the back here. There's the full list of the breakaway for you. And it's Pena who's also in here as well. He's on Team Phonak, by the way, now. Switched teams from Discovery Channel.
Well, Cunego, the man you're talking about, is fighting himself back to the top of the sport. Had a very difficult season last year, trying to get over mononucleosis or glandular fever. And it seems this year that he might well have just got back to the form that he had a couple of years ago when he actually won the Giro d'Italia. And of course, he did win the Giro del Trentino, which the Italians always think is an indicator to good form for the Giro.
Well, there's a little look at the route they've covered now. We're over all of the hills now, heading down towards the finish. But that little rise before the finish could be crucial here. It's just a small climb, not classified, but enough to break up this leading group. 53 seconds to the Gruppo Testa, the leading group. So they are shutting it down. And basically, it's all down to the work here of Lamprey. And they are heading this charge down into town now, and they're not looking for any help whatsoever. So they're trying to put Cunego back into this.
They certainly are trying to pull him in. This is the kind of stage he would try and get himself a victory. You'll have a look here at Franco Pellizotti, rides for Crédit Agricole, has a maximum heart rate ability of 190, and currently he's riding at 151 beats a minute, so he's right up there, and the speed at the moment, 70 kilometres an hour.
Sign of a fit man there, only running at 79%, considering the pressure on that. That's the full Lamprey squadron up there just now, and it looks like most of the peloton are here. They've had a hard ride. This is Juan Manuel Garate, champion of Spain.
Looking good, riding for Quick Step. Got himself a different colour helmet to the rest of the guys just to make that kit look nice and uniform. Franco Villa there, 119, going through doing his turn. He's not going to do too much because he will know behind it's his team that doing the most of the pacemaking to try and pull this all back together. Verbrugge there now goes through for his turn. As you can get a chance to see here, quite a tricky little descent.
Verbrugge taken over the lead role here from Steph Sheerling because Sheerling's dropped back, having done enough to take the lead in the King of the Mountains. Verbrugge now is representing Cofidis here, and it looks as though he's decided now, he's sensing there's a chance, because at 48 seconds the gap, they need everybody to the helm at the front because the gap is coming down but the finish is getting close, and that's a very select bunch that's chasing. It wasn't the pack at all.
Well, it's going to be very close indeed, and the main field really needs to keep the pressure on as we get closer to the finish. Testa della Corsa, front end of the bike race. Juan Manuel Garate's got the great chance of pulling off a coup here because he's got a very good fast turn of speed when it comes to the end of a stage like this. But you see all of the Lamprey riders in this group feel right on the front end, and coming round that corner I make it around about 40 seconds.
There's going to be some serious time gains here by this chase group as we're now looking here at the Grace coming in. There's Paolo Savadelli just there at the front.
He's wearing the blue jersey there, by the way, not his Discovery Channel jersey, but in fact the blue jersey as leader of the Combine classification, a rider who is best placed in all of the individual classifications in the race. Now then, we're looking here at, I think that was 5 kilometres to go.
One of the Sony Duval riders there, not too interested in doing the work, slipping back into the pack. This is Jan Ulrich here. Now I think he's at the tail of this group. He's just got into. We need to swing round.
Verbrugge's making a move.
Verbrugge's gone. Now he's sat at the back an awful long way. He sensed the group was coming back. He started to work with them, and this is the master of the time trial, and there's no reaction from those chasers.
Well, they need to be right on this man's wheel if they want to make sure they stay with him to the finish, because he is a very good individual time trialist, but I've seen him make moves like this in races like the Tour de France. I remember a couple of years ago it was in the eastern part of France where he got caught inside the last 300 metres. 5 kilometres to go to the main field, and in fact I think it's stretched out a fraction there. This is a replay now of Verbrugge's move, perfectly executed. Everybody else was on the right hand side of the road, and when he accelerated the guys were obviously suffering and looked the other way and said, well, have a go yourself, mate.
Well, Francisco Villa there was perfectly poised to have gone with Verbrugge, clearly never had the legs to go with him. The last time Rick Verbrugge won a race, it was the prologue time trial, much shorter than today's race, and that was last August in the Benelux Tour, which is that new tour that runs between Belgium, the Holland and Luxembourg. And now he's got clear. Now once he settles in, if they don't organise themselves, they won't get back on terms with this top time trial rider. Rick Verbrugge flying the flag. He's not a big winner these days, but if he can just get this. He's won a couple of stages before of the Giro d'Italia.
There's Cunego, just at the back of the line of Lampre riders. The lime green jersey just behind him is Danilo De Luca, who could also be looking for a win on a stage like this. And not far away from the front was Carlos Sastre from Team CSC, but he will be looking after Ivan Basso. Basso not looking for a win here this afternoon, but just making sure that he's at the front of this group and, of course, not getting himself into any danger. This is Vic Verbrugge now in the streets of the finishing town. Great position, good time trialling position, still looking very solid, not rocking the top part of his body very much at all. He will be looking up the road every now and again, Phil, just dreaming and hoping that he can see the red flag with 1,000 metres to go. Just trying to look back there. I think the group were around about 10 or 15 seconds behind him, and it's still around about 40 seconds to the main field. Here's Big Axel Merckx as well.
Well, Verbrugge, I think, has read this to perfection. 7 seconds, and look at this. That group is only 43 seconds back of the chase group now. And, you know, I haven't caught any sighting of the pink jersey. I'd almost forgotten about him, to be honest. And it looks as though Schumacher is in trouble here and he's dropping away. So, not Schumacher, Pollock, who got the jersey as the sprinter. So today's been hard.
Tommy Danielson having a go here. And that was a nice move by Tommy Danielson. I think all of the sprinters have pretty much called it a day off this afternoon. They've had most of their glory. This course much too heavy and undulating for riders like Polak and Robbie McEwen. Today it's a different kind of rider. The men who are looking at winning this race overall after 3 weeks of racing, and of course the men who are adventurists like this man Rick Verbrugge there has got about 7 or 10 seconds over a small chasing group of riders who he was with, and still around about 43 seconds, so it's doable. But it's a tough run into town, although on the profile, Phil, it shows that it goes downhill towards the finish. There's this nasty little kick up inside the last 3 Ks.
Well, this will be a big result for the French team rider here, although he's Belgian. Cofidis head office isn't far from the borders of Belgium, and that's why they take Belgian riders on the squad, I guess. This is the group he's left, and there's no way they're chasing now. They're hoping to survive. There's a big danger they're not going to survive here. Verbrugge might have read this absolutely right, because I think they could sweep up those 4 chasers on the run-in. They were looking a bit frisky. Here they are, still Lampre, trying to drag Damiano Cunego back into this. This is the first selection, I think, of this year's Giro d'Italia. Basso is in this group as well, so too is Paolo Savardelli. So the men that matter are here. The sprinters are out of it on the day, and there will be a new leader tonight too.
Well, what could be good here really for Rick Verbrugge is once this group catches that group of riders in between the gap there'll be a little bit of confusion. They won't know exactly how the race is developing. They might slow down a fraction, and that could give Rick Verbrugge the chance to survive. Here's Tommy Danielson. This has got to be his coming of age this season. There's Paolo Salvadelli moving up alongside him. I think Tommy D there, wearing number 2, will look after Paolo Salvadelli in the Giro d'Italia, because they say that the axis of his season is going to be the Vuelta a España at the end of the year.
Oh, well, it's hurting him now. He's on the slight drag now up towards the finishing line. Still a little way to go. And there's the attack from Mori is having a go. He's trying to get away. I think they've sensed now this is almost over, this breakaway. We could just pull back. That's Manuel Mori, who's gone clear, but they're after him. I don't think they're going to allow this one to go. But they've missed the race. This rider's going to win, all being well. Little climb up to the finish for him now.
Well, 1.4 kilometres to go for Rick Verbrugge as he goes around this corner. It's supposed to be a slightly downhill finish, but it is not. You've always got to read the race handbook every night when you come into a stage race like this, but sometimes the race referees and the race organisers tend to get the profiles a little bit wrong, and that can be the undoing of a very good rider. This is now, I think, the front end of the group, still led by Lampre. They're thinking about, Phil, the victory for Damiano Cunego. He would like a win on a stage like this, but that group, I make it down to just about 30 riders only.
Yes, and that's Paolo Tirolongo, in fact, for Lampre, who's trying to set the pace here. Now, once he's up here, this is where it will level out. He's getting over the rise up into the town. So many Italian towns are built on top of mountains, and that's what they'll feel like right now, because this has been a desperate move by Rick Verbrugge, but that's how you win stages, and this is going to go down as a great win by him as he rides clear. They're not going to bring him back now. He's still looking like a very strong man here.
Well, he's not weakening. He's still got good pedaling fluidity. The legs ticking over there, just rocking the top part of his body, but that's to find a little bit of energy now. He'll be looking at those blue and white banners at the side of the road, reading every one of them. 700 metres to go. He'll cast a look back over his shoulder. He's been in the saddle for 6 hours and 40 minutes here this afternoon, and for Verbrugge, every time he goes round one of these corners, he'll be looking to see whether or not he can see the finish finishing banner, because only then will he ease up on his effort.
I'll tell you what, for some of the riders at the back, they're going to be out for more than 7 hours today.
Oh, it's hurting now, Phil. Look at this. Now it's starting to kick in. This is a nasty little finish. I tell you what, most of the riders will not have expected this.
Well, amongst the riders we are hearing has abandoned. The sprinter Graham Brown has gone today, so he hasn't got very far around Italy after completing the early days through Belgium. And tomorrow is the first real mountain top finish of this tour. And Rick Verbrugge, well, he was not going to pull back the time required to pull on the Maglia Rosa, but somebody in that league group is, and we don't have the full composition. Final efforts now from Rick Verbrugge as he heads up to the line, and I think the others behind are virtually on the tail of the chasers. And we've got no pictures of that to show you, though. There they are. That's still Villa, Garate.
They're still surviving, but last time we looked back, I could see the shadow of the main field not very far behind them. That's Victor Hugo Peña there for Team Phonak. There's the front, and it looks as if it's a rider from Discovery Channel coming out of the pack.
Well, it's got the style of Paolo Savardelli, that young man. He's crouched over the top of the bikes, but Rick Verbrugge won't care. 250 metres to go. We're going to get the victory here. Big win for Cofidis. It's been the Cofidis day out, really, because Sheerlink has got himself the lead in the King of the Mountains. Savardelli has found the legs and caught them on the climb. Verbrugge was wise to break away because the leaders have been wiped out in sight of the finish. Another classic chase by the big peloton.
Well, Rick Verbrugge, 150 metres to go. He's getting out of the saddle. He's still got the neutral service car behind him, so he'll still feel that he's got the chance of this victory, but he's got to keep the pressure on because this hill, Phil, to me, seems interminable.
I don't know where the downhill bit was. It's climbing right to the line, this one. As Verbrugge wisely looks over his shoulder, he knows the proximity. It won't matter now. The last 10 metres are going to feel pretty good as he comes up to the line. So Rick Verbrugge of Belgium gives the French team a victory today in the Giro d'Italia. It won't be good enough for the race lead.
Because look how close Savardelli is. He's
amazing.
Right in the same finishing straight as Savardelli is the man who's created the big surprise. I think he's looking here, Phil, for one of the time bonuses.
And he's going to get it because he takes second place right on the line here. That was an inspired finish by Paolo Savardelli. As they all come up to the line here, it looks as though Sergei Gonchar was in pink there.
He was right up at the front in about the top 10 or 15 places. Now, he could be the man to be the new overall leader here this afternoon. And, of course, Tommy Danielson was in the group as well. There is Danilo De Luca, 1:31. I think he's actually probably going to lose a little bit of time there because there are time finishing gaps here on the line.
Well, we'll find out in a few minutes. The clock continues to count now. There's Danilo De Luca. He may have cost him a few seconds as he looks around there. He doesn't look too happy with whatever has happened anyway, but I think that was Gonchar, and there he is, finishing in 7th place. He must have done enough to reclaim the pink jersey here. Basso also watching every move in 6th place now, and all of the favourites that we think are the favourites have finished in that group. So the first strength has been shown by the big men, and Rick Verbrugge, using his head, chose exactly the right moment to leave that lead group. He did sit behind for a long time. He made the most of it, and Gonchar gets it 5 seconds only ahead of Paolo Savardelli, last year's champion, looking good. Ivan Basso also up there now in 3rd place, and Michael Rogers there. Watch out for Tommy Danielson too, because he's now up into 7th. Back in pink for Sergei Gonchar. Boy, I bet he never expected that, having taken the lead away from the sprinter Olaf Pollock. It's taken 1,100 kilometres, but now they're going to find the real climbs, or climb in this case, on this stage today, because that is the finish at the Passo Lanciano. It'll take the riders 1,300 metres up, and it's 12 kilometres to climb.
Well, that's what this stage is all about, moving away from Civitanova Marche, flat part of the course, all the way to the bottom of the final climb of the day. 12 kilometres the ascent. It's going to be a showdown.
And not surprisingly, it is on the climb that we join the action here, because that is what the riders have been waiting for. There's the composition of the leaders. Danilo De Luca is here. Cunego is in this group. Ivan Basso is here.
Well, that was Danilo De Luca just hanging on to the back of the group. Ivan Basso just sitting on the tail of his teammate. I think that was Carlos Sastre. This is Paolo Savardelli, looking very good in his combine jersey. He's held that jersey, in fact, since the very first day of this race.
He may be looking good,
well,
Paul,
no.
but I'm not sure where he is. I think he's in trouble here.
Well, in fact, he hasn't been able to stick on the wheel. He looked fairly comfortable. You know, he's not one of the great climbers, and especially today, this is the first big climb, the first big test of all of the riders in the Giro.
This is the former winner of the King of the Mountains. It's funny how the first series climbs can catch out well-known names. Now, Salvadelli's in trouble. Wasn't expected. And certainly Perez wasn't expected to be in trouble.
Well, the big problem is for about a week, these riders have been using very big gears on the flat stage, and then all of a sudden it's a completely different pedaling action. You've got to use small gears, turn at a high cadence, and that seems to be the problem here with Paolo Salvadelli. He's trying to pull himself back into this race if he can, and he has to do something special here this afternoon. Defending champion, the winner last year, but let's not forget, even on his way to the win last year, even with 2 days to go, Phil, he was put into difficulty in the mountain passes of the Dolomites.
Well, this is the first real chance for the top climbers to get the tempo going. Danilo De Luca, we don't really count him as a climber, but he can get over the climbs, and he's also in trouble anyway here now. Danilo De Luca trying to do a performance for leaky gas, but he's hanging on the back here now.
Looks like Gutierrez is the big man in there as well for Team Phonak. But all of the work on the front there being done by Carlos Sastre. Look how steep this climb is. A very nasty climb. De Luca is surviving, Phil. He might be under a bit of pressure, but he is staying in contact with the big men of the Giro this year.
That was Gutierrez as well from Team Phonak. But Gon, you may have noticed, Sergei Gonchar, he slipped off the back on the very low slopes of this climb. So the pink jersey looking set to change hands. And Basso, remember, yesterday climbed up to the podium positions. He's now in a position to take over pink with this performance. And he's looking extremely strong here. Consistent as he looks now for a move, perhaps.
See who's on his wheel, though. The yellow jersey of Sonia Duval, Gilberto Simoni. He, too, will be looking to try and get himself the win. A specialist for mountain top finishes. Cunego up there also for Team Lamprey. The big heads of state, Phil, have come out to play very early on, and they're trying to make this quite decisive.
Well, Sastre, the ever-faithful teammate of Basso, we've seen it in the Tour de France as well, now setting the pace up here unselfishly. And doesn't look at all under pressure here, Ivan Basso. It's a bit of a long climb, this one, 12 kilometres, 7 miles. Good tempo riding. Little earpiece there indicating that Basso will know exactly what sort of pain he's causing people like Salvadelli, who's now been uncoupled at the back.
The other yellow jersey there is Leonardo Pippoli, the little climber, the Italian rider who spent the majority of his career riding for Spanish teams, and now he'll be a big asset for Gilberto Simoni just a little bit later on. 5 kilometres to go there.
Actually, Paul, I've just seen at the back, I think that is Sergei Gonchar just still sitting at the back of that group. I need another shot.
Well, it's quite
It
possible.
like him.
It's quite possible. He has ridden high in the overall standings in the Giro before. He's a strong rider in the Giro d'Italia. This is Simoni. He'll be thinking about laying the foundations. That is Cunego.
Looking very cool.
I think riding himself back in 11th overall at the start of the day, 121 behind. He's a young rider. This man, I think, is definitely a star of the future. Just looking to see.
Oh, no. It's actually Julio Perez has got back. It was the colours on our monitor looked a bit more pink than they were, in fact.
I think I haven't actually seen the pink jersey.
No, he's gone. He went to the bottom of the climb.
I think it's a little bit too tough for him, and I think he and the team there, Danilo De Luca, now suffering a fraction too. That's Ruyano in the blue and white jersey there, the little climber from Venezuela who last year was the king of the mountains and finished in 4th place overall.
I'll tell you what, this is a magnificent piece of pacemaking here by Sastre, unselfishly so.
That was group number 2 there. In fact, Tommy Danielson was in the second group on the road. So he's not managed to catch the good train here this afternoon. Sastre doing an awful lot of work there, 192. All he's thinking about is laying down foundations for his man. And in fact, he seems to have got his own teammate into a spot of bother too, because Basso having to climb out of the saddle.
Simoni looking pretty cool there. Rujano just sitting there behind, former winner of the Tour de Langkawi. Danilo De Luca, yeah, he's gone. Still concentrating, just limiting his losses as best he can, but there's still a little way to go up this climb. The losses could be significant by the time we get to the top.
Well, the important thing, if you lose the wheel in front of you in a group like this in the big mountain passes, you've just got to try and recover. This is a little bit further down there. You can see this is Tommy Danielson. He is pacing his teammate there, Paolo Salvadelli. Just moving forward, this looks like Emmanuel Sella going up there, a rider who in the last couple of years has been a great revelation. But Salvadelli certainly not enjoying this first taste of the mountains, Phil. Really all over his machine.
Yes, Sella here, number 41. He cut his teeth on the Tour of Italy a couple of years ago when he won that big stage in the mountains on his own. But now he's finding he's a marked man. It's not so easy. De Luca just trying to hold them, but look at that gap. It's opened very, very quickly, and it's all down to the tempo riding of Carlos Sastre. Is this Ruggiano in trouble as well?
I think he's coming off the back as well. Psychologically, he's not. He's going off the front. Well, that's the sign of a South American climber, if you like, because these riders from South America, they have the ability to go very quickly uphill. And he looked to me a few moments ago as if he was under real pain, and now all of a sudden he's attacked. This is Gilberto Simoni on the left. Look at the pressure appearing on his face as opposed to the calm and collected manner of the man on the right, Ivan Basso.
Well, in a couple of weeks' time, Jose Ruggiano will be part of the Quick-Step team, but right now he's been forced more or less to come out from home and ride this, his last race for the Sella Italia. They're part of the organisation, they're part of the sponsorship of this race, and he was told he should come and ride, but his brain isn't into gear yet. He may be getting himself a little bit of confidence here. We've got 3, 6, 8 riders now, and they're holding him.
He hasn't got that much of a gap, Phil, and definitely not the climbing ability that he showed last year when he came to the Giro d'Italia, because nobody could hold him at all in the big mountain passes. Sastre, you see on the front there, has not panicked at all. He's just kept the tempo nice and steady. He's just looking at that rider in front, and I think he has the measure of him. In fact, he can probably pull him back at any stage that he wants to, but they're not playing the stage here this afternoon. Most of the riders in that group that we're looking at there are thinking long term. They're thinking about 3 weeks. They're not thinking about today. They're thinking about trying to lay the foundations for a race victory.
Absolutely. This is the first big selection. This race really started yesterday when Ivan Basso and the big boys got up into the overall classification, Cunego as well. And now this is the big play on the mountaintop, just to see who is strong, and this race will finish when the mountain finishes, and it's as simple as that. Danilo De Luca isn't falling that far behind. He's trying to keep his own pace now. That's the thing on a climb like this, you can't ride to the speed of others, you ride to your own speed, although it looks from the camera shot he might be climbing back into this.
Well, De Luca has banked, I think, Phil, his whole season on the Giro d'Italia this year. Last year, let's not forget, he was the winner of the first and inaugural Pro Tour. And I think this year he came back and decided to change his preparation slightly to try and be on form, because he nurtured, I think, ideas last year of the possibility of winning this race. And you're right, you mustn't panic in a situation like this. Look how Sastre there in first position on the group didn't panic at all, and he's just carefully and slowly reeled back in Ruggiano. But look at that, Simoni now can't stay there. Well, there's a move by Cunego.
Well, that's the move they should be looking at. Cunego is gone. He's left himself still a considerable way to ride up this mountain. I might have kept it a bit longer, but he's decided to go, and just to see what's in those legs. Now, any reaction?
Well, the man reacting is Ivan Basso. Look how Sastre has popped. He's just gone over to the right-hand side, said, I've done the work. Now, guys, I can't do any more. It's up to the leader. This is the moment you prove you're a leader of the team. That's the moment when you have to assume control. But this is a very explosive acceleration by Damiano Cunego, the man who I think this year is on his way back to the top.
Well, I have to say that Basso looked extremely calm when he went across that gap, and he still looks good. Simone's the man who may have missed out here.
Well, he's actually having to ask Pipoli there to work with him. Pipoli, the little climber from Italy, riding on the Spanish Sonia Duval team, has come to the front to try and pace him. Ivan Basso now has seen that the other challengers in the Giro d'Italia this afternoon are in a spot of bother, so he's gone to the front to assume control. And I tell you what, he's just opened up a length's lead there over Cunego, and this is Jose Enrique Gutierrez for Phonak. He's hanging on there for third place on the road.
So Ivan Basso has started now to lift the tempo, and I don't think Cunego's recovered from the acceleration he made. It was quickly answered by Basso, and now Cunego desperate here at the moment. There is a reaction. Gutierrez, I think it is, who's trying to come up for the Phonak squad behind. But Basso is now deciding what Cunego starts, he might be able to finish.
Well, it was a big acceleration that came from Cunego. Look at the face now here of Ivan Basso, concentrated. He hasn't got big gaps for the moment though, Phil, but this is a psychological blow, looking over his shoulder to see what sort of a gap he's got. Cunego is second, Gutierrez is third, but the man who will want to distance this afternoon, if he can of course, is Gilberto Simoni, the former two-time winner of this race.
Well, they're saying it's Savadelli there. No, sorry, that Savadelli's in that group at 1:15. There's plenty of riders in between. There's a scene of the finishing line. It's a bit chilly on the top too as they start to climb up. Let's not forget that Basso has said he wants to win both the Tour de France and the Giro d'Italia this year. Nobody's done that since Marco Pantani back in 1998. I think he's a bit foolish to announce such a thing, in all honesty, but here we go. Well, he's pushing for the leadership of this one anyway.
Well, one thing he promised to his mother when she passed away was that he was going to win the Giro d'Italia, and that, I think, is one reason why he's come here. I'm not sure in this day and age it's possible to win the two major tours in the 1 year, but for him it's a tall order. But I think it's to keep that promise that he made, that he's come here to try and win the Giro, and then he's got to try and get himself back into form if he wants to win the Tour de France as well. There is Gilberto Simoni being nursed up the climb here. He too, Phil, one of the strange riders who's having a very difficult day on this first mountain pass.
Well, De Luca also keeping himself in with a chance here in a high overall position by the end of this day. Now, Basso, it's not the time to think what happened to him last year, because he got the Maglia Rosa last year, then he had a dreadful day, lost 45 minutes, went plummeting down the overall, but never gave up. And in fact came back with 2 back-to-back stage wins, and then left the Tour finally feeling a lot better than when he started it midway through at least.
Well, I took my hat off to him last year, because when you are a great challenger looking at winning a race like the Giro d'Italia and you lose 45 minutes in one day, I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd had abandoned on that occasion, but he showed his mettle there and carried on, finished the race in the Gruppetto and bounced back a couple of days later with a win.
And went on, of course, to finish up behind Lance Armstrong in the Tour de France. So at the end of the day, he did salvage more than something from it. But today, he's looking extremely good. Good tempo riding, not under any real pressure. He's certainly not in the red zone here, and he's waiting to see if anybody can catch him. And looking at these faces down here, these boys aren't riding anything like as comfortably as Ivan Basso. We've got a brief glimpse there of Gilberto Simoni, the little man who climbs so well. Here he is, but he's not getting closer at the minute.
Well, he's not getting any younger either, because he's going to be 35 years of age at the end of this season, and I think he may well be looking at no longer being a major challenger, although he must certainly, I think, improve, Phil, once we get into the big mountains in a couple of days' time, because he is still a man to be counted on in the Giro d'Italia, and he bases his whole season on this event.
Well, the crowd at the finishing line are watching this now, and they're seeing Ivan Basso strike a big blow here for the Italians as he moves forward. Here we go back to Tom Danielson, who's certainly doing a ride here to try and keep Paolo Savadelli in the thick of the action. Savadelli off to such a great start in that first week, but here is his first big test today, and I have to say he's not passing it. This is Damiano Cunego, 10 seconds back, hasn't been caught by the others yet.
Well, he's still holding on. He's the man who set this move up here for Ivan Basso, but it's causing a little bit of consternation a little bit further down. There you can see Ivan Basso, 2 kilometers to go now. He will be laying the foundations, Phil, here to a very serious challenge to the Giro d'Italia this year. A lot of riders being caught out by the severity of the work done by this Team CSC in the early kilometers. They're basically the guys who blew the race apart on this final 12-kilometer ascent.
Well, by the end of this day, we've done 1,200 and a bit kilometres of this year's Giro, and it looks as though it's the first serious move to grab hold of that Maglia Rosa, because we've seen a number of changes in the opening few days of this race and swapping around of that jersey, but this is a mountain top finish, and all of the so-called climbers have made their moves here, and Basso is proving he's got the best move, I think.
Well, you see the challengers are all having to depend on their teammates here this afternoon. Simoni is having to depend on Pipoli. A little bit further back, Savadelli is having to depend on Tommy Danielson from Durango, Colorado. They're all having very difficult first days in the mountains, but you never know, with a long race like this, 3 weeks in length, everything can change. It looks like Andrea Noe was there also with Paolo Savadelli and the Tommy D group.
Well, the crowd quite thick up here, but it's a little bit chilly. Take a look at the crowd, because they're well wrapped up as we get up to that dizzy heights of approaching 5,000 feet above sea level. Remember, it's not really summer just yet. The trees are managing to come into leaf, though, as we try to find the riders. You can see by the wind up here too, it's quite a cold wind.
It's because of those trees. In fact, we're getting a little bit of picture breakup coming up from the motorbike alongside Ivan Basso. He's now starting to show the face of pain coming through there. He now knows he's got a chance to get the victory, and all he's thinking about trying to get that spectator away from the back of him. That really riles a rider's concentration. 23 seconds now to Cunego. That is important for this man at the front, Ivan Basso, to try and get as much time. Once he's seen the gap fill, he will try and put down the hammer.
Well, he's certainly seen the kite, and that's a kilometre to go, and he's going to be feeling pretty good now because Ivan Basso, third overnight, he's riding to La Maglia Rosa, and there's still an awful long way to go in this year's Giro d'Italia, and Ivan Basso is proving a point here. He's got the legs, it seems. It's the first chance we've really seen him since this race began. He's followed every move, he's made no mistakes. Cunego started it. It looks as though Ivan Basso is going to finish it. A stage win is on the cards now, and Amalia Rosa as well.
Well, you know, this man started the season off very well by winning the Criterium International. I think he went back to try and help his teammates Jens Voigt and Bobby Julich do well in that event, but as it happened, he was the man who came up with the win on stage 2 and took the overall lead and went on to win. That was the foundations of a very good, solid start to the season. A little bit further back, Gilberto Simoni still getting the help there of Leonardo Pipoli. Team mechanic leading out there, just shouting out encouragement. A short stage today at 4 hours, but a very severe stage. And we're going to have a very clear picture now, Phil, at the end of the day on just who is going to be the challengers for the win of this 3-week race.
Well, with mountains and mountains galore still to come, this was to be all about this one final climb today. And that's where the leaders unleashed their fury. And he spread-eagled the race field here in those 4 hours. Much more damage than yesterday when it was a 7-hour day. These are the remnants of the chase group now, and Cunego is back in this group.
Well, Gutierrez has in fact come up. He was also put under a little bit of difficulty. He's ridden himself back up to Cunego there, and he too now will be riding fairly high up in the overall standings this afternoon. But Basso is a man who has really put down the hammer.
Well, this has been quite a remarkable day, I must say, today, and Ivan Basso is facing, if he intends to try and defend this lead for 14 days, that's 2 weeks of racing still ahead of these riders. Cunego and Gutierrez. Cunego still working. He knows the danger here of every second could be building into minutes in the days that lie ahead, so they've got to keep on to Basso. So too Pipoli, looking at Silmoni here and saying, come on, just got to hold my wheel. In fact, Pipoli is the stronger of those two.
Yeah, he's just thinking, well, you know, you're supposed to be the leader, you're supposed to have the power. He probably would like to try and fly himself if he could, but his job this afternoon is to make sure that Gilberto Simoni doesn't lose too much time. I think that is Gianpaolo Caruso going there for Liberty Seguros. This is Danilo De Luca going forward. You know, De Luca, Phil, although he's a man who was dropped in the early part of this climb, does not look to me like a man who is really suffering. I think he's got himself back into some kind of rhythm, but this now is going to be a big victory for Ivan Basso, because at 150 metres to go, nobody's going to see this man again.
Well, as we head up towards the top of the Passo Lanciano, just over 100 miles of racing in just over 4 hours. It was a fast, flat ride till they got to the mountain. Ivan Basso not only claims the stage win, but he'll be looking for the Maglia Rosa as well. When he wore it last year, he lost it after a couple of days. Big style. This is the race now for second place. It looks as though Gutierrez is going to take on Damiano Cunego, and I don't think Cunego is going to bother to try and resist the sprint, because he's not going to get the better of the rider from Phonak. That's a good result for Jose Gutierrez. He'll be right up there as well. Or is Cunego going to have a go? Yes, he is. And has he got the legs? Yes, he has. He gets second on the line. And Gutierrez will come in same time. Shakes his head. I think that tells us a lot.
It certainly does. Next man to come in, just trying to see who this is coming up to the line. This will be Caruso from Liberty Seguros. But look at the time gaps. He's crossing the line at 45 seconds, and we're still waiting for Gilberto Simoni.
And that was a good ride by Caruso too. As we look down the home straight here, and the crowd must be freezing up here right now. Is this Sella coming up?
Sella should be coming up now.
He's done a good ride then.
He certainly has ridden himself back into this race. Looking back, I could just see the yellow jersey of Saunier Duval coming in. These are the time gaps, though. 1:07 for Sella. And Gilberto Simoni is going to lose himself a massive time this afternoon. He can hardly stay on the wheel there of Pipoli, and he's losing 1 minute and 18 seconds.
Well, Mr. Consistent is Gilberto Simoni. Seems in modern times to have been on the podium at the final of the Giro d'Italia more times than anyone else. is having trouble on this first serious day in the mountain. Ruggiano coming through quite good as well.
De Luca just making it 1.5 minutes for him.
Hear the cheers for him. He's such a popular guy.
I think he rode very sensibly, didn't panic at all. There's Julio Perez in second position there, and of course the man who a lot of people believe is going to be the big challenger a little bit later on in the season, the revelation of last year, Ruggiano.
Yes, Perez once lost his teeth in the Tour of Italy. Got a new set in today as he comes up towards the finish. The clocks, though, are indicating big time gains here by Ivan Basso. He's going to be in the pink jersey for sure, and he's going to have quite a nice little lead, I think, over the field.
Well, he certainly has. I'm looking now to see where, in fact, is Tommy Danielson. This might be Tommy Danielson just coming up, and here a little bit further down is Gonchar.
And out of the pink jersey for sure now, and Basso certainly is in. There is Savadelli too. He's had a rough day today.
Tough day in the saddle for a lot of riders this afternoon. We'll see some serious changes in the overall classification. There's Gonchar. Not a bad ride, though. 2:34 he loses, and he will lose the pink jersey as well.
There's the result of the stage. Basso, Cunego, as we saw it, Gutierrez, Caruso, Mazzanti was in 5th place for Panaria, and Pipoli just bringing home his captain at Simoni, who finished 1:15 back. That's a huge loss for Gilberto Simoni, because even when they come head to head in the time trial, I'm not sure you'll pull that sort of time back on Ivan Basso. Who's going to feel pretty happy. This is round 1 of the presentations for him now, because next time up he's going to get the Maglia Rosa by 1:34 seconds. Gutierrez is now second. Cunego is up from 11th to 3rd. Savadelli is still there, but look at the gap, 2:35. Honshaw out of pink and down now, 2:43 back. De Luca holds 6th place. There's the pink jersey, Ivan Basso, the new leader of the Giro d'Italia. Well, he's a long way to go to the finish, 14 days to be precise. So after the Battle of the Passo Lanciano, there's a little pleasure in store now. It's a flat coast ride here for the riders, as it's now Monday in the Giro d'Italia and 2 weeks to the finish in Milano.
Well, the riders still heading down the Adriatic coast, a little bit lumpy towards the second part of the course as they head into the town of Termoli, and that last part of the course is ideal to split up the race and maybe see a breakaway succeed, because so far the breakaways haven't had much luck.
And as we join the action here, approaching the finish, the breakaways are still not having much luck, because they're being pulled back all of the time here by a very vigilant peloton. Always under the escort of CSC as they scrap now for what will be another sprint finish here in the Giro d'Italia. 2 days to go to the second rest day.
Well, that's Matty White there just having a go in that group. Number 9 there, you can see a great scrapper, a good fighter, Matty White, looking to try and get himself the victory here this afternoon. But again, it looks as if, in fact, this is Case d'Epargne, Lille Baleares sending somebody off the front. There's been a lot of attacks here. Crédit Agricole trying to get themselves up with a move as well.
Still 187 riders left in the Giro d'Italia. The biggest name going out so far, of course, right at the beginning, was Alessandro Petacchi.
Well, that's Alexandro Bocharov in second place there, but you can see the main field very attentive, keeping it all together. Lampre maybe looking for a win again this afternoon by Daniamo Cunego. He will try and get himself a few time bonuses. There's the pink jersey firmly on the shoulder there of Ivan Basso after a sterling performance yesterday.
And as the sun goes down there over the Adriatic, as they race towards the finish here, it's a beautiful day, blue skies galore, a sprinter's delight. Watch out for Robbie McEwen, he's looking for a 3rd win, don't forget. I think it's a 3rd win, I can't remember now.
I think he'll be looking for a 4th win, actually.
Have
one
we
of
had 3
stage
already?
2, 4 and 6. Well, Robbie's a man who will be in there. He will have suffered yesterday on the big mountain passes, but of course he'll be thinking about the win here this afternoon inside the ultimo kilometro, the last kilometre. And I'm just looking to see, I think it was again the pale blue jerseys of Team Milram on the front.
Well, watch out for McEwen. He's got that Ciclamino jersey on because he's got a good lead at the moment in the points competition, although he won't take it all the way to the finish. He will go home. He's made that quite clear. Once again, we're being treated to a lead out by Milram, and Ongarato seems to be the man they lead out for, but I don't know why, because he never gets anywhere in the sprint.
Well, you can see maybe they're just practicing for where Alessandro comes back for the Tour de France later on in the season. That might be the idea for them, but you can see they're all over the road, hugging the barriers there. Veikis up there into about 4th place. Paolo Bettini nicely placed as well.
Well, the little rider on the left in green is Botcherov. He's still there. And there's Robbie McEwen, 3 rides behind Botcherov. So at 250 metres, McEwen's got a long sprint. He's moving to the left of our picture now as he starts to rock and roll. Once again, McEwen, but it's Vekas who's trying to get there first this time. The 24-year-old Lithuanian, I think, might have done that right on the line. It looked like it was an AG2R colour.
Yep.
The quick-step
Bettini
rider
thinks he's got it.
Bettini thinks he's won it.
He's got his hands up in the air. It's going to be a photo finish, that one. There was a T-Mobile rider right up there as well. I think we'll have to wait for that one, Phil.
I tell you what, when we see that in slow motion, I think Bettini's trying to play to the judges there. It didn't look close enough.
Well, they're congratulating him.
Well, we're going to find out.
He's not sure. He's not sure. He thinks he's got it.
Well,
very close on the line there.
Let's have a look. Here we go.
Well, it's Vekas there who's the man leading it out, but look at the acceleration. There's McEwen over on the right-hand side trying to get himself in on this. Bettini, ideally placed, is waiting now to come up through the inside. I think that's Philippe Gilbert right up there as well.
The door has opened. The T-Mobile rider is Pollock again. Now this is going to be when we stop the...
Oh, he's miles off.
Well, he's nowhere near the line. He's lost it by a half a wheel. He still thinks he's won.
Well, he must have closed his eyes.
Look at Pollock.
He
Pollock's
knows he didn't get it. And Thomas Vekas in the middle there looking across to say, well, did I or didn't I? Now, just look at this here. He's a big, strong rider. You know, Vekas is a rider who rides very normally on the track. He looks down under his shoulder to see if he's got the win.
Well, I think there's no doubt about that. I think Bettini's congratulating the fact he's got second place because there's no way he's won that.
No,
have another look.
No, definitely. He put his head down in the lunge for the line, and I think he thought that he got it, but I would say that goes to Vekas by probably almost a quarter of a wheel.
And Vekas, a former time trial champion and road race champion of Lithuania, gets the victory. There it is. And he gets it, of course, in the same time as everybody else. McEwen made the run, looked good, slipped back into 4th place. Gilbert is sprinting well. Another top 7 finish for him. And there's Thomas Vekas. That's the biggest win of his career. 24 years of age. He's now won 7 races.
Well, you know, this man, you might just see the little bands on his shoulder there as well, because he was, in fact, under 23 world champion.
Yep. And no change overall, of course. We've all finished together, and the results here exactly as they were. Top 7 unchanged on the end of this sprinters stage. But the gaps, I think, are quite enormous considering we've only had 1 mountain stage. So Ivan Basso is clearly planning to lead this race all the way to Milan. There might be some challenges when we get to the real mountains, though. He's enjoying the sunshine today. Pretty routine finish for him, as the riders now have just 1 more stage to come before their second rest day. And onward we go, the eve of the second rest day, staying on the Adriatic coastline today, and this will be a fairly routine stage, except we have a little bit of a drag up to the finishing line.
Well, certainly a little bit more testing than it has been over the last couple of days. The riders zigzagging across the bottom of the peninsula here, thinking about turning up towards the north, which will happen in a couple of days' time. I think it'll be a tricky course, but it should be the sort of day where a breakaway could succeed.
As we join the action, indeed, that has been the case. After 52 kilometres today, 16 riders are clear, and none of them affecting the destiny of the Maglia Rosa, and that is probably why they're hanging on to just on 3.5 minute advantage. So the winner, I think, is going to come from this group.
Well, it's a group that got away very early on. This is a move here by Axel Merckx. You recognise the big Longines figure of Axel, who said he's going to retire at the end of this season. And he's been around for a long time. It's been a difficult career for Axel Merckx, having to live up to the name that he's carried on those shoulders of his. But, you know, despite the fact that his father, Eddie Merckx, was the greatest cyclist of all times, I have to say that I think Axel has got himself a fairly good little palmarès.
He has. He won a stage of the Giro d'Italia back in 2000 as well. The same year he was 5th in Liège-Bastogne-Liège and 12th in the Olympic Games. So, yes, he is a good cyclist by any measure. 13 wins to his career, but I have to tell you, none this year yet. It might be all about to change. This is the remnants of that breakaway group. 15 riders in this group, including Benoit Joachim, Sylvain Calzati, Franco Pellisotti, the English rider Charles Vergelius is in here as well. But as I say, none of them likely to endanger Basso's pink jersey.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're not very far off the back wheel of Axel Merckx going around that hairpin bend there. I make it Axel's advantage at around about 50 metres. Possibly. There's Axel just around the corner there, but he's a strong rider. He has the ability to survive. He made this move actually on the descent before the riders started this climb.
Well, if he can just hang on here, he's not far from the finish, but it's looking as though he might have a little bit of a problem here. Good tempo riding being ridden at the back of the group. It's Johan Horach of Kees de Pan who's setting the pace in the chase there.
Look at his face. I remember a few years ago, Axel getting a stage victory in the Giro d'Italia on a descent on the run into the finish line. His father was commentating at the time for Belgian television, and he was almost in tears and unable to speak.
Yes, I remember that actually. 4 hours and 38 minutes, and Merckx isn't going to make it because it was a good try. He went going down the hill, but they've caught him going up the hill at 4. Well, they haven't caught him yet, and it's 300 metres to go. It's going to be touch and go.
Well, he may well just pull it off. There's Kees de Pan on the front, just keeping it nice and tidy, trying to pull him back up. They've really got themselves organised. They're going round, they're slowly pulling back to Axel Merckx. I can just see Charlie Vergelius just sitting at the back of this group.
That's a good ride by the man with the long thin legs from Great Britain, but they're right on him, and that's Pellisotti who's trying to get up to him as well. The leaky gas rider just tailing the rider from Crédit Agricole off the back. That's Poilvé.
Oh, they're on him. They're right on his wheel now. That's it for Axel Merckx.
But his desperate efforts, desperate effort. Look at that. Just about 100 metres from the finish. How unlucky is that? And Pellizotti's got his chance here now. You always recognise him with his long curly locks. Pellizotti's done it, and yes, it's me. And he's got it ahead of the sprinter, Vladimir Efekin, the Russian rider on Kees de Pan. And I'm not sure who was third there, but it looked like the Liberty Seguros rider, Yakovlev, who's got third.
Pellizotti is a man who a number of years ago was regarded as the revelation of Italian cycling way back in 2001. He finished 20th in the Vuelta a España that year, and everybody thought he was going to be the next big thing. Back down in the main field, it looks as if Team Lampre are trying to sort something out, and again, maybe trying to do something for their man, Damiano Cunego. Cunego, Phil, of course, will be looking for a few time bonuses, but they've all been wiped away here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's just crossing the line there, Sylvain Calzati. He's going to come over just at the tail end of those breakaway riders. He was in the breakaway. This is the main field now on the line. They're going to come in over 3 minutes back, so there's big gains for those boys up front, but I don't think there's anybody going to be concerned about that. There's the most disappointing man of the day, Axel Merckx.
Well, I actually can't understand why the main field is attacking this climb quite so hard, unless, of course, Damiano Cunego and the guys from Lampre believe they may well create a bit of a surprise and a split in the field, and that's the only way. You see Ivan Basso just riding up there. He looks very comfortable. He's just being helped there by his teammate. Looks like the style of Jens Voigt keeping him up to the front, and they're at the kilometre banner right now. And
it looks as though Axel Merckx has broken down there. Real sadness dawning on him. That's a real shame, that. But that's, I don't suppose Franco Pellizotti is going to be saying that at all.
He won't be too worried either, will he? Franco Pellizotti getting himself the win, just catching Axel Merckx inside of the last 200 metres or so.
This is, I think that's Charlie Vergelius coming in, isn't it?
Yeah, he must have really got tailed off towards the running. Yep. He was in the group at the bottom of the climb. I saw him just on the back of the group.
He was.
And then all of a sudden, I think he just decided he wasn't going to get himself the win this afternoon, but his team got the win at least.
Well, it's the old tale. Once the elastic snaps, it snaps, and that's it. You just get home as best you can. Now, Basso is making no mistakes here. He's just gone to the front now, and he's calmed the whole situation down. Paolo Savadelli's got his back wheel at least. Maybe having a better day today. Maybe he's riding himself in to put in a challenge when we get up into the high mountains.
And this is big Jens Voigt on the front. He's completely changed his program this season because he and Bobby Julich have decided that the way they want to ride this season is to peak at the Giro d'Italia and, of course, a little later in the month of July for the Tour de France, because they know that their man Ivan Basso is going to try and win both of these races. A very difficult feat, but at the moment it seems to be paying for Jens Voigt because he's looking very strong on the front of the main field, and they've split the peloton actually.
Well, Voigt does that with his tempo riding. Look at this now, he's just giving all his energy to his team leader, and it looks as though Savadelli riding very calmly up there. One name, by the way, that we know has gone out today, Bradley McGee. He'll be sad about that, but he doesn't seem to be riding well, and he's going to go away and try and sort out whatever the problem is.
Well, Brad's had a very difficult time finding any kind of form this season, and nobody really knows what the problem is, but I'm sure with the doctors available these days, he will find out. This is Paolo Bettini leaping out of the front, but this is more a question of pride than anything else, because I don't think there are any points available for him and the Ciclamina jersey race.
The little cricket, as they call him, Il Grio, is having no trouble whatsoever. They're still fighting for it as he comes over the line, just about getting it in the end, and that will have been Jose Gutierrez right up alongside him. But the whole peloton timed in at around 3 minutes 20 seconds, and there shouldn't be any change in the immediate heads of the leaderboard. There's the man who stole the day, Franco Pelazzotti, tied it to perfection, and it was just 100 metres too long for poor old Axel Merckx.
Great win by Pelazzotti. He must have wondered whether or not he must need to really say a big thank you also to the Case d'Epargne riders. There's the point when Axel Merckx looks over his shoulders and he knows now that he's not going to get the win. Pelazzotti sees the moment, goes immediately on the attack, accelerates over the last, well, it's not much more than 100 metres to get himself the win, and that is very sad for Axel Merckx because he was just that far away from getting himself the win.
And Francisco Perez is the Case d'Epargne rider, the bottom of the picture. He comes in there as well. But there we are. Pelazzotti gets the Velzefakim, beg your pardon, and Yakovlev. So that's confirmed. Yakovlev, Liberty Seguros, Dupont getting the 4th place finish. Good ride there by Hubert Dupont, AG2R. New rider on the team. But Pelazzotti enjoying celebrating as all Italians do when they win a stage of their home tour.
Well,
there shouldn't be any change.
Shouldn't be any change at all in the overall classification, and there isn't. Still a minute and 34 advantage for Ivan Basso. He must be feeling fairly comfortable because after the rest day, we're all lining up for a very important individual time trial. But Pelazzotti with that move today clocked up into the top 10.
Yeah, it's gone over the top of Savadelli, who's also looking good back in the middle. So it was a breakaway that mattered, although they won't see Pelazzotti as a man to worry about. Certainly Ivan Basso will not be worrying about the stage winner today. The second and final rest day now behind the riders. We move on to stage number 11, the first big time trial of the race. 50 kilometres, and we stay in the home of the Vespa scooter, Pontedera.
Well, it'll be an important day for Ivan Basso. He has really improved his time trialling ability over the last couple of seasons. He's spent a lot of time in the wind tunnel to try and get himself as aerodynamic as possible, and for him, he could find himself extending his overall lead over everybody else. This, though, is Jan Ullrich. The time to beat is Marco Pinotti, a time of 59 minutes and 49 seconds. And Phil, just have a look at this. Ullrich has done nothing so far this season, and out of the time checks on the course, he's been very fast.
Well, he's in the mid-50s overall, almost 20 minutes behind Ivan Basso, and hoping he can turn the form around for the Tour de France. But right now, Jan Ullrich looks as though he's proving what we know he has, that great time trialling ability. He's going to have an awful long wait if he's planning on winning the stage, because the rest of the riders are all behind him on the course, but it looks as though he'll get the fastest time here. He's a minute to the good. Jan Ullrich is now going to sit back and wait for well in excess of an hour and a half.
Well, that's a 51 kilometre an hour average speed. So now he's beating Marco Pinotti by 1 minute and 1 second. And going back to third place, we're looking at 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Last man to start in the Maglia Rossa, Ivan Basso, concentrated, waiting for his time to start. 15 seconds for this man before he pulls away from the starting ramp. And that is a picture of relaxed concentration.
Well, let's see how much he has improved now. He's got a nice little buffer there. We shouldn't see a change in the leaderboard by the end, at least as far as the pink jersey is concerned, because he's built his time up out on the course. Will he lose some of his advantage today? That's what the riders are hoping now. He starts off last of the 184 survivors of this year's Giro d'Italia.
Well, he knows the time to beat, and the time that he needs to beat, of course, is the time of Jan Ullrich. But don't forget, as we look here at big Jens Voigt coming up here, actually catching his teammate there, Larsen.
Yeah.
Jens Voigt is actually putting in a fairly fine performance, but I think for Basso, he must remember that last year he was the winner of the final time trial in the Giro d'Italia after having that very nasty ride through the mountains.
So Voigt is riding yet what we expect from him, a very good solid time trial. This man gives his all in every type of discipline of the world of cycling, and he's coming up to the line. He's challenging the time of Larson, and he's going to beat that, so he's going to slot in third place at the moment. Back out on course, Paolo Savedelli, who won the prologue. This is a whole different ball game at 50 kilometres.
It's actually a little bit of a weak spot for Paolo Savedelli. He's good at the explosive prologue time trials because he's a man who really has the ability to handle his machine around the corners. And when riders lose time in the corners, Paolo Savedelli actually makes it up. He looks fairly comfortable. For me, he's sitting just a little bit too high and taking a lot of wind into his chest. Here's the world time trial champion, Michael Rogers. Not really performing well. You know, over the last couple of seasons in these big Grand Tour time trials, Michael Rogers has really not been the time trialist that he should be.
No, that's not a great ride by Michael, but you know, he has other duties on T-Mobile and he's not riding good time trials now, so he's not going to concentrate on that discipline this year, and I think he'll probably lose that title at the end of the year. But there's the situation at the moment. Ulrich still sitting pretty. That's a big name that's come in now and not affected his position. Paolo Savedelli riding well, but we need to judge his time against Basso, not against Jan Ulrich right now.
Well, Jens Voigt has actually slotted into third place at the finish at the moment, but a lot of big names still to come now. A time check at 14.5 kilometres, and Ivan Basso is not rivaling the top times here at all, Phil, and that is a bit of a surprise to me. But you know, it's always very strange when you come into a race like this the day after a rest day. A lot of these riders, especially the man who's had the pink jersey, this is Alessandro Petacchi.
Well, this is poor Alessandro Petacchi. Come to see the boys, not looking at all good there with that injured knee. I'm surprised he's even allowed up on the crutches. This is Savedelli at kilometre 28, and he's running midfield, top 20, just about. 1:32 down on the time of Jan Ulrich at that point.
Well, Petacchi, you know, that injury to his knee that he sustained before the race even got down to Italy is a very nasty injury, and I know, Phil, that it's going to take him a long time to get back. This is Ivan Basso. He's climbing up at kilometre 28. He's improving. He's taken a very steady start and realises the second part of the race is where you can pull time back. But for him, he's not thinking about Jan Ulrich, really. He's thinking more about Gilberto Simoni and, of course, Savedelli.
Well, he's less than a minute on Ulrich now, 58 seconds. And more importantly, he's getting time on his immediate rivals, and he's got the advantage of sweeping from the back. Here's Tommy Danielson challenging 7th place. Good ride by Tom Danielson, very good ride indeed. He stays in 7th at the moment. That's a good ride by Tom Danielson, because really so far he's been in the race to help Paolo Savedelli. Here's Sergei Gonchar. He'll be a good guide.
Well, this is an interesting style. He's a powerful rider, Gonchar. He's won time trials in the Giro d'Italia before, and look at the way he's all over that machine. It has to be the worst time trialing position in the world, but you know what? It is effective for him. Pure
brute strength. Marco Panotti sitting second here, and that means that in fact Gonchar is behind his team captain Ulrich at this point. Yes, he has. He's won 5 time trial stages. The only stages he's ever won in the Giro d'Italia over the years have all been time trials. And Gonchar racing up to the line, still challenging second place here. It's an awful long way up. That huge gear, he stamps on it all of the way, just about holds a straight line. Slipped into third, but gets the better of Jens Voigt. Gonchar holds third.
But look at the time gap. He's lost almost a minute to his teammate Jan Ulrich. That's an indication that Ulrich now is starting to get himself back on form for a challenge to win the Tour de France in the month of July. Savedelli is also not putting in a bad performance here. Not so fast at the early time checks, but it's the last time check that counts, and he's going to slip inside the top 4.
Well, Basso is showing the advantage over Savedelli. Basso is the last man to finish, but Savedelli for the moment is 4th. 1:19 conceded to Ulrich. That's not important. It's how much will he concede to Ivan Basso. That's a situation just now. Panotti still holds second. Gonchar, Savedelli into 4th. Voigt from 3rd down to 5th right now. And here's the man who could reshape the classification yet again as he starts to line up for the finish.
Well, there he is, and he's just zigzagging all over the road, 191, and I think he's caught Damiano Cunego. Cunego, not a great individual time trialist. He's got a lot to learn. It's his weak spot, but he can climb mountains very well, as you can see. The man in the pink jersey there just deciding which way is he going to go round this final corner, dropping down. Fairly technical, the run into the finish line.
Well, what a magnet this is now as we go back to the finishing line here. Gutierrez is coming up towards it. Another solid ride. It's going to keep him up on the leaderboard, but it's not going to win in the time trial. He's now looking at Voigt. He'll get the better of Voigt. He'll come in now in 5th place. Ulrich sits on top, looking very much the winner here. Basso looks likely to be the bridesmaid because he's gone past Cunego.
Well, this is the time that he's got to beat. The time of Jan Ulrich has gone by now. He's looking now to make sure, and I think he has actually gained time on everybody else who is challenging him in the top 5 in the overall classification. Cunego has already lost himself 2 minutes, but this is his weak spot. And look at the gap between those two riders. It's more than 2 minutes he's actually going to lose. Yep. There he will stop the clock in 2nd place there. Well, 28 seconds down on Jan Ulrich.
And therefore is going to increase his overall lead in the Giro d'Italia in the time trial, the event he has improved at thanks to the specialist training done in the camp of Bjarne Riis. Cunego is going to feel very upset about that performance today, conceding time big time. There's the result of the stage. He conceded only 28 seconds. Boy, he really caught up Jan Ulrich in that last 30 kilometres. Pinotti 3rd, Honchar 4th. Some big time trial names there, giving best to Ivan Basso, who slots in 2nd place. But the big man is back. The Kaiser is on the winner's podium. He's never more happier, and his form en route towards the upcoming Tour de France.
Well, you have to wonder if he did that and lost a bit of time over the last couple of days just so that he could come out and challenge. And look at these time gaps now for Ivan Basso. Scary.
Enormous. 2:48 back to Gutierrez, and then you go 3:24 to 3rd place, 5:38 to Tom Danielson, though despite that is sitting there in 5th place overall. Those are huge time gaps, even though there is still a very long way to go, and dare I say it, all of the real mountains are still to come. Livorno to Sestri Levante, over 160 kilometres. It's a Friday in the Giro d'Italia, and there is one big hill towards the end.
A little bit more testing for the riders. The start of the race was pretty much alongside the coast, but down towards the end, it really does get lippy. As you can see, the undulations down towards there, and it's a very dangerous descent down into the town of Sestri Levante.
Well, not surprisingly, after the time trial, there has been a breakaway most of the day after only 8 kilometres. These are the survivors of it at the moment. Eduardo Sella is in this, as well as Vladimir Belli. None of them affecting the destination of Ivan Basso's Maglia Rosa. And so they're free to fly. The peloton was last checked at over 8 minutes back.
Well, the main field, I think, Phil, just deciding to take a visit. Well, the problem here, this is Sella.
Ouch! And that Sella, oh, what a painful accident. That is right along the edge of the barrier, and that's Murray who's disappeared down the edge.
Well, I don't know what happened there. They were both going to... In fact, he's gone right down the edge, and he's done a bit of a Lance Armstrong there because he's cut off the corner. Well,
I don't think the commissaires will penalise him for that. And here comes Sella around the corner, and he'll pick up Murray on the descent. Yes, it's quite a steep drop down there.
Quite a steep drop down there, but I think they've both got back up and are running.
Well, back up towards the leaders now, and this is Sella still trying to get back on terms, I think. This has been a very rough ride for these guys today. Also up here is Manuela Murray. Baliani is here.
Well, that's actually Baliani trying to get off the front there in the jersey at 1.8 kilometres to go. He's a man who we've seen many times in the past be aggressive like this, but hardly ever has he come up with a victory.
This is Horich here also, and sitting on behind him is Adi Engels, I think, who's just come up for. This is the survivors of the breakaway. They split up on that descent where we saw the crash. They're now trying to get back on terms here, and they're going to have to try and answer all these attacks because the two leaders, Baliani went for it, and it looks as though they've finally nailed him back there. He's looking over. He's having a very good Giro d'Italia at the moment, Baliani.
Well, that's Horich there in the black jersey of Case d'Espagna Lille Baleares. The orange jersey is Fortunato Baliani. He's the man on the front looking over his shoulders. That's Adi Engels in second position, and you can just see across the road there the kilometre to go. Engels has made the move. Good move by Engels. They're trying to respond. They've got to get right onto his wheel. Baliani's the man making the effort.
Well, the 6 of them got back together here. There were 8. 6 of them have got back for the sprint now. and this is going to be an awful long. It's not really a sprint at all. It's desperation by all of the riders here. Sitting here at the back is Mori, the man that went off the edge of that climb, and that is a final attack here by Johan Horich. He's chosen it just right because of all the people in this group. He wasn't the real sprinter, but they're all at the top level of their effort, and I think they've let the winner slip away. He's right on the left of the road.
Well, Bagliani's the man on the front trying to pull it back together. Emmanuel Sella is just at the back here in the orange jersey. He's clawed his way back into this break, but surely he hasn't got enough energy left to try and make a counter move. This is Horach. You know, I don't think he's had a win so far this season, but this could be the one at 350 metres to go.
I'll tell you what, Paul, he hasn't had a win since 2003, so he's really welcome back to the winner's podium, and this will be the biggest win of his career, which began in the year 2000 as well. He's now a winner of the Giro d'Italia. You can't believe it, but it's him, and he's won the stage here. 32 years of age, the biggest win of his life. He's got 10 in all in his career. And there's the battle for second place. Eddie Angles just getting it on the line. Emmanuel Sella and Mori, the two fallers, taking third and fourth.
Well, that was a very strange descent, I have to say, going down there. Sella had to really pull himself back into that race. He would have been a man with a chance of getting the victory, but you have to say the man who timed it to perfection really was Horach.
Well, the crash to Sella, I'm surprised he got back up and was able to get a place at all, because it looked ever so painful running along the rim of that crash barrier. Looking a bit further down now as they all come up to the line. This is the remnants of the original breakaway, and Sven Kraus will be the Gerolsteiner rider there. And Ongarato, who's finally given up trying to win the bunch sprint. That's him on the left trying to go for the group sprint. Is he going to get it? It'll be tough if he's going to get it all the way, but I don't think he is. Or may he just pipped on, may he just got it on the line, or he may have just been behind Sven Kraus there.
And that was Tricky Beltran just coming up in last position from that group as well. He too, I think, is looking for the breakaways here now in the Giro d'Italia. This is the main field. I'm just looking down to see Ivan Basso was riding comfortably at the front end of the peloton. And just at the back here, at number 8 is Chechu Rubiera, one of the riders from Discovery Channel.
More or less the peloton coming in here. A few riders off the back, but they're going to concede at least 7 minutes. It's still a fair way to go. By the way, today not starting Philippe Gilbert and Michael Rasmussen, the king of the mountains in last year's Tour de France. And sadly for Ireland too, Mark Scanlon also amongst the riders who have abandoned today.
Against Voigt right at the front. They're still chasing pretty hard, these guys. There's not much reason to, because there's not really much left to fight out. Almost 7 minutes has gone by since those riders crossed the line.
And looking at the size of that peloton, it is a very select group of maybe 40 riders, no more than that. So there's an awful lot of riders losing big time, but I suspect that all of the men that matter are in this group as they cross the line 7 minutes down. Paolo Bettini it was, I think, getting the bunch sprint.
Yep, I recognise the golden helmet, and there you can see Horach gets the confirmation. 5 seconds ahead of Adi Engels and Emmanuel Sella in third place. Vladimir Belli taking up the rear in sixth.
And the peloton timed in at 7 minutes and 3 seconds, and it was headed home by 13th place Paolo Bettini, but there is the winner. The 10th ever win of his career, and the first one of any real significance. The man on the left determined to get into the shot. Well done, sir.
Well, it won't do anything at all to change the top end of the overall classification, because still Ivan Basso now looking very solid. Although Emmanuel Sella with that ride today has climbed his way up into the top 4, and Belli has climbed up into the top 5.
And Pelosotti disappeared off the leaderboard there, but Basso doesn't care. He's still got all the time he wants here. He can't chase everybody, neither should he just now. Ivan Basso enjoying his moments as leader of the Giro d'Italia. Still a long way to go. Another long stage, 218 kilometres, as we race towards that rather nasty climb on the far right of your picture.
Well, the riders today moving through the area of Piemonte before heading up to the Valle d'Aosta, and it is a very difficult race finish, because it is a tough mountain finish when the riders get up to the Passo Piccolo San Bernardo, which has got a very interesting ski resort at the top, but I'm not sure there's going to be 2 guys clipping on the skis this afternoon. Maybe the crampons for 1 or 2.
Is the area at the start.
Sella.
And he said Sella Italia, yes, Sella, who's climbed up into 4th place overall now. Luciano there as well. The winner yesterday. Everybody all smiles. The sun continues to shine on the Italians.
Well, Paolo Bettini looking as if he's got the Ciclamina jersey on. And this is Paolo Salvadelli. Damiano Cunego signing a few autographs.
Well, the reason he's got the Ciclamino jersey on, in fact, McEwen, Paul, has decided not to start this stage.
Well, the news must have got around pretty fast because he was very quickly into the Ciclamino jersey, and he'll be a difficult man to dethrone from that because he has been Mr. Consistent since the very start of the Giro. There he is, the golden helmet, just having a quick chat there to Giovanni Lombardi.
Also noting, by the way, amongst the non-starters, T-Mobile's Michael Rogers also didn't start, so the two Australians heading back into Europe, away from Italy. The mountains are around us, they won't get into them just yet. Although it's a little bit tough towards the finish today. La Tuile
at ski resort.
That's what it's like at the finish. The snow's still on the tops and it's very, very cold.
And humid as well. A dampness coming over the race this afternoon. A lot of these riders will be worrying about this, and as you can see, all of the spectators pretty much wrapped up against the cold here. Immagini dall'arrivo. These are pictures from the finishing line here this afternoon. Although it's cold, everybody seems pretty happy to be accepting the arrival of the Giro d'Italia.
Well, the Piccolo San Bernardo, that's the pass they climb to the finish today. It's absolutely freezing up here, and they've had a fair bit of rain as well, and it's still looking as though it's going to come down. These are the riders now on the lower slopes of the climb as they come up, and it is in fact Leonardo Pipoli who's in the picture here. This is the top of the Colle San Carlo, kilometre 211 of 216.
Well, I think Pipoli today must have been given a free hand, because normally we've seen him looking after Gilberto Simoni, but here he is with Maglia Rosa Ivan Basso. We get a time check over who are the chasers, looking a little bit further down.
I think that's only right, because Pipoli's been riding superbly for Simoni, and he seems to have been the stronger of the two. He's now being given his chance here to try and get at least a stage win. Simoni's trying to cope with Basso at the moment, not doing a bad job. Look at this weather.
Look at the snow. Now, I tell you what, Sella is taking a few risks on the descent here, Phil, and Ivan Basso seems to be backing off a fraction, and that's not really surprising. Pipoli is a fairly long way down in the overall classification, and in the pink jersey, Ivan Basso knows that a crash at a point like this could cause him to lose all chances. He's very scared on this descent.
I'm not surprised. It is glacial on this little descent here, and I don't blame him. With all the time he's got in hand, there's no reason to take risks.
Well, I think what he will try and do, Phil, is just limit his losses on this descent. And, you know, we're still counting back to the next group on the road, and this is the next group on the road, and they haven't reached the summit yet. That will be Gutierrez there. I expect that will be Simoni in the yellow, and they've lost themselves now more than a minute on the two leaders.
Well, I can't believe that they've allowed Basso to get away again, which indicates that Basso is simply too strong for these guys. Gutierrez has been left floundering, so too Simoni. We haven't seen Cunego at all. He was with them at the start of the climb. He's obviously been tailed on it. This is Basso now on the way down. Glacial as it may be, he is now putting time into his major rivals. People he won't see as a big challenger.
1 minute and 24 seconds. The clock stopped on Gutierrez and Gilberto Simoni, and this man is certainly not taking any risks at all. That is Caruso there. I'm not sure who the other guy is with the raincoat on, but I'm sure we'll get an idea of him once we start to go down the descent.
Well, we'll check on him. It's a Sella Italia rider, is it? No, we can't tell really, can we? It could be Vladimir Belli. But anyway, Pipoli is still the man we haven't seen much of, but he is still in front. The clock is counting on him.
Well, we're looking there at about 2 minutes and 5 seconds for the next two guys. That is Caruso, the Liberty Seguros rider, riding a very solid Giro d'Italia. Ivan Basso deciding not to take any risks at all, not wanting to stay at all with Pipoli. In fact, Pipoli has completely flown the coop here. He's taken all kinds of risks on this descent, knowing probably that Ivan Basso won't take the risks to stay with him.
Well, our camera's staying with Basso, rightly so, because if he does fall, he'll at least be on television when it happens, but he's taking no chances. It's going to feel very, very tortuous down there, because those brakes aren't going to be gripping too well on the descent. These are the days you always get at least one day like this in any Giro d'Italia. At least there's no snow yet as they continue the way down. The clock again, you see, Paul, the time gaps are enormous.
Well, they're huge, and I don't think anybody really expected to have a showdown like this. Just looking down to see who the next guy is. It's a Case d'Espagna. That Lampre rider is probably a Damiano Cunego. He was riding very well in the early part of this race. And again, we go back to Ivan Basso, precariously picking his way around these corners. What is very difficult on a day like this as well, when the rain and cold comes down, is actually controlling the brakes. And if you do over brake, then all that happens is you'll lock up the wheels and you go down so easily on these very slippy roads.
Well, that looked like a Case d'Apon rider on the course. Well, they're a long way down if they are. We've got none in the front 6 riders so far. Basso now running slightly off the mountain and driving on, knowing that with every pedal rev he's likely increasing his overall lead here. He still hasn't got on to people here. In fact, he's only 35 seconds behind him. Basso 1.5 minutes back to Simoni. So, boy, when he got away, he flew away from Simoni.
Well, Simoni, I think, may well make a bit of a comeback on the descent, because Gilberto Simoni, alongside Paolo Salvadelli, is one of the best descenders in the main field. But this man, Ivan Basso, does not have to take any risks at all. He has 35 seconds between himself and Leonardo Pipoli, and I think really he's not too worried about that. All he's trying to do at the moment is just limit his losses and increase his time gap over everybody else in this race who he feels are his challengers.
Well, Simoni really is a man who can descend well in the wet, so maybe he'll close the gap a little bit here. But it looks as though Basso hasn't got a fault on his makeup this year, because he's shown us he can time trial, he's shown us he can climb, now he's showing us he can descend. Picture on our right, he's showing us Simoni, who looks to be in partnership with Jose Gutierrez. Now they must be third and fourth on the road, but the gaps are big.
Gaps are big. Gutierrez is the man doing the majority of the pacemaking. Simoni obviously not in great form yet in the Giro d'Italia, but you know, it's always in the Giro d'Italia the possibility of complete and utter turnarounds in the last week, and that may be what Gilberto Simoni is banking on, because we still have got some very difficult climbs in the last week of racing, and that could turn the overall classification completely upside down. Basso picking his way around these corners precariously, but Phil, whatever happens, even if he's not winning the stage, he's actually extending his lead over everybody else in this race.
Absolutely. Life up in the ski station is looking a bit miserable right now. They probably wish it was snowing rather than raining up here. Gutierrez turning out to be something of a sensation, just being overshadowed by the fantastic riding of Basso. Or at last our cameras, static ones at least, are going to give a little bit of kudos now to the man who's destroyed them all today. Leonardo Pipoli is heading up for the great win, especially for the team. Sonia Duval. This is a man who's 34 years of age. He'll be 35 in September this year, and he's got all the time in the world to take those corners a little bit more gently. He doesn't want to slip away on one of those bends. He's going to get the win here. Stage 13, lucky for some.
Well, certainly is. He's got the rhythm going. He's just out of the saddle, making sure that he gets this victory. He's been a man who we've seen for many, many years in the big stage races like the Vuelta a España ride well, and of course the Giro d'Italia. Here, given a free hand by his team leader Gilberto Simoni to try and go out and get the victory. He's a very lightly built rider. You know, he only weighs in at 51 kilos. That's not very much, is it?
It is not. Well, you know, back in 1999, it was less happy circumstances. He crashed out of the Vuelta with a broken collarbone, of the Giro rather. And since then he's finished 10th in this race, but now he's finally done for the first time what he's never done before. He's won a stage of the event to go with his stage victory in the Tour of Spain 2 years ago. But the man who's got everything to gain here and is racing right to the line, every second counts, Ivan Basso is putting more time in the bank.
He's going to make some very big time gaps tonight, because the race is completely fractioned behind him. There are riders all over this descent and this run into town. 250 metres to go. What a miserable day it's been in the saddle for everybody. But I think when he looks at the overall classification tonight, Ivan Basso will have a little bit of a wry smile appear on the edge of his mouth there, because he knows now that he's starting to lay some pretty serious foundations in the Giro.
Well, it's going to mean 6 days in the pink jersey for him, and nearly a week has gone by since he took it, and he can afford to smile through the rain here, because that's a big day to tick off. Bad weather, come through it in second place, all of the race favourites behind him, and not behind him by 10 seconds, but I think behind him by minutes today. This is the lie for third place. Jose Gutierrez and Simoni. I don't think Simoni will challenge him. They'll finish together in the same time, and of course the commentator's always wrong, because Simoni is having a go at him.
Yep, he's thinking about the time bonuses. It's all going to be very important at the end of 3 weeks of racing, and Gutierrez says, mate, you've just sat on me, so I am going to have the third place finish. Thank you very much. Simoni, you can stay fourth.
Justice will out, you see, and this is the race now for fifth place, and this is Scarponi here at the back of the group. Certainly the leaky gas rider will be Pelazzotti. Another good mountain finish for him.
Well, the Frenchman in there is Jean Gadret, and I have to say I've never actually heard of him before. He's a young French rider from AG2R, but in fact is riding exceptionally well here to get himself in so high in a mountain stage.
It seems riding very well. Vekas, remember, has won a stage for AG2R. Pelazotti's now got the head of the furs here, being challenged by the Liberty Seguros Vert team, and that's Michele Scarponi. And Scarponi looks like he's going to finish it off. If he does, he'll get the 5th place across the line. And Adair just happy to finish with the boys, I think. But we're talking huge time gaps. Look at the clock there. It's over 2 minutes now since the winner finished. And Basso, 44 seconds, and you take off that time there for Basso's gains today.
Well, Adair there getting himself a nice place, 7th for him, and in fact that's Perez coming in. That was the man that we couldn't recognise in the orange raincoat.
Julio Perez, yeah.
Former winner of the King of the Mountains classification, and everybody now coming in dribs and drabs. This is going to be Damiano Cunego and Salvadelli.
Still finding the legs to finish it off in the sprint from Salvadelli, but time gaps, they've lost about 1:55 to Ivan Basso. That is simply enormous today.
Well, there's going to be a big change, not for Leonardo Pipoli, because he will win the stage 44 seconds ahead of Basso. Gutierrez and Simoni, I think, took some serious risks on the descent to reduce the gap, and you can see this young man has got himself what he's been dreaming of since he turned professional, a mountain victory in the Giro d'Italia.
Any victory in the Giro d'Italia, it's his first ever, and so he's up on the podium, and a good result for Sonia Duval as well. Oh, he looks rather shocked by those kisses. On to the Classement Generale, and Basso leading now by 3 minutes 27, over 5 minutes to Paolo Salvadelli, who's got himself into 3rd. Those gaps are simply enormous now, and no wonder he can afford to smile here, because as I keep telling you, the journey through the high Dolomites still lies ahead, and he's got lots of time now in the bank.
Well, Paolo Bertilli now rightfully putting on the Ciclamina jersey, and he is a man who's got 86 points to Paolo Salvadelli's 79. Ivan Basso up there in 3rd place. But once we get to the flatter stages, I think Bettini now, Phil, is going to start to increase his lead in that competition, because he is much more able to get himself points.
8 days to go, a fly past, and they are not Italian aircraft, because I think they're from Switzerland, because that's where we're going today now, as they blow out the Italian flag colours, because this race making an incursion now into Switzerland, and they do it by climbing over the San Bernardo Pass. But this race now down to just under 170 riders left in.
2 big mountain passes on the route this afternoon. The riders moving away from Aosta this morning, heading up to the summit of the San Bernard, descending into Switzerland, going through the town of Sion, but then it's all the very nasty climb at the end, the Passo Sempione, before descending down back into Italy for the finish in Domodossola.
And not surprisingly, it's been a day of getting the group away that doesn't really matter. Fortunato Baglioni, who's having his best Tour of Italy I can remember. He's a very good climber.
Check out his heart rate though. Look at that. He's working now at 97%. Tickling the maximum heart rate that he can possibly come in with. This man, I remember a couple of years ago, was the winner of the King of the Mountains classification in the Tour de Langkawi in Malaysia, and he's a man who over the years has been very aggressive in the Giro d'Italia. Sits up, looks over his shoulder, waiting to see if the other guys who were in the breakaway with him are going to rejoin him.
They're just behind him. In fact, Sandy Cassar is in the breakaway, Paolo Tirolongo, Zampieri, Steph Schumacher. There's the full list for you. Sandy Cassar, in fact, was the erstwhile leader in the King of the Mountains competition. But in all honesty, up until today, and it might be changing now because of those points by Baglioni, but Basso himself has been the leader of the King of the Mountains since he got the race lead, and he's got a double header going there. This is the breakaway now, and frankly, so far ahead, the winner's going to come from this group.
Well, the last time check we got was 9.5 minutes back to the main field, and as you say, Phil, none of these riders in this leading group are at all dangerous in the overall classification, and I have a feeling that maybe the guys will have a little bit of a day off. A man to watch out for towards the end there is Ivan Parra, rides for Cofidis. He's a man that could ride away when we come to the Passo Sempione.
Well, we're going to see what's going to happen now, because this little group has got everything to race for. Panaria got a couple of men in this breakaway, and Baglioni's had a good day out. I think he's done enough to capture the King of the Mountains competition. It's a green jersey, by the way, and we don't see it too often so far in this tour. Caught a glimpse of it about a week ago, I think. And this breakaway, nobody affecting Basso, who's having something of a day off here as he prepares for the final week of battle.
In fact, that's the man I was just mentioning before. This is Ivan Parra, was a revelation last year in the Giro d'Italia, and he's decided this is a good move. Sandy Cassar the French hope for the future, has decided he too is trying to get himself a little bit of glory on a stage like this.
There's another look at the attack, and that's the way to attack. 3 or 4 men down, swing to the right of the road, not worry about anybody, give it your best shot. But Hussey was paying attention there, and he's gone straight after him.
Well, Parra won 2 stages in the mountains in the Giro last year when he was riding for Italia, and that's why they picked him up. The team Cofidis, 8.5 minutes the advantage between the Gruppo di Testa and the Gruppo di Maglia Rosa, who on the right-hand side really don't seem to be panicking too much. Looks like Bobby Julich going through there. There's the pink jersey a little bit further back of Ivan Basso, with, I have to say, a very sensible lead in this race. I'm not really sure, Phil, can anybody challenge him? It's really becoming a race for him to lose.
Now, this has very definitely been a day of transition for Ivan Basso. There is nobody in that front group. There are 11 riders up front affecting the situation at all. So the 9 minutes won't mean a thing, but the winner will of course not agree with those comments because everybody wants to win a stage. And now we've been through Switzerland, we're back in Italy, and we're heading up towards the finish. Sandy Cassar in the hot seat at the front as he looks around to see who's going to make the next move.
Well, the next move will surely not come until we start the ascent of the Passo Sempione, a very difficult climb which will take the riders away from Switzerland and drop down into the finish line in Italy.
So we're looking at the riders here all together, thinking now who's going to start the sprint that might. 6 kilometres to go to the finish. And, well, numerically, of course, 1 or 2 riders do have a couple of teammates here. Ico Flores, he's not going to do much in the sprint, I don't think. He would like a hilltop finish. Phonak have got Steve Zampieri. Johan Schopp is also here. And Penaria have a couple of riders here in Fortunato Baglioni, who's been very active, and he has got the lead in the King of the Mountains, and also Luis Laverde. So there's 2 riders here. Castapan has 1, Francisco Perez, and Lampre has 1 in Paolo Tiralongo, who's also a good climber.
Oh, there's a little move
Somebody's
going through the tunnel there.
I think.
I'm very surprised that it didn't split up a lot more on the Sempione. But as you can see, I'm just trying to look down there and see who's the man again. It's Parra trying to make the move there from Cofidis. Again, covered there by the man in the white jersey, Sandy Cassar, pulling it all back together. These riders are all now very much of a similar ability, and it's a question of who's got the chance to try and surprise someone with a late move.
Well, Cassar held the green jersey for 3 days during the transition from Belgium across to Italy, but he soon lost out on that when Basso took control. Now today, Basso's lost his lead in the King of the Mountains to Baglioni. And is that Baglioni who's gone? But is it Baglioni or is it Laverde? It's one or the other.
Well, it was one of the riders. It looked like the Euskaltel rider who was in that group.
Ah, well, in which case it's Ico Flores, the one man I said couldn't win. Oh, thank heavens for that.
Baglioni's just sitting at the back of the group there, just ahead of Parra. Parra is the man just to go into the back of the group. Now the move coming here from Case d'Epargne.
Well, this is going to be a move here, and this will be from Francisco Perez Sanchez. And, well, he's advertised it well enough, but he's gone.
A strong attack there, very powerful indeed. And there's somebody coming across the gap, and I think that's Laverde going after him. And there you can see that this is always the difficult part at the end of a long breakaway like this. Everybody's just starting to feel a little bit more tired and wondering whether or not they're responsible for making the effort to pull it all back together.
Yeah, just who is there left to chase? You can see there's 2 Phonak riders here, Zampieri and Schopp, and they don't look as though they've got the legs to do much about this.
Well, this is Laverde, yes, but he hasn't quite got onto the wheel there of Perez.
No.
He's really so. Perez has made a very strong move.
But these guys are waiting too long. That was Rafael Iliano there, the Italia rider in the light blue-white colours. He's trying to do something about it. He's done well in this competition in the Hotspot Sprint Series, into Giro in the past.
Look at the gear that Laverde is using there. He's just trying to get onto the wheel of the man in front of him, Perez. And Perez, I think he's just done it now. He have a chance to get a little bit of a breather. We're inside of about 4.5 kilometres to go. So Luis Laverde has made the junction. Let's have a look back here. Well, it's not much of a gap.
It's a bit dangerous when you sling off your bottle, if you meant to sling it off like that, into the path of the riders behind. This is the Cofidis rider, just in the rear of the race.
That's Parra. He's
hanging on a bit now, but these 2 have got together, but they're not exactly pulling away, are they?
Well, no, Perez there on the front is doing the majority and the bulk of the move, and you can see the gap is not great. It's around about 40-45 metres. Theoretically, they should get pulled back into the fold, and it's Laverde who's not doing any work at all there. I think he must have made the big effort to get across the gap.
Nice crowd down in the basement in the town. Now it's going to get a little bit tougher as the riders head up towards the finish here, and 2 riders clear. Francisco Perez of Castapon and Luis Laverde of Penaria. And Laverde just checking over his shoulder there while Perez does all of the work. Perez, the long, lanky rider, there seems to be a lot of power, and there's nobody really closing that gap. If anything, that gap has opened slightly, and there's not a lot of people here behind willing to do the work. The Gerolsteiner rider down there is Stefan Schumacher, who can pack a sprint finish.
Well, it's up to him, Phil, to make the effort to try and pull it all back together, because if it is a large group together coming into the finishing straight, I reckon Stefan Schumacher, already a stage winner in the Giro, has got a chance to get himself the win. Laverde now has seen the gap and decided, I'm going to work with Perez and try and consolidate, and they are doing. It's now out to around about 100 metres.
Yes, Schumacher won stage 3 and was rewarded with the pink jersey. There's no way that can happen today, but he can win the stage if he nails back these leaders here.
Well, that was Iliano just trying to make the effort there, just coming off the front. Sandy Cassar also, but this, when you see how much time it takes to get across the gap, is a good gap for these two leaders. That's Perez on the front, Case d'Epargne, followed by Laverde. Laverde not hanging about now, deciding to come forward and help set the pacemaking.
Well, I really never thought this was going to work. It's almost a slow motion breakaway. They've just put these boys on the limit, and I think they are pulling away in sight of the finish virtually here. That's a much bigger gap now.
Well, I'm not sure if these two riders do survive. Who I'm going to put my money on for the sprint, I would have to say I think the Case d'Epargne rider, who seems to be very strong indeed. I don't know a whole lot about Laverde, apart from the fact that, looking at his build here, he must be an exceptionally good climber.
Well, Perez is perhaps getting a little bit excited here. He's doing the lion's share of the work. Laverde, if you go on the form book, has never won a race since 2003 when he won the 4th stage of a race in Italy, the Settimana Lombardi. And he's sitting there behind and doesn't seem, he's either unwilling or unable to help here.
Well, Perez, in fact, the man on the front in the dark black jersey of Case d'Epargne, did have a win in the early part of the season. He won the Grand Prix Almeria in February, but that was an awful long time ago. They're now getting into the outskirts of time. There's a time gap, 8 seconds between the two leaders and the Insegutori, the chasers. And now is the time when it starts to get just that little bit more tactical. Perez quite happy to keep the pressure on, knows that they need to keep working together. Laverde only going through when the Spanish rider forces him to go to the front and help share the pacemaking.
That's what he should be doing, getting the rider to come and work with him, because if he once you see the finish, riders change their mentality, and all of the energy they thought they didn't have, they find. 1.8 kilometres to go, just over a mile and a bit to the finishing line here now. The gap is only 8 seconds, and it's not over yet, because
it's less than 8 seconds.
I think it's probably 5 or 6
That's
now.
Iliano.
Well, Iliano's on his own. He's got nothing left. He's got to do something. That's Tirolongo just behind him. He's the Lamprey rider here.
That is not 8 seconds anymore. I would say that's down to 4 or 5 seconds. These riders, every time they go around a corner now, will be looking to see if they can see the red kite, hoping that they're coming in. There's a big crowd out to see this stage.
Looking at this, it's a good job it wasn't a bunch sprint as they come around this corner. The road seems to narrow out quite well. Looking down again from the top.
Baliani doing a good job there, coming to the front.
Good.
He's trying to back it all off. Look at his heart rate, 94%. He's trying to slow it down around these corners. He thinks his teammate can come up with the win. Well, even if they stay clear, the worst he can do is second place.
Well, they're lining up for the finish here. 1,300 metres to go. Look at that. They're round the back bend here now. These two can't afford to mess about as they look at each other and ride side by side. They're gambling now, very much so. Laverde and Perez. This is Schumacher right on the front now. And Baliani still trying to break up the chase, which is a good team tactic.
There's Steve Lampieri in there as well for Team Phonak. Now this is the moment when Laverde is starting to play a little tactical game. There is the ultimo kilometro, last kilometre, and is still holding on to about 5 or 6 seconds advantage.
Now every pedal brings them closer to the line as they look over the shoulder. They're gambling here big time. And it looks as though Perez has manoeuvred at the last minute. Laverde into first place, and he's gone. Perez has used that to jump. Now he's jumped at about 900 metres, maybe 800 to the line. He's gambling on an awful long sprint, and I think that's a mistake. He's going to pull these two away from the chasers.
Oh, he has done.
Yeah, but he's going to hand the race back now to Luis Felipe Laverde for sure.
Laverde was locked in there into the slipstream of the Spanish rider Francisco Perez. They've got the gap now. I don't think they're going to get get caught because there's no reaction coming in that group behind, which is being paced by Sandy Cassar. 350 metres to go. Cassar on the front of the group. Steve Zampieri in second place. Now, look how well positioned Laverde is here.
Well, I mean, Perez really gave this one away. He tried too soon out, and then there's no way Laverde was going to come off his wheel until the right moment. An easy win in the end, and a big win for Laverde, and a great day out for Panaria. They win the stage, and they get the lead in the King of the Mountains with Bagliani, who's in the centre of this group. It was Tirolongo, Schumacher with the first two there. Yeah.
And bear in mind, Phil, that Team Panaria is a wild card selection, not a member of the Pro Tour. They came in as one of the last teams along with Selle Italia, and they've got something to take home as well.
Well, Selle Italia get in because they're part of the sponsorship of the Giro d'Italia, so it's really an invitation which can be always foreseen. But Panaria have to fight for their way in. Here's the sprint now. They get a stage win in Luis Laverde.
Good day out, and they really timed it to perfection. I really expected that Perez was the stronger rider of the two, but making that effort at 900 metres to go, he didn't have anything left to make a second effort. And the main field now in the outskirts of town. This looks like Charlie Wegelius working for the team and Danilo De Luca, but almost 6.5 minutes since the main field, since the breakaway came in.
Well, as I said earlier, there's no reason to worry about this because this field has had something of a day off today before the battle resumes again. They're going to be just over 7 minutes behind. And what's the betting that Paolo Bettini might try and stretch his legs and just nip a couple of points for that Ciclamino points leaders jersey. We've only seen one jersey change today. We're not going to see a change in the points. Jens Voigt again driving at the front of the field, as he always seems to do, always mindful of where the pink jersey is, his race leader, and keeping him safe.
Well, you're right about one thing. Paolo Bettini was right up there in the top 6 or 7. There is Danilo De Luca right on the wheel of the pink jersey of Ivan Basso. But I think we could well see there is Bettini up into about third position there, and again Milram making the lead out. I'm really not sure why.
No, we've never worked that one out the whole tour since we lost Alessandro Battacchi. But here comes Bettini now. This will be the sprint coming up for 12th place. So there are points available. He makes it pretty easy. And I don't know who was placed there, but I think it's probably Sven Kraus, the Gerolsteiner rider.
Well, it's a Gerolsteiner at the front and a Gerolsteiner at the back here, but they did have Stefan Schumacher in the breakaway. And again, Laverde confirmed here as the winner ahead of Perez. Tirolongo very upset to get third place, and Schumacher riding sensibly in the group and getting fourth, with Iliano and Bagliani making up the top 6.
Official time gap 7 minutes and 44 seconds back to Basso's group. So time gains for a few riders today, but none of them looking long term to the win of this tour. So it was a safe day of racing for Ivan Basso, and the big gaps remain. Look at that. 7.5 to Belli in fourth, 8 minutes to Simoni, who's a double winner of this race. Sandy Cassar, who was in the break, he gets up into 6th place now and is having a very good race. But they're all smiles.
Ivan Basso looking very happy now with the way this race is unfolding. He really now doesn't have to go out onto the attack anymore. From now till the finish, he can play a defensive game. And this is the change in the King of the Mountains classification. The popular Fortunato Bagliani gets himself the lead by a single point, but that's enough.
Yes, and that is enough. He stays in green for tomorrow's stage, and he'll be happy enough with that. Great day out for Panaria. And one of his best tours for sure. Well, this stage 15 would have suited the sprinters, Battacchi and McEwen. Neither are now in the Giro d'Italia. This is dead flat all the way to Brescia.
Well, I think this has got to be one of the flattest stages of the Giro, as you can see, and it's definitely going to be a stage for the sprinters. The riders, they could take a right-hand turn halfway through this afternoon stage and get themselves down into Milano, but sadly for them, the race in the last week has got to rear up into the Dolomiti.
And not surprisingly, the peloton heading into town as a massed group here today, as we're running toward the big mountainous days of this year's Giro d'Italia, and Basso carrying all of the minutes he wants towards the finish in Milan. There's the long line. It's a sprinter's delight. There aren't that many fast sprinters in. Maybe a day for Olaf Pollock today.
5 kilometres to go. I'm just trying to see which team is on the front doing the majority of the pacemaking. It looks as if there are a few pink jerseys of T-Mobile on the front end of the main field. And right up there as well, we've got the big Belgian there, the Belgian national champion.
Only non-starter today, by the way, bringing the field down to about 167. Axel Merckx not starting for the Phonak team. This looks like Serge Baguet, is it, on the front at the moment? Yes, it is. First time we've seen him.
First time we've seen the Belgian national champion. Just looking down to see who is up and around. There, number 101, the leader of Gerolsteiner, Robert Forster. He's a man who can turn out a good sprint sometimes as well. You've got T-Mobile in second and third position. They're thinking about Pollack. Then maybe Ongarato is going to be the man. Look at Milram. This is sadly, Phil,
it's almost as if they're just training. I don't know what they're doing. Well, or they're being paid, which is totally illegal, by another team to lead out riders.
Well, the man who was always on the end of the train just happens to be Paolo Bettini. And it's a team which really in the Giro has got nothing at all to look for, because they lost their man Alessandro Petacchi before the race even got down into the country of Italy. He never even left Belgium.
Well, on the face, the way they're working here, as you look at the heart rates at 90% of one of the riders there, Baguet will be on this pacemaking for Paolo Bettini for sure, because he's the leader in points. And the T-Mobile riders, they're going to be working for Olaf Pollack. And so they're the two riders I think we should concentrate on today.
Well, moving up there as well, I just caught a quick glimpse of Martin Elmiger, the Swiss national champion, over to the right-hand side in the red jersey with the white cross on it. Very dangerous. There's Bettini looking comfortable, just sitting on the long line of these riders from Milram. Maybe they're practicing for Erik Zabel for the Tour de France.
Huge efforts now being made. We haven't seen anything, by the way, of Jan Ullrich since he gave us that big surprise result in the time trial. He's gone back into his...
anonymity?
Yes, that's the word. I can never say that word. As we're now looking here again at Milram, and it looks as though T-Mobile are taking much more control now.
Well, T-Mobile will be looking for the win. Just looking over there, there's a couple of riders moving up to the front from Davitamon Lotto. They won't be looking after their man Robbie McEwen, because McEwen comfortably now at home in Belgium.
Surprisingly, though, we haven't lost a lot of riders this year. Just over 20 riders retired, which is not a big number at this stage of a major tour. There's Bettini sitting right behind the Milram boys again. Well, you're not allowed to use other teammates officially to help pace you to the line, but it's not easy to prove. And I'm wondering if the team is showing a better allegiance than they might to Paolo Bettini.
Well, could be the case, because Bettini always seems to be the man to get to the end of that line of riders. Let's not forget, after all, they're nearly all Italians, although Milram is pretty much a German team. Well, you did say you hadn't seen Ulrich. Well, there he is riding at the front, and this is a big turn of speed. He may well also be thinking about trying to lead out his man Olaf Pollack. You know, in the early part of his career, Jan Ullrich was not averse to taking a bunch sprint out himself.
Absolutely. The man can actually do very, very well in bunch sprinting, and he is a very strong lead-out man. He's searching for form, don't forget, and this is a good dress rehearsal for the upcoming Tour de France. There's the big man, Jan Ullrich, suddenly lifted the tempo a little bit as those legs start to pound the pedals yet again.
Well, he does look a little bit heavy, though, and I think he does need to lose a few pounds. He probably has to cut out the pasta plate when he goes to dinner in the evenings, because I don't think yet he's fighting weight for the Tour de France. Still, Milram pretty much in control at the front of the peloton. 4
Milram riders have gone round there. The last of them was Alberto Ongarato, and just behind Ongarato was indeed Paolo Bettini. As they now are lining up for the finish, no sign of anybody now from T-Mobile since the man himself swung off the front. There's Bettini with his ever-present golden helmet.
Jiminy Cricket, and a man who was absolutely superb in the Athens Olympic Games. He went out on a breakaway with 2 laps to go there when everybody was expecting his move to come on the final lap. A big risk he took there, but he came up with a victory, and I think a very good Olympic champion, Paolo Bettini, and a kind of man who can always come up with the win.
Now, Milram has swung out of it here now, and we've got Française de Jeu, perhaps for Carlos de Cruz to try and pull something special. That's de Cruz on second wheel here, and that's a nice position to find yourself in as you head under the kilometre kite, and it will be a big surprise if Carlos beat these boys.
Well, he's a little bit too far to the front, too early for me. With a kilometre to go, you need to be in about 6th or 7th position. There's a few guys queuing up now onto the wheel there of Paolo Bettini. Olaf Pollack was one of those riders. He's the T-Mobile rider in about 7th.
And again, Milram have got their riders to the front. There are 3 of them left. They're in a perfect position here, you know, these 3 riders. They've done it time and time again and have not delivered their last man to the line. That's Pollock now, also tucked in right on the wheel of Paolo Bettini. He's just one back from Paolo Bettini. Boxed in a little bit there. Bit of a box happening because that's Robert Foster of Gerolsteiner. Now, can anybody get out of this mess? Because Bettini looks blocked in as they make the run for the line. Now, this is Foster, I think, who's opened up the sprint. And Pollock is coming on the left of our picture. And right through the middle is Paolo Bettini, shoulder to shoulder with Olaf Pollock, and on the line it looks as though this time Paolo Bettini has got the win.
Well, it was very close indeed between him and Olaf Pollock, but I think this time he's put his hands up correctly. He really believes he's got the win this time. I'd like to see how close it was from a different angle, because Pollock looked to be in complete control. This is the point when Paolo Bettini looks like he's got the race lost. The acceleration coming from Forster. Look at Pollock on the right-hand side, just leaning. These guys have absolutely no fear at all. Bettini's got the advantage here. Pollock clawing his way up alongside, but it's going to be the last lunge for the line that decides it. Still Bettini in front. Oh, he's definitely got it this time.
Poor old Olaf, because it's certainly his 3rd second place of the tour. It might even be his 4th, but he still can't find the legs just to give him that win. Look how short he is this time.
Well, he's just a little bit short on this occasion, but let's not forget he got himself 2 stage wins in the Amgen Tour of California at the start of the year. Bettini, Pollock, Forster and Henk Vogels was up there for 4th place.
Well done, Henk. Without his team leader, of course, McEwen. He's trying to deliver for himself. There's the official margin. Here's Il Grio, the cricket. He's jumped to victory this time, and that's a big win for him. Former champion of Italy, showing the flashes on his sleeves. And a good win for Quickstep, that. Shoulder to shoulder with his main sprinter now. This is giving him a huge lead in the points competition. We might try and give you an update on that. But first of all, the overall classification. No time changes here at all. Salvadelli, Belli, Simoni, 5th, Casar in 6th. All looking rather good for Ivan Basso now as we go into the last few days of the Giro d'Italia, and they are the hardest. But he's building every day his time gaps. There's the situation in the points race for the Ciclamino. That's a huge lead, but it's not an unassailable one. And not surprisingly, it's Olaf Pollock with his continuing run of second places that gives him yet one more second place in the points competition. And so, after 2.5 weeks, the riders are now in sight of the Dolomites. This is a tough stage, this one, as they also finish at the top of a mountain.
Very difficult stage, a big incursion into the Dolomites for the riders on today's stage. They go over the Passo Maniva halfway through the stage, the Passo Ampola, but when they get down to the end after circumnavigating the Lago di Gardi, they've got the very difficult ascent to the famous climb of the Monte Bondone, climbing up to 1,650 metres.
And that's where we join the action, and one man not coming out to play today, stage 7 winner Rick Verbrugge, didn't start this morning. And there is Basso right at the head of this very select group. The day has been animated by one rider who's since been caught, Colombia's Miguel Rubiano. He got away very early on, but he was caught 21 kilometres from the finish, and this is the climb up to the finish now.
Well, this looks like Maurizio Ardillo was having a hard time at the back. This looks like Leonardo Pipoli on the front, Carlos Sastre in second position. And look at the speed these guys are hitting this climb. They're trying to create serious damage already in the early kilometres of the climb.
Well, this is going to crumple some legs on the hill like this if they're going to ride it up. And this Danilo De Luca here, Jamaican flag on the right of the road there. They haven't got too many top internationals in that country, as Danilo De Luca sits on the back, but he's beginning to look as though he might be put under some sort of pressure here.
Well, he's a man who I thought was going to finish high up in the overall classification. I think just a couple of places in front of him as well is Paolo Salvadelli. There he is in the blue jersey, leader of the combine classification. Just in front of him, Juan Manuel Garate. And this is Leonardo Pipoli now. Is he riding for himself here this afternoon, or is he trying to do something for Gilberto Simoni?
Pipoli's having a great Giro, but he's having a great Giro despite the fact he seems to be concentrating on helping Simoni. That's what he's doing now. He's on the shoulder of Simoni. These boys are looking after Damiano Cunego.
Now that's not a good sign. This is Brussegin on the front looking over his shoulder to see where Cunego is. A lot of riders caught out by this acceleration. There's Garate, the blue jersey on the shoulders there, of course, of Paolo Salvadelli. This is the leading group.
Yes, and just look who's setting the pace now. It's our old friend Carlos Sastre. who's trying to look after yet again Ivan Basso. It looks to me horribly so that they're setting up Basso here to shoot to the finish. Simone's in the right position, locked onto his wheel. Gutierrez is there. These are the men now. Cunego has already said in the press publicly he can't win this Tour. He can only hope that he has a good ride. And I think that's gone too. He's not here.
Well, Cunego's got age on his side, and let's not forget he was very seriously ill last year with mononucleosis, or glandular fever if you like, and he's fighting his way back into this sport, and I think in the years to come he will be a serious challenger to win the Giro d'Italia. But there's a lot of riders being put under pressure. This is Emanuel Sella with the orange jersey on here. We've seen him so many times, and Gianpaolo Caruso, as you can see, Phil, is actually riding at 100% of his maximum ability here at only 17 kilometres now. That's Caruso just on the back of this group.
Well, Basso took the lead of this Tour with a demonstrative display on stage 8. He's never lost control of it since, and he's looking back on big time gains. It must be a great feeling when you climb a mountain towards the finish. He's relying heavily yet again on Carlos Sastre, who is such a superb teammate. He's done it for him in the Tour de France and helped him up to a high finish there against Lance Armstrong. Now he's trying to do it here as well. He's going to make the pace up this climb until he physically can do it no more. And then, Paul, I expect to see Basso try once again to go alone.
Watch out for Julio Perez, though, because he's in the group and he's the kind of rider who will ride very carefully and try and get clear towards the finish. That's Caruso just logged on the back there. The other rider in there for AG2R is Jean Gadret again. So this young Frenchman, who I seriously don't know very much about, is actually riding fairly well in the mountains.
A bit of a find. I must confess, I don't think he's ever won a race, but he's certainly riding well today and all week.
Well, here's composition. Gadret, Perez, Lopez, Caruso, Gutierrez is in there. Victor Hugo Peña is in there as well. Gilberto Simoni riding very well. There's Caruso. Very happy to be in the league with the very top names in the Giro d'Italia. Paolo Salvadelli suffering on the mountains, and the difficult thing for Paolo Salvadelli is the way he won his Giro last year was he suffered on the uphills, but he pulled himself back into the race on the descents. Emanuel Sella now.
And Sella, having been discovered in the Giro a couple of years ago, is now very much a part of it. He's recovered from that rather nasty tumble he had a few days ago.
I think he's going to get himself back into this group. He seems to be riding fairly well. Also coming up as well.
Pelazzotti.
Yep, Pelazzotti. And this is Victor Hugo Peña, who was supposedly in that group, but he must be riding himself back into contention. A man who was aware of the yellow jersey in the Tour de France when he was a member of the US Postal Service team of Lance Armstrong.
Just look at Carlos Sastre here. He's only ever won 4 races in his career, yet this man is worth every penny they pay him. He's so unselfish, he's always riding, and yet he's very close to being a team leader himself. But Basso, just that little bit of an edge, I think, is the better of the two riders. And Sastre winning the Classica Primavera, the Spring Classic in Italy back in April. That's his only win of the year.
Well, he finished 3rd overall in the Tour of Spain last year, but he's a great ally here. I think every one of the other 8 riders on Team CSC came to this race thinking that they were going to dedicate this 3 weeks to one man, and Carlos Sastre is certainly dedicating today, while further down the slopes it's Chechu Rubiera who's coming forward now for Discovery to look after Paolo Salvadelli to try and make sure he limits the losses and keeps himself in the top 5.
Well, this is a serious split now. Simone's gone, and so too has Basso, the big ask, and so too has Gutierrez, and the others are now losing time. There could be a minor reshuffle amongst the places tonight.
Well, actually, Cunego Salvadelli group is said to be recovering a bit. The official time gap is only 18 seconds, but it appeared to be a lot more than that to me. This is Sella. This is Victor Hugo Peña. Let's have a look back. That's the group of Cunego, definitely.
Well, this is Salvadelli.
Yep, so they're not far behind. They're looking at about 18 seconds. So Paolo Salvadelli, with a sensible first few kilometres, could be coming back up to this group with the heads of state.
Well, as so often happens, the fast acceleration at the start hurts people, and then they settle into the rhythm and steadily climb back into the action. They need to measure their effort, really. There's Pelazzotti here, and this is Sella.
And Victor Hugo Peña was the other rider. Let's just have a look. I think they're only about 7 or 8 seconds from the group of Ivan Basso. There's the 3rd group on the road over to the right-hand side. Chechu Rubiera, Salvadelli, Garate. And just going off the back of the group, in fact, Cunego is the man suffering there because he can't stick with the pacemaking set by Chechu Rubiera.
2, 4, 6, 8, approximately 11 riders in this group here. And Basso is watching his rivals slip away, but here comes the cavalry back here. De Luca, Juan Manuel Garate.
Another man
Number 1, Savadelli.
We never see him in the Giro, but he's always there. Andrea Noe was also in this group. He's a man who's finished in the top 10 in the Giro, and we hardly ever see him attack, but he's always in the top 10 on the crucial stages.
He has got a tremendous reputation. He's had he's finished 4th twice in the Giro d'Italia. He's finished 6th once. And I think throughout those 3 Giros, we mentioned his name perhaps once. He just has a habit of being so consistent without being seen.
He could be put down as being the ghost rider, never visible but always there. That's Cunego. Cunego having a spot of bother here this afternoon. He hasn't been able to stick with Paolo Salvadelli, and he could be going through a bad day. You know, in a grand tour like this, everybody has a bad day one day or another, but this man doesn't seem to have any bad days in the mountains. Leonardo Pipoli.
There's the composition of this select group that's trying to get back on terms. Cunego's in the group on the far right. And this is a big catch now for the leaders, and Simone is also improving his overall position. A man for the podium yet again. As he continues.
These are the climbers now going forward. Pipoli followed there by Julio Perez, and you can see the gap starting to appear. Carlos Sastre having a hard time staying on the wheel, but slowly dragging his man up there. Ivan Basso in 5th position. Right behind him is Jose Enrique Gutierrez, and the man who seemed to be suffering from the acceleration of his own teammate was Gilberto Simoni. "Excuse me," says Carlos Sastre, "I'm coming by. I am the pilot fish for the top man, and I'm going to control the pacemaking here." And Simoni has come back.
Is hurting himself, Sastre, but he doesn't matter. He's still holding this race. He knows with every pedal rev, Basso's lead cannot possibly be endangered. That looks like Gadre down there, who's just hanging on to the tail and riding a brilliant race now because there's only 7 of them left.
Well, to me, he is a major revelation, this young man, Jean Gadre, and the French are going to be very happy about his performances in the mountains. Damiano Cunego suffering a fraction, but this is also a psychological moment for Carlos Sastre. He's gone to the front to dictate the pace with his team leader sitting on his wheel there, and psychologically that makes everybody else think this man, Ivan Basso, for the moment is untouchable because he's got a strong ally alongside him. Caruso also suffering now.
Yes, but he's having a good tour as well and climbing very, very well.
Yep, but he's not able to stick with that pace. This is a little bit further down. Chechu Rubiera, the man who for many years was the right lieutenant of Lance Armstrong in the Tour de France, now assuming the same role for Paolo Salvadelli.
Very select little group, this one, and sitting at the back here is Patrice Algon is the rider there for Crédit Agricole in the green. That's the next group on the road. This guy's never looked in trouble. He's never looked as though he's been under pressure yet.
Not under pressure there. Sitting behind him is Gutierrez, followed by Pipoli. Simoni not looking too bad now this afternoon. I think he's got his climbing legs on him, and he needs to do that because the next few stages are going to be very difficult here in the Giro. Cunego talking with the teammates will come alongside him, have a little bit of a chat, try and encourage him. Don't panic, just keep your own rhythm, don't go into the red zone, because if you pop on a climb like this, you find yourself losing 3, 4 or 5 minutes.
It looks as though that's Trujano down there, who does appear to have popped.
Big time differences again being made here. As we look back down the road, there's a lot of riders have slipped off the pace here this afternoon. That would.
Well, the bad news is this climb hasn't really started yet.
Yeah, that was Danilo De Luca as well. Just down at the bottom left-hand quadrant there is Chechu Rubiera and Paolo Salvadelli. Right-hand side is Damiano Cunego. He's got Bruchegin to look after him. But the top left-hand corner, we're just having a quick look here at Leonardo Pipoli now. This is a little bit of a move. They're trying to set something up for Gilberto Simoni.
Well, this is interesting. Pipoli's obviously said to Simoni, if you're feeling better, let's go and see if we can affect Ivan Basso.
And he's got the gap.
Basso's had to take over the running here, and what they've done is get rid of Sastre and his pacemaking. And now it's going to become mano a mano here, because Pipoli also's had to move over, and Basso, as smooth as you like, has just pedalled through and straight up to Gilberto Simoni.
Right onto the wheel. Gutierrez has also seen the move there. He's up into 3rd place. Pipoli recovered a little bit. He would have been taken by surprise, I think, by that acceleration of everybody else. But this is not the Gilberto Simoni of last year and the year before, is it? A couple of years ago, if he'd made a move like that, nobody would have been able to match it, and now it's being matched very easily Pipoli. And look at the smooth pedalling action of Ivan Basso.
Yeah, but he's got the confidence, Basso, to go straight to the front, not wait to see if his rivals can hit him again.
He's cracked Gutierrez, and that's important.
I'm surprised Gutierrez is still high up overall because such a big guy for the mountains. But here we go, Simoni now. He's going to have to work here with Ivan Basso, or the other way around, whichever the case may be.
Well, Simoni's obviously having a good day because he asked his teammate Leonardo Pipoli to set the pace and try and blow this race apart, and a move like this today could move him a little bit higher in the overall classification. He's prepared to work with Ivan Basso. Basso doesn't have to worry too much about Gilberto Simoni. I don't think Simoni's form is good enough to distance himself between the overall leader, but what it could do is allow Basso and Simoni to move clear of everybody else in the race.
Well, Gutierrez here in danger of slipping down a little bit now. Simoni is making time, and Pipoli is not going to help Gutierrez at all on this climb. He's going to sit on him now because his man's gone clear, and there's still a ways to go yet up this mountain. Round about 8 kilometres still to climb, I think.
Well, Gutierrez and Pipoli are the two riders chasing at around about 10 seconds. Look at the concentration on the face there of Gilberto Simoni. But you can see now, I think he's having a little bit of a hard time staying with Basso, who's cruising around these corners. Look at Simoni's under pressure here, Phil. You see the way his body's bobbing around a bit. He's just trying to keep the pedals going to stay in contact. And Basso is increasing his cadence pretty dramatically here. I think he wants to pop Simoni off his wheel. He's not going to attack. He's actually going to try and crack him.
Well, he's in and out the saddle trying to nail him back and hoping that this hill just gets a little bit of respite in it, because that's a super pedalling style by Ivan Basso. Back straight, sitting upright, getting plenty of oxygen into the lungs. This is further down. This will be Julio Perez, yeah.
Yep, he's a great climber in the past. He's a man who, I think they made a bit of a mistake with him tactically when they tried to encourage him to be an overall standings rider, and he's much better off at having the ability to fly free on individual stages. Well, he's a long way down in this Giro because he's 66th overall, almost 45 minutes in arrears.
Former king of the mountains of the Giro d'Italia. 2 occasions, if memory serves me right, as we're now looking down the slopes here. This is hairpinning up to the dizzy heights. This is one of the legendary climbs in the Giro d'Italia, as we're now seeing the two leaders using this platform to gain more time over their rivals, and it's going to be a lot more time for Basso, who's putting this race out of sight of anybody. 7 kilometres to go. Further down the slopes, Gutierrez under the police escort of Leonardo Pipoli, and in fact he's trying to get rid of Pipoli.
Well, a little bit further up now you can see Basso is getting out of the saddle. There's not much time gap between these riders, because just looking back around the corner in front of Gutierrez I could see the yellow car, but Simoni now can't stay on the wheel of Basso. He's going to have his own teammate, I think, for company in a short while. There's the gap, 10 metres, 15, 20.
This is the start of it. Gilberto Simoni could not have been in a better position to attack Basso, and he couldn't do it. Basso kept his rhythm, and obviously was very confident, because he took up the pacemaking as soon as he got up to Simoni. Felt he could break him and has broken him. Now he's on free to fly now. Every pedal rev, more minutes in the bank are coming his way. This has been a real demonstration of leading a Tour this year.
Well, it's a demonstration of the team as well, because let's not forget it was the team that set up the first few kilometres of this climb. It was then taken over by one of the members of the team, Carlos Sastre, who set a phenomenal tempo, decimating the group, putting riders like Paolo Salvadelli and Damiano Cunego into difficulty. But now he's got what he wanted. He's cracked Gilberto Simoni, a former 2-time winner of this race, and shortly I would think Simoni will get joined by Gutierrez and Pipoli, but there's 8 seconds the gap already. But it's about to stretch to a lot more than that, I think.
Well, Ivan Basso won at the top of the Passo Lanciano. He's now heading to the top of the Monte Bondone, and it looks like he might be winning again. He's not leaving much to the rest in this year's Giro d'Italia. 8 seconds and building. You can see by the way he's riding, looking straight ahead, making the effort, whereas Simoni is changing his position, looking down. He's not concentrating, hasn't got it now.
A little bit further down, we're looking here at Caruso. It's 8 seconds to Simoni, 20 seconds to Gutierrez Pipoli, and then a lot further back, there are all kinds of riders stretched out all over this mountain. Let's have a look at the distance there. We're looking at around about 200 metres already on the slopes of a climb like this. It's very hard to reverse. This man now, I think, Phil, is riding away with the Giro d'Italia. You know, we started in the beginning of the Giro saying we thought it was a tall order to try and win the Giro d'Italia and the Tour Tour de France. But this man is actually riding away from the Giro so easily that I have a funny feeling he could still be a serious challenger when we go through to the Tour.
He's obviously got terrific form for this race, though, and you've got to hold it for another big Grand Tour. There's only a 3-week gap between the two races. Not an easy thing to do, but if he can do it, he's given himself the best chance. At least it looks now, barring accidents, he's going to get part one of the double-header in the bank here, because nobody's going to touch him. Everyone's tried, and he's literally ridden them off his wheel. Ivan Basso, who won the Criterium International this year, by the way, and he also won the time trial stage in the Circuit de la Sarthe, which is only a small race, but he showed us then he was learning how to time trial.
It might be only a small race, but it was also a race that used to be used by a certain Lance Armstrong in his pre-Tour de France preparation on a number of occasions. A race where there's not a lot of pressure, but it gives you the chance to try out new material, new positions, new helmets to make sure everything is going to perfection. But what Gilberto Simoni is also doing here, Phil, although he's not able to stay with Ivan Basso, he's actually himself, I think, crawling up in the overall classification. He could see himself at the end of today climbing into a podium position.
It looks as though it's Pelazzotti there turning the screw a little bit. He's also suddenly riding very, very well. His overall position is not a fluke right now as he's riding through the Dolomites.
Nope.
It's him down there. This is the man up front. Can't see anybody up here now apart from himself. And they keep closing in on the back wheel. I expect to see a flat tyre, but unfortunately that's not the case.
I think what they're trying to show is the size of the sprockets that he's got on that gear there, because they're trying to indicate just how steep this climb is. It's a savagely steep climb, and at certain points of this climb it kicks into 24% the gradient. So these riders will be using gear ratios today. As we look here at Vladimir Belli, they'll be using gear ratios of around about a 38 tooth chainring on the inside with a 26 tooth chainring at the back as we go through 5Ks to go.
It's an awful long way to go. He made his move at around 6.5 over Simoni, and now he's been away for that kilometre or so as he continues the ascent. But 5 kilometres, 3 miles to the summit. These are the riders in third and fourth, and Pipoli still playing the faithful man, sitting behind Gutierrez. Won't help Gutierrez at all. Maybe he'll jump Gutierrez before the finish. Here's Simoni at 5 kilometres. The gap has opened. It's just over half a minute between the two now.
But what's probably more important now for Gilberto Simoni is not to panic. He knows he's not going to get himself the stage victory because he will not pull himself back to Ivan Basso. But riding sensibly like this, ticking out a good rhythm, he will be pulling himself back into this race. He'll be getting time back on Gutierrez there, who's the man who started the day in second place overall. But he'll be stretching his advantage over riders like Paolo Salvadelli and Damiano Cunego. And I think he could be looking at third place tonight.
Oh, look at the way this man is going around these bends. He's accelerating around the corners. 33 seconds to Simoni, 49 to Gutierrez.
But where Damiano Cunego and Paolo Salvadelli, that's maybe what is more important. That's Simoni going around the corner there, bottom left-hand corner. Gutierrez trying to keep himself up there in second place overall. A bit of a revelation, really, Gutierrez in the Giro d'Italia this year. He's got Pipoli just sitting on his wheel, and Pipoli I don't think will make a move, Phil, until we get to the last 200 metres. He wants to protect the position of his leader, Gilberto Simoni. But this man, with the retirement of Lance Armstrong, I think is going to be the man for the Grand Tours for the next couple of seasons. That's right. Make sure, even in a breakaway situation like this, that you keep yourself topped up with energy. That's why he's taking on board that very serious energy bar.
Still a long way to go here. Words of wisdom from Bjorn Ries there, once the winner of the Tour de France, the only Danish rider to have done that. And now he's seeing his man run away with this year's Giro d'Italia. Yes, he's only won one stage of it, but the way he's gained time over his rivals so far has been very, very impressive. He's heading to his second stage win now. This is stage 16 of 21 stages of this year's Tour, as they head up towards the finish.
He just looks so comfortable. He's got a nice high cadence. That means he's got a good comfortable gear in there, ticking it over. Looks to me to be doing about 90-95 revolutions a minute. Not quite the high cadence of Lance Armstrong, but not very far away. Armstrong, when he retired from the sport after winning the Tour de France for the seventh time, did say that this man was going to be the heir to his throne. He had so much respect for Ivan Basso, and Ivan Basso now laying some serious foundations for a win in the Giro. Look at the power here of Gutierrez, but he's under pressure, trying to make sure that he doesn't lose too much time to the man in front.
The frightening thing about this, you know, Paul, is that this is the first big day in the mountains. We've got 4 more days now, all brutally hard. This isn't the hardest day either before we start the last stage into Milan. And if he's doing this on day 1 of what is now nearly a week in the mountains, not quite, what is he going to do? He's going to set himself up to win this race by the biggest margin for years.
Well, it's setting itself to be that way already. There's some huge gaps in the overall standings. He doesn't really seem to be under an awful amount of pressure. It looks as if he's just digging a little bit deeper into the reserves there, but I don't think he's destroying his chances of riding well in July either by really having to pull himself inside out. This man is doing that, pulling himself inside out, Gilberto Simoni, because he's trying to look at a podium position at the end of this race, whereas he's having a very easy ride, thank you very much. The gap now is 48 seconds between Basso on the left and Simoni on the right.
It continues to stretch, but Simoni is going to be increasingly concerned about the proximity of Gutierrez, who isn't dropping away from the action here. There's a chance he could still climb up alongside Simoni. Simoni is looking to be best of the rest, if that's the way it's got to be. He wants a podium place, because if he can finish on the first 3, Gilberto Simoni will have been on the podium in the first 3 for the 7th time in his career. And that's got to be some sort of a record.
Well, you have to say that he really does love the Giro d'Italia. He loves the mountaintop finishes, and he would have been looking at a stage victory on a race like this afternoon if it hadn't been for this man in the pink jersey. And what a way to be in the Giro d'Italia if you're Italian, leading the race of your own country with the pink jersey on your shoulders and riding to victory on one of the big mountain stages.
He just looks so comfortable. It's almost like a Sunday ride for him. He's just keeping a nice cadence. Look at the face here, the puffing and blowing of Gilberto Simoni. Oh, it hurts a little bit as well, as he now tries just to stay in front rather than catch up with the man in front.
Concentration, he's looking a long way up the road. It's not far off being the minute mark now as we go further back down the road to 3rd and 4th place riders. This is Jose Enrique Gutierrez. He's still going to keep himself up in 2nd place overall, but he will now start to see himself being challenged by Gilberto Simoni, who now seems to be finding a little bit of respite. He seems to have recovered a fraction now. He's ticking the legs over quite quickly. You see the bike that he's got there. It's a special machine that he's had brought down here to the Giro. It's got pink corners to it to indicate to him that he in fact is, let's not forget, a former winner of the Giro d'Italia.
Yes, and it's on these sort of roads where he consolidated his victory when he did. But right now he's on the receiving end of a very vicious Ivan Basso. Still, he hasn't lost Simoni's hooligans. They're all there to cheer him on.
Well, it was because of the Simoni hooligans a couple of years ago that Vladimiro Belli was ejected from the Giro d'Italia because they got in his way at the top of one of the nasty climbs, and he punched one of the supporters right on the nose. And unfortunately, he was spotted from the race helicopter, and that was Belli in the group there in the white jersey of Selle Italia.
That's right, he was sitting either 3rd or 4th overall at the time too, which was a shame. But here we are. Basso is thinking only of 1st place, where he has been since he took the race lead, with 14 days still to ride in the Giro this year. And he's not going to lose it now, barring a crash, that's for sure, because he's building once again on the eve of 3 more vicious days to come in the mountains, the Alps and the Dolomites, as we now continue looking back here at the group containing Damiano Cunego. Paolo Savadelli's in here as well. In fact, Savadelli is ahead of Cunego on that graphic.
But big gaps, 2 minutes and 40 seconds back to Savadelli. Cunego losing a little bit of time here this afternoon. But this is the man who I think today could very well be sealing his overall victory. And you're looking to be right, Phil, in the fact that the only thing I think now that can rob him of victory is a crash on the run in towards the roads of Milan. But let's not forget, last year, all of this changed for Ivan Basso, because on one bad day in the mountains, he lost himself more than 45 minutes on a single stage.
Yes, he seems to have learned something from that, because he's certainly riding very, very confidently here.
Well, I think the thing that he probably learned is to make sure he keeps eating, and that's the important thing on a mountain stage. It's never easy to eat in a mountain stage like this, but whenever it's slightly easier, you've got to take on board food, take on board energy bars and energy drinks just to make sure that you keep the energy levels topped up to perfection, because if you hit the wall on a mountain stage, you can lose so much time.
Well, the Tifosi are being treated to a great display here, display memorable of the big names of the past, like Coppi, Bartoli, even Eddie Merckx in the Giro d'Italia, because he won this race 5 times as well, as he now races up towards the line. And it looks as though Ivan Basso is just searching for a lot of time. It's going to be an enormous time gap overall by the end of today's stage. 1.9 kilometres now to climb. And still Simone is holding off these 2 riders, but there is only seconds in it. But because of the hairpin bends, they can't see him.
They can't quite grasp the sight of Gilberto Simone. I did see a little bit further down the road with Paolo Salvadelli. I think Danilo De Luca had recovered, and he was in that group with his teammate there, and his teammate was Andrea Noe. But of course, Salvadelli has got Chechu Rubiera. There you can see the yellow card. There is Gilberto Simone. Gutierrez is riding himself back into this race. He wants to hold on to his second place overall, and he too now wants to consolidate his time difference between all of the riders behind him.
Well, that's been a fabulous piece of climbing by Jose Gutierrez, because he's had the gadfly stuck on his wheel there in Leonardo Pipoli, who's doing just his teammate's job, and you bet your life he'll sprint for 3rd place when he gets a shot at it too, if that's the way it's going to be. But Gutierrez is racing for time. 3rd place is nothing. He wants the time because he really is in sight of a podium finish in the Giro. And just look at the way he's going. He's such a big man. I'm amazed he can climb quite as well as he can.
Big, powerful rider there, ticking out a very sensible rhythm, right on his wheel. Pipoli, I think, will try and sprint for 3rd place if these riders survive in the positions that they are right now, because let's not forget there are time bonuses available for 1st, 2nd and 3rd riders to cross the line. Look at the gap. Ivan Basso, 1 minute and 18 seconds back to Gilberto Simone. He really is walking away, and it's only around about 14 seconds between Simone and Gutierrez.
That's why he's got to keep on going. Simone, his 2nd place on the day is far from assured here. This rider is 1st place on both the classification and the stage. He's definitely assured now. He's looking for the kilometre kite. But looking back at Gutierrez, he's well known in the States. At least I hope he is this year, because he finished 4th in the Tour of Georgia, that lovely state, and what a great race that is. And that's where he's found his form that's put him in such good condition for the Giro d'Italia. And he's continued to get on with the job in hand. He knows he's on a hiding to nothing from Pipoli if it comes to the sprint.
Well, it's not far away now from the final kilometre for the Maglia Rosa Ivan Basso. I just saw the sign at 1.2 kilometres to go, so very shortly he should go under the banner of the last kilometre of the race, and he's going to stretch himself a pretty set. There it is as he goes round the corner. It's slightly flatter now on the run in towards the finish. The wind is up. You can see the wind pushing those Italian flags right across the road. Simone is probably going to lose himself about 1 minute and 20 seconds on Ivan Basso, but pull time back on Damiano Cunego, pull time back on Paolo Salvadelli, and a little bit of time on Jose Enrique Gutierrez.
You can hear the atmosphere here now with the Tifosi shouting on Ivan Basso. They've been watching a demonstration of absolute domination of this year's Giro d'Italia, and they're going to shout him all the way to the summit. He's never slowed down. With every pedal rev, he's pulling away from everybody. Same can't be said of Simone over the 2 chasers. Here they are, still being shouted up the mountain. Remember that Gutierrez is a Spanish rider, and he's surrounded by Italian riders right now.
So this is Simone in 2nd place. The Tifosi are going absolutely crazy here this afternoon, encouraging the man who they've seen win the Giro d'Italia on 2 occasions. Gutierrez is trying to drag himself up to Simone. He doesn't really need to catch him, that's not important. But what he does need to do is time gap the riders behind him to consolidate his chance of staying 2nd overall on the race up towards Milano. But still the same cadence for Ivan Basso. It looks to me as if he's changed his position a fraction too, because he looks to be sitting rather low, and he may well have put his saddle down a little bit for the mountains to try and keep that cadence high and efficient.
Well, while Basso is about 300 metres from the finish, here we have Simoni at 1,000. So there you can see exactly how far ahead after all of that climbing Ivan Basso has gone. In fact, he was 500. So he's half a kilometre ahead of Gilberto Simoni, all taken in the last 7 kilometres of the climb. This is a great moment now for Ivan Basso. It'll be his second stage win, and again he's going to beat everybody to the time bonuses.
Well, a half a kilometre on a mountaintop finish is equivalent to about 1.5 minutes, which is pretty funny because on the flat stages the riders will cover the final kilometre sometimes inside of 60 seconds.
Listen to the crowd now, not quite as cold as it was the other day up here, but it's still a bit chilly. But here he comes, Ivan Basso, the man in pink, consolidating that jersey. It's going to be like a suit of armour now for the rest of this race. But will he falter over the next 3 days? You certainly wouldn't think so today, but there remain some very hard roads ahead. But he's made sure he's conquered this one as he races up towards the line, the last 100 metres. And Ivan Basso is going to look tonight, and I've said it before, but he'll need binoculars to see the rest of the race.
He certainly will. He'll have to wait a long time before the last man in the race comes home this afternoon, because some guys are going to lose themselves huge chunks of time.
Yeah. He doesn't look as though he's even sweated on the climb as he smiles there. 4:51 the time, clock has started. Hats off to Gutierrez. He's still climbing, doing all of the work. People he'll nip him for third place, I'm sure of that. But he hasn't got up to Gilberto Simoni, who's done well.
Well, Simoni has hung on here. He was the last man to stay in contact with Ivan Basso at 400 metres to go. Just looks over his shoulder, a real seasoned professional. He's going to be 35 years of age at the end of this season. He's been around for a long time. And as you say, he's a seriously consistent performer when it comes to the Giro d'Italia. He's going to hold on for second place. And I think he could pull himself right up in the rankings with a ride like this afternoon.
Here he comes, dancing on those pedals to the summit. I think he'll be secretly inside pretty happy with this performance. Beaten by a Superman today, but Simoni's still able to do it despite his age. Gutierrez, go back 6 years when he broke his collarbone in this race. He also wore the pink jersey for a day. He's really worth third place. I think it might have to be fourth.
Simoni, just the last few metres for him now, and it's all a question of the clock. And look at the clock over on the right-hand side. 1 minute and 10 seconds has already gone by since Ivan Basso crossed the line to get himself another stage victory in the Giro d'Italia. But this man is a fighter, Ivan Basso. He will not give up. This man, Simoni, is a fighter, I have to say. He won't give up. He'll clock in 1:26, I think he'll be given there, and that is a good performance by him. As you can see here, Gutierrez tries to get third.
Well, hats off to him. He's tried to hold off people. He must feel a little bit guilty at this, but he just gets him on the line. Not a big margin considering he sat behind him the whole way up the climb.
Well, Gutierrez was not happy with that at all, but the job had to be done because there were time bonuses available. But the man of the day is Ivan Basso in the Maglia Rosa, the stage victory, and extending his lead once again.
Well, we've got Simoni in at 1:26, Piepoli ahead of Gutierrez at 1:37. There's only 11 seconds separating Simoni with those two on the line. There's the rear view of what it's like to look out at the crowd when you've just won your second stage of the Giro d'Italia. And not only that, but I'm very interested now to see the overall situation because the gaps are going to be huge. This was the first day in the Dolomites. There's the results. Simoni, Piepoli, Gutierrez, Jean Gadret riding again superbly. Perez 6th and Belli, Mr. Consistent in the Giro, in the 7th place. Here we go. There's the champagne. Let's have a look at the overall situation now because that's the one that will really matter as this rider here is beginning to find there's no one in this race in the same class.
Well, he looks a lot more relaxed now than he did just a few moments ago. Now look at these time gaps, Phil.
Nearly 10 minutes to third place Savadelli. Simoni still work to do to get on the podium. Savadelli 17 seconds to the good of him. Gutierrez done well to hold on to second, fully deserves that. As we look further down here, Cunego in 8th place now. De Luca still riding good in 10th, but quarter of an hour behind. Tom Danielson at 16 minutes, but still on the leaderboard. This is the situation of the King of the Mountains. He's back in green here. So Basso's got the lead of that over Bagliani as well. Bagliani will wear the jersey tomorrow. 2,600 kilometres are covered. We stay in the mountains now, and at the start here, big discussion. The riders not too keen to face up to what is bad weather up in the mountains, and the organisation has decided that they'll take out one of the climbs, and the finishing climb, the worst part of the road, the last 5 kilometres, will not happen. So there is the new finishing line. This is the conditions up on the top. I can't blame them.
Well, a lot of the riders, they understand what it's like in the Giro d'Italia. They've seen conditions like this in the Tour de France before, and I wouldn't be surprised for the race organisation to bend, because this is a little bit of a rider protest as they move away here. The riders have decided they want the organisation to remove one of these major climbs. And of course, the last 5.5 kilometres that the riders should have gone up, Phil, to the finishing town at the summit of this climb here, in fact, was a gravelled road.
Well, this is pretty typical. It always happens at some stage in the Giro d'Italia. They take a great risk, of course. It's the traditional dates of this race, last 2 weeks of May. Sometimes it tickles into June. There's always the risk that the winter has not quite gone away on the high slopes. There's Basso. He's been and had a chat with the organisation. Agreement has been reached, and onward we go.
Well, the summit of the Plan de Corones, the climb the riders should have gone up to, was in fact 2,273 metres. And I think that unpaved road up towards the summit had one or two riders just a little bit worried about the safety of a race like that.
Well, these are the riders now, all looking a little bit rain-swept, to say the least. It is still pretty chilly down there as well. And this is going to be, I think, possibly a neutralised stage as far as the race to try and knock Basso off the top. And I don't think anybody can anyway, and for that reason alone, they may as well turn to look the other way. Chance for somebody else, perhaps.
Well, the weather conditions, it's absolutely freezing. The temperature at the summit of the climbs is well below 0 degrees Celsius. That's Scott Davis just moving off the front with Rafael Iliano, but there's a very big group of riders behind. Although it's not a serious chase at the moment, you can see Ivan Basso there looking quite comfortable. There is Paolo Savadelli wearing number 1. He usually excels in these conditions, and there's the Ciclamina jersey of the points competition leader Paolo Bettini, who I think is actually riding fairly well to still be in this fairly small group.
Well, they're just on 5 kilometres from the finish here. Those were the two leaders who just tried to nip off the front. Scott Davis not noted really as a climber, more of a sprinter. He's sitting there in second place, but I think this group going to slowly slip back into the fold here.
He's looking over his shoulders. He wants to see if there's going to be any help coming from Iliano. Team CSC and the black raincoats on the front, all over the front end of the main field. I think that's Julio Perez in second position in the rather iridescent orange raincoat of Team Panaria. Over on the right-hand side, the Maglia Rosa pink jersey on the shoulders of Ivan Basso. Gutierrez not far from the front either. Danilo De Luca just on the wheel there of the pink jersey. He's actually riding an awful lot better over this last week. We're inside now of 5 kilometres to go to the finish. There on the right-hand side, Scott Davis very much back in the fold.
Well, this is the climb up to what should have been 2,273 metres, and so rather sadly, the last 5 kilometres, which we won't see now, unpaved road with steep gradient of 24%, and that would have been quite a spectacle, but they spared all of that as they race to the lower summit now.
Well, they just went under the official banner of 10 kilometres to go to the finish, but in fact we're inside of 5 kilometres to go.
And it looks as though even now the pace is telling a little bit here as the field now continues to split up. We've got Basso having no problems going forward with the leading group. Sandy Cassar down there. It's hard to tell who is in this group now. There's Damiano Cunego.
Wim van Huffel is the rider in there from there. Actually starting to pick up the pace quite a bit here. There's a few riders starting to get tailed off the back.
Well, they'll all want to win the stage, if nothing else. It's not going to affect the overall unless something really does happen in the last 3 kilometres. Not much time left for time gains because the climb that was really steep has now been taken out. Paolo Savadelli down there. Riding a very high-profile race, last year's winner. As we see now, this group, and I'm just looking where the pink jersey gone. Juan Manuel Garate.
He's well up there.
Caruso is there.
They're stretching it out. There's a big acceleration now. I'm not sure who's doing. There is the pink jersey.
There he is.
And it looks as if it's Leonardo Pipoli in first position, followed by Julio Perez, followed by Gilberto Simoni, and of course the pink jersey. There's not many riders left in that group.
It's amazing how that acceleration has completely disintegrated this, but I don't see anybody missing from the top 6 or 7 overall because De Luca is here as well. And we've certainly got Basso up there, Gutierrez is there he is in the centre. So they're all here.
Yeah, that was just a bit of an acceleration for a sort out. I think a lot of riders laying down arms on a day like today. Julio Perez from Mexico, not too worried about these weather conditions, which are freezing. It's big rainstorm, snowstorm at the top of this big mountain. Salvadelli, though, is not enjoying this. He can't stick with those guys. And that's a group of around about 20. He started the day in third place overall, 9 minutes and 17 seconds. Now, you know that means that Gilberto Simoni will be moving up a slot if he can get a 30-second advantage on him.
So 12 riders moving steadily clear as they grind their way to the top. We're in the Alps tomorrow, so the days are going to stay hilly for 2 more after this. Let's hope the weather not quite so bad. This is Perez on the front, well dressed up for the weather today as they climb up. Most unpleasant racing conditions, of course, and that is Pelazzotti, I think, who's slipping away.
Yep, he's having a hard time staying in contact. A CSC rider coming by, hard to see with the raincoats just who is who on a day like this.
Could have been Sastre, but I really don't know.
It looks like Danilo De Luca is also having a spot of bother there as well.
Well, the weather conditions most unpleasant here.
It's difficult for the motorbike cameras to get right in there to the action also, because it's rather dangerous out there on the road. That is Sandy Cassar. He was riding a very good Giro d'Italia until this morning. There's Salvadelli in the blue jersey, still leading that combine classification. A combine classification which he's led since the very first day. Very difficult to get nice clear pictures on a day like this as well, because all this interference is coming through to us because of the cloud conditions and the weather conditions here at the Giro, just making the picture just a little bit hazy.
Julio Perez, one man who's not mixing it now as he was early on in this tour, wore the race lead twice, didn't start this morning. That's Sergei Gonchar from T-Mobile. Cloud breaking up a little bit now, so we might get at least more pleasant conditions as we race up to the summit. At least they're inspired by the thought, no 24% grades to finish off the stage today.
Well, Basso looking very comfortable, just riding a defensive position here this afternoon. I think like most of the other riders, Phil, in this race today, just trying to get this race out of the way and hope that the weather clears up. But in these northerly stages of the Giro d'Italia, very often if the weather comes down like this, it can stay for 2 or 3 days, and they certainly don't want that.
This is superb pacemaking here by Julio Perez. He's completely disintegrated this leading group now. Just look down the road there, and Basso always rides second wheel, just content. Surely we're not going to see Basso ride away here again to the finishing line and increase his lead even more. There's Gutierrez. Just behind him is, I think, Simoni. He doesn't look troubled. He's never looked troubled.
I think I just caught a glimpse of our good mate Graham Watson going by on the motorbike there.
That's when you don't want his job, I think.
It's definitely, this is not the day that you want to be a motorbike cameraman, because it is very cold out there. The motorbike cameramen and the photographers, they actually have a pretty good relationship with the riders, because the riders understand that they're going through almost as much nasty experiences as they are themselves.
Well, this looks like a return of the old Perez here.
Gutierrez makes a move.
Good for him. Well, you bet the next picture will see, yes, the pink jersey right onto him straight away.
In fact, they're saying there are just 3 riders now, because here is Pipoli. It's 4 riders. Now, where is Gilberto Simoni? Again, Perez making an acceleration over on the right-hand side. This is the kind of mountaintop finish he could come up with a win.
Well, don't forget that Simoni and Salvadelli are locked together by just those 17 seconds overall. So they're going to ride side by side. And that looks like, indeed, that's exactly what's happened. Giampaolo Caruso is down in that chase group as well.
Down to 4 men, Pipoli and Perez. Perez at the front, Pipoli at the back. Gutierrez in third position. And Ivan Basso there is Damiano Cunego. And where is he? And he's just trying to pull himself back into the race as well. Had a hard time the last couple of days, but let's not forget he's only 24 years of age. And I think he's a man that we'll talk a lot more about in the future.
3 years ago, he was the youngest rider in the Giro d'Italia at 21. There's a man keeping warm, running up alongside the leaders here. But Basso again takes second wheel behind Perez. It looks as though Gutierrez is riding well, but not finding the going quite as easy. Pipoli sits in behind. He's happy enough. 4 riders going clear. There's a move down there. Looks like Danilo De Luca, is it?
I think it is De Luca pulling himself back into this race. You know, he could be looking at a podium position himself. There's Gilberto Simoni coming across.
But the one who isn't there, Paul,
Salvadelli's not
He's
there.
not there, and Simone only needs 17 seconds to get third overall.
That's the important thing. That's what Simone is thinking about today, not about getting the stage victory. Here we are looking at a man who wants the stage victory. He's won 2 stages a couple of years ago in the Giro d'Italia. That's Julio Perez. I think it's really very much a question of administer your efforts now for Mr. Basso in second position there. He's just going to try and keep an eye on affairs and make sure that he doesn't use too much energy over the next few days, because he has to, let's not forget, Phil, try and win this race and then try and recover. It's 9 seconds back to Gilberto Simoni, Caruso, Pelizzotti, and again John Gadret, the French rider from AG2R. Now that is amazing. I think we're now looking at the start of a new French star in the making.
Well, we'll learn more about him. He's never won a race as a professional. We'll see if he can ride a stage race, and particularly this stage race, which is pretty tough. Then he is a good rider, that's for sure.
Actually, that is Gadret setting the pace in front of Gilberto Simoni and Caruso.
Now, where is
Cunego coming back? So, the only man who really seems to be missing from this major sort out here this afternoon is Paolo Salvadelli. Let's have a look further back, and that, I think, is him. Or is it?
I don't think it is.
Well, no, it was hard to see. Hard to see with the rain, because I don't think Salvadelli was actually wearing a raincoat. Difficult to see from this altitude. So, well, Julio Perez, you can see the smoke coming out of Perez's mouth there because of the cold air as we get up to around about 0 degrees Celsius.
Well, not all the riders have got long-fingered gloves on. I suppose the strong men try to freak out the others, but 1 or 2 are finding the weather not quite as cold. But Basso here, content to marshal everybody now. He's got them all in front of him as he continues the climb.
Looks over his shoulder, trying to sum up what's going on a day like this, and you can see the return there. Danilo De Luca is riding himself back into this race, and he will make that leading group up to 5 men. There's John Gadret, AG2R. He's coming across the gap. He now too can see himself riding into that leading group of riders. It's 32nd overall at the start of today, Gadret, and he's in fact putting a little bit of time between himself and Gilberto Simoni, who's more worried really about the position of Paolo Salvadelli.
Steady pacemaking then, and there's still no signs of a problem here for the Maglia Rosa. It seems to be wearing less clothing than the other riders. The Mexican here, well clothed up for the climb. He must be pretty hot in that racing cape as well, because they're now setting quite a pace, and this is a very select group. So we've got the first and the second overall, and quite likely the third overall.
Well, actually that was Pelizzotti who came back, not Danilo De Luca, because here he is.
Well, he did well to get across.
Yep, he was the man who came across there. Liquigas, the man who has already got himself a stage victory here, much to the chagrin of Axel Merckx, no longer in the event. 6th overall at 11 minutes and 59 seconds. As we said a few years ago, they really did believe that this man was going to be the next Italian cycling star, but he's failed to confirm. The man on the left certainly is. Now maybe this is the moment when Ivan Basso is going to try and get himself another stage victory. We're looking now at the final kilometre, ultimo kilometro, but it's a mano a mano here for the man on the right, Leonardo Pipoli and Ivan Basso. Everybody now starting to get out of the saddle.
Well, Basso now is looking for another stage win here, and wearing the Maglia Rosa to boot. And the fact that Paolo Bettini isn't up here, not surprisingly perhaps, it's going to mean that by the end of this day, Basso will lead this race in all 3 major classifications, because today he should take the lead in the Ciclamino competition as well.
Well, Gutierrez has just cracked. He was looking very comfortable a few moments ago. There's a little bit of confusion there, with a lot of tifosi coming out to support their man Ivan Basso. Leonardo Pipoli looking at the back wheel of Basso. Basso accelerating once again. I wonder if he's going to make this 2 mountaintop finishes in a row. But what's more important to him, Phil, than anything else is more time over Jose Enrique Gutierrez.
Well, I think had this race gone on the next 5.5 kilometres rather than finishing short, there's no doubt that Basso would have romped away on the 24% sections and made it an even bigger gap. Right now his only worry is right behind him, Leonardo Pipoli, who's itching for an attack. Is he going to go? He's looking where everybody else is. He's just gone to the front, and so in fact no problems for Basso. Just to he'll be happy he's showing the pace, I would think. Obviously Simoni now has said he's free to fly.
Well, he's come to the front looking over his shoulder. He wants to make sure that none of the other riders that were in this group come back. There is Gutierrez at around about 50 metres. So that's probably at around about 10 or 15 seconds. Pipoli out of the saddle. He's got a very good chance of taking the win here because he does have the ability to accelerate at the top of a climb like this. Whereas in second position on the road, Ivan Basso is probably thinking more about time.
Oh, absolutely, but he's got so much time in hand already. That man's well wrapped up for the run up the mountain. As we now see, we're levelling off just a little bit here now. Rain continues, miserable day high up in the mountains, and Pipoli, who actually says he doesn't like racing in the rain, isn't doing too bad again. He won his other stage in the rain, I think.
Well, he's
stage
a
13.
Slightly built rider, and a lot of the climbers certainly do not enjoy these cold weather conditions because they don't have as much body fat as the rest of the sprinters, for example, and the cold really gets into their muscles and tends to tetanize them.
So, heading up towards the finishing line now, and I wonder if Basso will, on this occasion, make a little bit of a present of this to Pipoli, because Pipoli's been a man of this race in many ways, but he's not been allowed his head. He's had his first ever stage win, looking for the second, and he's still showing the acceleration, but Basso is never under any pressure whatsoever. He just rides around, follows his wheel, knowing yet again tonight he'll look back on even bigger timed margins, and 2 more days to go. Pipoli is going to have a sprint here, and I'm not sure that Basso's going to bother, and he isn't. So Leonardo Pipoli gets his second stage win. He'll move up overall as well. Basso will increase his overall, and depending on Simoni, he might well have climbed up to third. And Gutierrez, again, is best of the rest. He's got clear for this time a very definite third place finish from Pelazzotti.
Well, 15 seconds for him. Pelazzotti coming in. Julio Perez is going to take 5th on the stage, but the big time gaps once again are certainly starting to appear, and I think you're right, you know, because Paolo Salvadelli is going to disappear away from that podium position. Here is Damiano Cunego. He's actually recovered quite a bit. He's just going to come in just behind John Gadre, who to me is a rider I'm definitely going to have to research because he's a new man on the block for France and AG2R.
They've had a pretty good season, AG2R. They started it well with a win by Simon Gerrans as they all continue to cross the line here.
Well, that was Simoni coming across the line.
Well, he's lost his 17, he's gained his 17 seconds, that's for sure, on Paolo Salvadelli, so that's going to see him probably claim third place overall, at least for the moment. Jean-Manuel Garati, Cassar coming up. These riders a little bit down now. Cassar and Manuel Garati fighting out 11th position, and it's Cassar who gets it.
No. Here we go. There's Paolo Salvadelli. Now we need to see the time on the clock.
Oh,
Salvadelli has lost, well, it's going to be at least a 1.5 minute losing. So that will drop him down a bit in the overall standings.
That's a very good ride by Charlie Wegelius, Paul. I make him in 13th place. Got to be one of his finest ever stage rides in the Giro.
Good ride by Charlie. But this is the ride. This man now has got himself, when you think about it, he came into the Giro d'Italia without a stage victory in the Giro, and now he's got 2.
Yes, and things are looking good, and he's got the stage wins while at the same time trying to help Gilberto Simoni, but I think today Simoni demonstrated that he's lost interest in winning this race. Pipoli then gets the win, same time as Basso the champ. Gutierrez in third place. Look at this weather here. I bet they're glad they didn't go to the top of the mountain. There's Pipoli all wrapped up now for the occasion.
Everybody wrapped up because it really is absolutely atrocious, the weather here. And I think the organisation making a very sensible decision. Look at the time gap. Simoni is now up to third.
But still 10.5 minutes behind. Salvadelli at 11. Pelazzotti is in 5th, and Sandy Cassar continues a great ride for France there, but nearly a quarter of an hour off the pace. These are enormous gaps. But in distance, he's about 3 miles ahead of the field right now, Ivan Basso, and he's got 2 more big mountain days to come. There's proof that he's still the leader in the King of the Mountains. 46 points over Simoni's 27. Bagliani's now gone down to third, and Cassar, who was the leader, is still there really in 4th place. And there's the other classification. Basso now leads by 2 points. Paolo Bettini in that competition. These are the sort of performances we used to get from the likes of Eddie Merckx and Fausto Coppi. And so onward we go. We stay in the mountains, this time switching to the Alps now on the 18th stage of the Giro d'Italia.
Well, the rider's moving away from Silian, a little bit undulating in the first part over the Paseo de Croceo, and then a little bit of flat rows through the middle as they go through Austria for about 30 kilometres before the race then climbs back down towards the finish in Gemona del Friuli.
And as we watch the leaders here, they got away pretty early on. These are the 5 riders now as they're trying to dice it out for the finish. Let me tell you, the race has been rocked by news of a drug scandal breaking, and Manolo Sainz, the manager of Liberty Seguros, it now seems that team could be in jeopardy, and that's only the start of the story, I think. These are the 5 riders today shaping the race, and after his great ride yesterday, Charlie Wegelius of Great Britain is in the thick of the action.
Well, it's good to see Charlie riding so well, and we could have get a chance to look at his heart rate here. He has a maximum mobility of 191 beats a minute. He's currently working at 182 beats a minute, so that's 95% of his maximum. And we're riding along here at around about 46 kilometres an hour. There's Charlie over on the right-hand side in the lime green.
Well, after the rain of yesterday and the snow and the cold, it looks as though, again, the leaders have decided to desist right from the gun. This breakaway got very early on today, and I don't think they're going to get brought back now. They're still a few minutes ahead of the main field. Not a lot, around about 3 minutes I think the gap is, as they now try to get away. This is David Lopez Garcia, Euskaltel Euskadi.
This is also Gutierrez on the back, but it's not Jose Enrico, it's Jose Ivan Gutierrez of Quistepania Il Baleares. Wegelius dropping back there. You can see the little move coming there from Stefan Schumacher. He's trying to pull this back because he doesn't want this Euskaltel rider, David Lopez, to get off the front.
Seems an awful long time ago since Schumacher won the 3rd stage, and with it he got the pink jersey. Wow, that was close to the television camera. And that was Bruchagin who's just come up.
Every little bit helps in a situation like this. Look at the skinny legs there of Charlie Wegelius as we come now down to the Testa della Corsa, the front end of the bike race. And these guys, one of these riders, of these 5 men at the front, is going to run out with a stage victory in the Giro d'Italia at the end of the day. Schumacher there is all over this, chasing everybody down. Now he's chasing down Gutierrez.
Yes, and Gutierrez surely is the best sprinter of these 5 here, and that's why Schumacher is marking him. It's a good name if you're German, because Schumacher, of course, Michael, that is the champion of the F1 motor racing circuit. Little bit of a chat going on at the back there with Charlie and David Lopez. I think they're deciding who's going to chase Bruchagin. Well, the 3 of them are going to have to get themselves back into this, otherwise they won't have to worry about the sprint.
Well, Bruchagin from Lampre there has never won a race in his career. That's a move by Charlie.
Through on the inside, Schumacher a little bit late out of the saddle there. This is a good move by Charlie Wegelius because he's a Finnish birth, by the way, Charlie, and he's now shot away. He has no sprint whatsoever, and this is the only way he can win the day.
Well, it's a good move by Charlie. Lives in the Peak District in the northern part of England for most of the season, but he's a rider who has been threatening to come through. He's a very thin rider, climbs very well in the past. He's been a great teammate to riders like Sergei Gonchar, but here he's being clawed back by Schumacher, but he hasn't. The race is not over until you've got everybody on your wheel, and Charlie Wegelius knows that more than anybody else. Now it looks like it's Gutierrez is trying to nail back the gap. Now what is that flag? That's the Flamme Rouge, Ultimo Kilometro. Now Bruchagin, never won a race in his career, been a pro for many, many years, is clawing back to the back wheel of Charlie Wegelius.
Well, Wegelius has never won a professional race, but he's always been a valued member of the team. This is now his 4th Giro d'Italia. He's finished the other 3. He's finishing this, I believe, stronger than ever before. I don't think he'll be anywhere other than 5th now. Bruchagin never won a race either, but another strong man. He's leading. The advantage now has to be the 2 sprinters, Gutierrez and Schumacher. The man in blue, and Gutierrez is in the... forgotten his colours now.
Wegelius is going again. That's Schumacher there, riding up into 2nd position. Wegelius is going one last time to see if he can get them, but it's a long way out, and he's got Schumacher right on his wheel, followed by Gutierrez. The 2 sprinters in an ideal situation.
He's gone at 500 metres to go, Charlie, and this has been his greatest chance of a stage win. Through on the outside, a big crush, and that's Bruchagin who's gone now, not known as a sprint. Charlie's dropped off, he's for 5th, as Bruchagin has gone. Look at the speed of Schumacher here now, and Gutierrez Gutierrez really should have been right locked into that back wheel, because here comes Gutierrez. He's left it too late on the line. He should mark Schumacher. He just allowed the gap to open at the most crucial stage of the sprint. So Schumacher win number 2.
Brusagin hung on for second place there, and I think it was Gutierrez crossed the line in third. Just have a look at this. This is a good move here by Brusagin. This was the only move he could make. He had to slow down a fraction because the gap closed down, because if he could got himself a couple of more bicycle lengths, he may well have created the big surprise and got himself his first ever pro win. But look at Schumacher, comes up to the back wheel, uses the acceleration, very much like his namesake Michael Schumacher, the Formula 1 driver, out of the slipstream, big acceleration, wins by a couple of lengths.
Well, it was a little bit unlucky there, because Charlie Bergelius shut him down innocently enough, but he just moved off the front at the same time the Bush team was taking the inside lane. Cost him the win, possibly. Schumacher, his main rival, Jose Ivan Gutierrez, wasn't paying attention. Well, that's the way you win bike races. Now, look at the clock. Nearly 2 minutes has ticked away. Here comes the charge of the Light Brigade. Now, a good finish by Paolo Bettini. He's only 2 points behind in the points race. And we'll put him back in the Ciclamino.
And strangely enough, it's Team Milram leading out again. Now, I wonder if there is some complicity going with those guys.
Big rat.
Yes, I know you... I think I'd have to think the same thing, because there's absolutely and utterly no logic to Team Milram leading out like this, because whenever they lead out right on the wheel, there's the golden helmet there of Paolo Bettini. Let's not forget, yesterday he lost the lead in the Ciclamina jersey competition to Ivan Basso. Now, with a couple of points, he should be able to grab it back.
He'll grab it back, especially if he can take out the bunch sprint, and he's been sprinting very well. Here he comes now, Il Grio, being challenged on the line, but it won't matter. That was Grisha Nierman was up there as well this time around, but Bettini ahead of Ongarato. So Team Milram finally getting a second place in the sprint.
Well, that's what they've been looking for, and that's what we believe they've been looking for. There's one of the leaders of T-Mobile, just at the front end of the group there. That was Scott Davis. But there's confirmation of the result. Schumacher getting the win ahead of Brusagin and Jose Ivan Gutierrez. Charlie Wigelius for Great Britain and Liquigas in 5th.
Long day out for those 5 men up front today, but it's been rewarded by a second stage win for Stefan Schumacher, and continuing a great tour for Gerolsteiner here. But overall, I think you'll find that the gaps are way big. 5:43, no change at all. Simoni is in 3rd now, Savadelli 4th, but he's still looking for that 24 seconds to get back up to 3rd. Pelazzotti in 5th. So time is running out for everybody now as he carries this Maglia Rosa towards Milan. A couple more days left, then the final stage into the big city. And a new leader in the points race. He'll have lost that jersey now. In fact, it will have gone across to Paolo Bettini.
That's not really a worry for Ivan Basso, because he's looking forward now to a very difficult couple of days as Paolo Bettini gets the lead back, 139 points to 123 of Ivan Basso. He will now try and take the Ciclamina jersey onto the streets of Milan.
Well, it's been tough so far, but this stage, number 19, takes the riders back into the Dolomites, the Passo di San Pellegrino, where we all finish. Without doubt, Paul, this is what we call the Queen stage.
This is going to be a stage of around about 7 hours of racing, 4,000 metres of climbing. The riders go, of course, over the famous climbs, Passo de Fedaya, Passo Podoi, before finally coming to the summit of the Passo di San Pellegrino for the finish at almost 2,000 metres in altitude, and that is what the Dolomiti look like. Savage.
Yes, but at least not snowing, and that's important. And the man who's been dominating from a breakaway here, this is Baliani, and he's looking to get back the lead in the King of the Mountains today as he comes up towards the top of the first climb, the Fedai. He's on his own. There is a small group just behind him, and his object is simple: points in the King of the Mountains.
Get himself as many points on these massive climbs that the riders are going over here this afternoon, and he has got the ability to pull himself back into the lead. Just looking back, that's the rest of the group that he was with. That looks like Juan Manuel Garate. He gets second place there as he comes up, and this is a very small group of riders dominating the race this afternoon.
Well, third over, Francisco Villa and Luis Laverde, also a stage winner there. He's gone over in 4th place with it. And excuse me, sir, but forget the camera and think of the race.
Yeah, that's normally almost a nasty experience there for Paolo Bettini. Yeah. And here's the devil.
And keeping up, doing very well. Giving up.
Him speak with forked tongue.
Well, as he waves his trident at the crowd, he never caught them. The chief commissar there got the best seat in the house watching the race, but and there's the angels. Well, there's no one to see those signs when you're climbing these mountains, I don't think. A lot of work being done by Panaria today, and again it looks as though we've got Baliani here, because we're now on to the next one, the Podoy, and he's got maximum points over the Podoy as well from Juan Manuel Garati, Laverdi again third, and Sella fourth.
Well, that's the classification of the King of the Mountains at the moment. If we stop the race, Baliani gets the lead now with 51 points to 46 for Ivan Basso. And this looks like the rather gruesome style of Jens Voigt.
Yes, now we're on to what is the last climb of the day here, and these two boys are dangling just ahead of the main field. There is what's left of the main field, I think. Basso riding comfortably in the group, and there's been no real shocks for the race leaders today, and they haven't really attacked Ivan Basso either. And so this is an opportunist breakaway here now for Jens Voigt and Juan Manuel Garati. Garati's always tried to do something and has never quite pulled it off, but he's a great stage race rider.
He is a brilliant stage race rider, finished in the top 10 in the Vuelta a España. He's the current Spanish national champion. Cunego just trying to hang on to the coattails there of the top men in this race. There you can see the green and yellow of the Phonak rider, Jose Enrique Gutierrez, and he seems to have cracked. Did you see the way he sat back down in the saddle there? I think finally his lights have gone out.
Well, these are the high climbs and the most famous names in this year's Giro d'Italia. And Gutierrez at last showing us that he's feeling the pace of what has been a pretty tough tour here, dominated totally by Ivan Basso. And Basso now just consolidating his gains. He's not hurting them anymore. Here we go, one-on-one again.
Gilberto Simoni now, he's the man who is looking to try and pull himself back up to the podium, and he may well be looking at second position, because it looks as if the man behind him, Jose Enrique Gutierrez, was having a hard time. Two leaders, Gruppo di Testa, Jens Voigt in second position, followed by Garate. And this, just a little bit further back, you can see is Damiano Cunego, who I think is starting to ride a lot better in the last week of the race. But on the defensive, just, I think, controlling the situation, Phil, is Ivan Basso. Not too worried, because he probably thinks his teammate in the leading group here, Jens Voigt, has got a chance of the stage victory.
Well, I know Jens has led the King of the Mountains in the Tour de France for a day. He crashed out, actually, while wearing that jersey. Well, crashed anyway, he didn't crash out. But he's not really noticed as a real climber, and yet here he is coming towards the end of a Queen stage on the back wheel of a man we know is a very good climber there, because the last 4 years in the Giro, Juan Manuel Garate has had a 4th, a 5th, a 20th and a 10th place finish overall. This is the locked-on battle for the two riders racing for first and third in the Tour, and if Simoni gets his way, he'd like to be in second place.
He certainly would, and that's what he's hoping. He's hoping for a big defeat of Jose Enrique Gutierrez. This man is also riding fairly well this afternoon, Damiano Cunego. But let's not forget there's still quite a few riders in front, because the race situation really, apart from we've got Garate and Voigt, there's still one or two riders caught in the middle there. I think Emmanuel Seller is somewhere in front of these riders. And also one or two riders surviving from that early breakaway, like Tadej Valjavec, the Slovenian rider on Team Lampre. So it's a pretty complicated situation on the slopes of the climb.
And Veer also, because he went over the big climbs there with the leaders and scored points. We haven't seen anything of him either. It's the old story. Our cameras have to choose the race favourites to see what's going on. And the leaders, these are the leaders. Jens Voigt now, Juan Manuel Garati. Baliani, who's in the lead in the King of the Mountains, is slipping backwards.
Well, he's not too worried about that, I don't think. The most important thing for him was to get into the breakaway early on, get himself some big points over the Paso de Fedaya and the Podoy, and then hope that he can keep hold of that lead in the King of the Mountains on tomorrow stage, which is another very difficult mountain stage. But this, I have to say, as far as we would be concerned, is what they call in Spanish l'etapa reina, the queen of stages. It really has been a beast of a day. Now a little bit of help coming from Gilberto Simoni for Ivan Basso there. That is Cunego, that is Julio Perez, and this is Jose Ivan Gutierrez, rocking and rolling a little bit now, starting to feel, I think, the pressure of this almost 3-week bike race.
Jose Enrique.
Yeah,
not Ivan. There's too many Gutierrez.
Too many. J.I. and J.E.
So J.E. is the man who's got the most to lose. He's the rider in second place in this race, and for the first time we're showing him cracking. This guy doesn't look like cracking either at the moment. He's the most outstanding jersey Spanish champion. You can see it a mile away. as Grady tries now. And let's not forget either that Grady has scored well today in the mountains, and Baglioni is going to have to keep an eye on Grady over these next 2 days.
Well, Grady hasn't actually had a win since he took that Spanish National Championships last year, but he's a rider who is always consistent. You know, last year he finished 5th overall in the Giro d'Italia, and he was 10th the year before that. So this is a race that has always shone on Juan Manuel Grady, and I think this afternoon he's trying to lay the foundations of possibly trying to climb up again, up into the top 10 of the Giro.
Well, apart from his national title last year, he hasn't won a race since 2001, and the last race he won was stage 14 of the Tour of Spain. Man for the big occasion, awful long wait to wait for the next big occasion, but there he is now, and he's got probably the worst problem with him in Jens Voigt, because Voigt is such a tenacious bike rider.
Jens is a tough character, and on a long day like this, when it comes down to freshness at the end of the stage, Jens Voigt is probably one of the toughest characters to try and get rid of. Damiano Cunego, going to be 25 at the end of this season. It's hard to believe, Phil, that he will only be 25 at the end of the season, because he seems to have been around forever.
He's achieved so much from a young age. I think he's paid for it the last couple of years. He's lost a little bit of his edge, he's been ill, but this might be the return of him into the big time again. Jens Voigt not doing too much work. Remember, he's on the same team as the race leader, Ivan Basso, so he's no reason to go in the front and take a rider clear, even though that rider's never going to catch up with Basso now. There's Cunego, as he continues on his own on the long, lonely climb to the finish.
Well, a little bit further up, where you can see the smooth style. Once again, it's Ivan Basso has now decided to dictate the pacemaking. Simone's alongside him, and we're a little bit further up. We're at 1.5 kilometers to the finish for Jens Voigt. Jens's style is unbelievable, because if you look at the way Jens Voigt pedals his bike, you know that he's getting every little bit of energy out of his body just to try and keep the pedals going forward. Look at the concentration of Grady here. He's a man who is a man for all terrains, I'd have to say. He can ride on the small undulating mountain passes, or like today, get himself over the big climbs, like the climbs we've been over, the Fedaya and the Podoi.
Well, this is still Enrique Gutierrez down the bottom. He's riding a lonely course at the moment, and he is behind Basso and Simone. There they are, and they are probably riding, I think it's 5th and 6th or 6th and 7th on the course. There's still the remnants of the breakaway ahead of them. None are going to worry them. And again, it looks as though Basso content to set the pace, and Simone content to follow. And Cunego is behind those two.
Well, there is another man who is actually in front of these riders who we didn't mention, and that, of course, is Ivan Parra, the rider from Colombia and from Team Cofidis. I think he is riding in 6th place on the road, and he again is one of those survivors of this early morning breakaway. And another man just getting picked up there as well. It looks like Patrice Algon of Crédit Agricole. He was in the break early on, and he can say goodbye and thank you very much for the company.
A little bit of bad news for you, Paul, as well. Jean Gadret has abandoned today.
No, that's a bit of a surprise, and maybe he overextended himself, but still I think he's a rider to follow for the next couple of seasons, because riding so well on what has been 3 or 4 very difficult mountain stages is an indication that he's quite possibly a man for the future.
So Voigt and Grady chased 2 minutes 34 the gap now, and we've not seen much of Patrice Algon. There's certainly other riders in the gap as well, which we haven't seen, as the two leaders get into the last kilometre. Now, I wonder, is CSC going to get back on the podium with a different name for a change? Jens Voigt, who's riding always in second here now.
Well, Jens Voigt looking down at his gears. They're inside of the last 1,000 metres. Voigt still pretty much all over his machine, just trying to stay on the wheel of Grady. Grady seems to have done most of the pacemaking, and I wonder if that's the case, whether Jens will actually try and sprint it is. There's Algon. He's going off the back of the two-man tandem there, Basso and Simone.
Caught and dropped by the two big principals there. Now here's Jens Voigt. Whichever way, this has been an outstanding ride by Voigt to get up the mountain like this. Grady looks at Voigt, said something, don't know what he said, but he's now drawn level with Grady.
Well, it's a question now of who's going to take out the win. Has Jens got the explosive nature to get himself past this man in first place, or having sat on him for a few kilometres, will he allow him to take the victory? Because, you know, Jens is the professional cyclist representative, and he's very much an honest bike rider. He won't take advantage of a situation if he doesn't think it's fair.
He's lumbering the much heavier gear than the talented climber Grady, and looking at Jens's face there, he didn't look particularly good. He was grimacing. But who knows when he sees that finishing banner. This is the battle of Basso and Simone. It's not really a battle anymore. They're riding up in tandem. And this is Valjevic.
This is, yeah.
I think it's Valjevic who we think is in third place at the moment. Our cameras are all over the show.
Well, this is now down to the last 200 or 300 metres now, and it's still Garate on the front. I don't think Jens Voigt is actually going to try and sprint this one out. We're at 400 metres to go, and Jens has hardly ever been to the front. I think he may well allow the Spanish champion to get the victory on a stage like this.
Well, he came to the finishing line once with Bradley McGee after a long breakaway, and he certainly sprinted then. But look at this. No, he says, you've done all the work. That's a lovely gesture, and that's very typical, one has to say, of the German rider.
Well, Jens is a great character. He's an honest character, and Garate, I think, can hardly believe his luck, because there's not very many professional cyclists in the game would actually do something like that anymore. And that's why I think all of the professional bike riders respect Jens Voigt for being such a good bloke. But Garate does deserve the win. He can't believe it, actually. Looking over his shoulder, he can't believe that this is going to happen to him. But he's the man who's done most of the pacemaking over the last 4 or 5 kilometres.
I tell you what, he's just making sure, like all professionals, and he says that man's helped me as well. Applaud Jens Voigt too for the triumph here at the end of the Queen stage, but a rare win for one Manuel Garate, only the 6th of his career. But this is a good one. He now has a stage in the Giro to match his stage in the Vuelta, as well as being the champion of Spain.
Well, I think the next man in will actually be Francisco Villa, and here he is. He's all over his machine here, trying to get himself third place. He again was in that breakaway very early on, the breakaway that disintegrated, and a lot further down the slope, Simone and Ivan Basso. For Ivan Basso, it's again extending his advantage over every one of his challenges again. We are going to see some massive time differences by the time this race gets down to Milano on Sunday.
Well, if this race wasn't over before today, it is now, because again Basso has shown us he is the best man in this year's Giro. Simone has ridden up with him and actually ridden with him now, because they've conceded defeat to him, and now they're going to help him and make most and try and gain times over the rivals. Second man, third man, this will be Valjevic. Is it coming in now? Is that still
Villa? Well, Villa he had a good start to the year. He finished second overall in Paris-Nice. He won the stage down into Saint-Etienne when he got away with Floyd Landis on that occasion, and held on to second place just by a couple of seconds all the way down to Nice. So he too, I think, will be quite happy with third place on today's stage.
Well, it's a good result for him. His head's rocking and rolling a bit, but it's been a tough day for everybody. He gets third, clock stops at minute 21. His teammate's not far behind him. That'll be Tadej Valjevic. Here he comes, 20 seconds or so perhaps. We never saw anything of him until now, but we knew he was there somewhere as he comes home in 4th place.
Well, the Slovenian, and now look, they're picking up 1 or 2 more riders as Gilberto Simoni accelerates by there, and it looks as if he's going straight by Danilo De Luca. And so Gilberto Simoni is again trying to pull himself just that little bit closer. He's hoping and dreaming, Phil, of a second place. I think it's a little bit too far out of his reach as Valjevic here gets 4th. And now we could well see, I think Ramirez is just around the corner there.
Well, this is Sella, who was also in that break.
That's Sella and Parra, sorry.
Yeah.
Ramirez Parra.
Yeah. So Ivan Parra. Trouble with the Spanish riders, they've all got too many names.
So Simone
finished in the same time there as Basso, just got the better of him. Wasn't really a sprint. Johan Schopp of Phonak was with him. So we've now got in top 9 riders today, and Basso goes off, gets ready for the protocol. A little bit of a sprint finish here as these riders now are all coming. This is Gutierrez, Jose Enrique, the man that will still hold on to his second place, but he's had his bad day today, I think.
I think that was the day he was not expecting to enjoy, but at least he's got himself through and still will hold on to second place. But this man gets the victory, and what a sign of sportsmanship that was from Jens Voigt. And Jens sat on this man for 4 or 5 kilometres. He wasn't concerned at all about the stage victory. He's thinking about winning the Giro d'Italia. But this man is actually laying down some serious foundations for quite possibly looking at the King of the Mountains classification. Because with this will be double points here, because this is an outside categorised climb. He'll get himself a lot of points in the KOM chase.
It's the worst result possible, actually, for Balierani, because he's going to find he's still got to challenge it, and there's still more hills to come, more mountains to come indeed. There's the situation at the finish, as we saw. Simone getting 7th. It was Basso who came home in 8th. There it is. and De Luca got 10th. Cunego 240 down in the end. He's suffering now, and Alga getting a place there as well today. So this is the man who's won, the champion of Spain. It's always nice when you're a champion, you win stages like this. Not often the Spanish riders these days get a win in the Tour of Italy, but he's done it. The last time he got a win, as I say, apart from his national title, was in the Tour of Spain a good few years ago.
Well, you're right, Phil. When he does win, they are good ones, because that's only the 6th win of his career. But look at the time gap now, 6:07 back to second place of Gutierrez.
Enormous, and 10 plus to Simoni, 13 to Savadelli, 15 to a former winner in Cunego. These are huge time gaps now, and Basso, as he has been doing all week, can continue to smile with the champagne. But he's lost his lead in the mountains and the points. He had those a couple of days ago.
Well, he's got one more big mountain stage to come.
Thumbs up as the mountains are nearly over in the Giro d'Italia. And on this 20th penultimate day of the Giro, we say goodbye to the mountains, but what a stage this is. If you think it's been hard so far, take a look.
Can you believe this is the stage with just 24 hours to go to the finish? Again, almost 4,000 meters of climbing, starting with the Tonali, then the high spot of the Giro, the Passo di Gavia, which has led to some very interesting stories for American cyclists in the past. Guys like Andy Hampston, as they go over the Motorillo to finish off with, before plunging down to the finishing town of Aprica.
And Gavia is the Cima Coppi, which is the high spot of this year's race, and the man in the thick of the action, which is not good news for Balliani, who's trying to stay with him here, is Juan Manuel Garate. So this has become a battle really for the king of the mountains just now, and as we come up towards the top of the Passo del Tonali, it's Garate who's got clear and is getting the mountain points.
Well, Garate is a man with a mission here this afternoon, because he certainly wants to get himself. He knows he needed those points, and I think he now knows that he's got himself the lead in the King of the Mountains. And this was the Cima Coppi, the man who was whose memory is dedicated to, of course, is Fausto Coppi, Il Campionissimo, the most famous of all the Italian cyclists.
He's still seen as the champion of champions as far as the Italians are concerned here. And now it's a long plunge down as the riders here continue. And you can see we're up amongst the snow line at the high spot of the race now. That was Jose Serpa Perez, not the one we've been seeing, Julio Perez, grabbing his racing cape.
This is the Motorillo. This is a savage climb. This climb a few years ago saw the end of the hopes of Paolo Salvadelli. I think that was back in 1998. Or 99, when Marco Pantani was ejected from the race, and Ivan Basso now is stamping out the authority.
Yes, wiping out all of the leaders now. Basso is going to finish this race in a flurry. Anybody who thought that perhaps CSC were going to make presents for the rest of the race were wrong, because Ivan Basso now is the king of the 89th Giro d'Italia. And the only man that seems to have the ability to go with him yet again is Gilberto Simoni.
Jose Enrique Gutierrez suffering with the steam. Let's look at the crowd. It's a Saturday afternoon, let's not forget, and the Italians love the Giro d'Italia and they love the Motorillo. This is one of the famous climbs. Although Lance Armstrong never came to ride the Giro, a couple of years ago he came out just to ride this race before the Giro went over it, and he thought to himself, ooh, ouch, this is pretty nasty.
Third and fourth on the road here, Gutierrez and Cunego at the moment. First and second, Basso and Simoni. This the big name climb of the Tour, I guess. The crowd is enormous. They're enjoying it. You can see the shirts are off, so it's quite warm today.
Well,
as they
finally.
It's shades of Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France, the way they're cutting their way through the trail. They expected this, though. You've got to take your hats off to the police here. They're doing their best. Not too bad at all. There's Gutierrez.
1 minute and 3 seconds, though, in arrears. I would think there'll be a general regrouping between Gutierrez and Cunego on the descent. It is, by the way, a very nasty descent here off the Motorillo, and I wouldn't think anybody wants to take too many risks, at least of all the man in the pink jersey there, Ivan Basso, shadowed by Gilberto Simoni.
But there's perfect conditions these now as we race towards the finishing line again. And Gilberto Simoni's come stronger and stronger as this race has gone on. He was the second man on the team, really, as regards with the likes of Pipoli winning 2 stages, but now he's gone round back to his old form. He's ridden himself into this tour far too late to stop Basso, that's for sure, who now just is ticking over to the big finish, and what a finish it'll be for him tomorrow. He'll finally get to win a big bike race.
Well, a former winner of the Giro d'Italia, shadowed by the probable winner of the Giro d'Italia, and a little bit further back, probably making a bit of an advantage of the descending part of the course, is Il Falco here, the man who is the defending champion, Paolo Salvadelli. He hasn't really enjoyed the Giro d'Italia this year, but we're looking at a gap of 1 minute and 24 seconds between the 2 leaders and 3rd and 4th on the road, Gutierrez and Cunego.
Well, at the moment we've got the Simoni-Basso tandem, then we've got the Cunego-Gutierrez tandem, and then I think he's on his own there, is Salvadelli.
Well, I wonder if this is a situation where we might see Ivan Basso work with Gilberto Simoni and now allow him to get himself a stage victory, because Simoni's not got a lot to shout about in the Giro d'Italia this season.
No, but he is about to make the podium for the 7th time, and that in itself is something of a record. There's the whole concept of the Giro now. The top 2 first and second, bottom left is 3rd and 4th, and Salvadelli is riding the road in 5th place. All of these riders finishing well in the Giro, totally outclassed, every one of them, by Ivan Basso, who has been he's run his own bike race and the others have done theirs.
Like the arm of Sean Yates coming out of the car there, a man who held a yellow jersey in the Tour de France for Great Britain, and a man who now is very much at the helm of Team Discovery Channel, and a very good mate of Paolo Salvadelli, who, as you say, is riding in 5th place on the road. Not bad for the defending champion, but I have to say, Phil, I think this year's Giro course just a little bit too hilly for Il Falco, who is better known for going down hills rather than up them.
We've not really seen that demonstrated so much in this tour either this year. But day 1 was a great start for him. He started as he finished last year in the pink jersey, and it's been downhill ever since, I think. But even so, we found a superman this year in Ivan Basso. There's Salvadelli, and that must be Pipoli ahead of him.
Yeah, that looks like the slight figure of Leonardo Pipoli, so he's about to pick up the man who's in front of him, who was probably laying the foundations for the breakaway move by Gilberto Simoni, and I doubt if Pipoli will help at all, and he'll probably latch onto the back wheel of Il Falco.
So these two are in fact 5th and 6th on the road. We've just got those few riders up front, and again Salvadelli straight to the fore. Pipoli with Simoni up front. He can't possibly work with Salvadelli and endanger the 3rd place finish of Gilberto Simoni tomorrow.
I tell you, I've always thought the organisers of the Giro are very savage in the way that they put in stages like this. Just 24 hours to go to the finish, 1 minute and 24, but 4 minutes back to Paolo Salvadelli. This is 3rd and 4th on the road.
Yeah, but 4 minutes again, Basso making huge time gains. This is going to be enormous time gaps by the end of this race tomorrow. Tomorrow they probably won't change. Tonight we'll see how it will stand when they finish in Milano. This is Gutierrez, who's ridden a brilliant race and is still sitting there in 2nd place, but he must be concerned because up the road now is Simoni yet again.
Well, there he is, Simoni, in fact, moving down into 2nd position. A little acceleration here coming from Ivan Basso, looking very comfortable. Now I think Phil probably looking at his clock and thinking, let's get the Giro d'Italia over. I've got this one in the bag. All I've got to do now is look at the finishing straight in Milano, and now I can start to get myself ready for the Tour de France. And what a double that would be if he can dominate the Giro d'Italia like this and go on to be the man to walk into the wheel marks of Lance Armstrong in the month of July.
Well, just looking at the way Simoni's finished off this last 5 days, always at the front with Basso, it's just as well that Jose Enrico Gutierrez made all of his gains early on in this tour, because he certainly lost a chunk over the last 5 days. He's still got a couple of minutes in hand. That should be enough. He'll be happy though when he gets to the finishing line today and still be sitting in 2nd place if that's the way it's going to be. Simoni, for that reason, is driving on here just to see if he can pick up time.
Well, that's the important thing for Gilberto Simoni. He wants to get himself up to 2nd place if he can. I don't think he's got enough time just yet, and this man is a very strong bike rider, a very good individual time trialist, and these two men seem to be working fairly well together. Damiano Cunego at the back, who I'm sure in a couple of years' time, once he's got over that mononucleosis, will be the next heir to the Italian cycling throne.
Well, of course, he's got at least 10 more years ahead of him as a top professional, so he's got plenty of time. A lot of these riders, like Simone, indeed, like Basso, they've only got 3 or 4 more years, maybe. Less so for Simone, perhaps.
Well, Simone 35 at the end of the year, and just look at his face here. He's got the full grimace on there, and in fact, Ivan Basso's got pretty much of a grimace on here as well. We are looking at the final difficult stage of the Giro d'Italia. L'Etappa Arena was yesterday, but today the riders have been over the high spot of the Giro. And in fact, look at that gap. This is actually starting to look pretty good for Simone, because it's 2 minutes now back to Gutierrez.
That's another huge gain. He's got to pull back a bit more than that, but it's close. It's going to be desperately close. And it's almost as if Basso doesn't care who follows his wheel right now. He's just continuing to gain huge minutes over all of his rivals today, except Simone, who's right behind him.
Well, Simone, one of those rare riders in the sport of professional cycling, who has won himself stages in the Giro, the Tour de France and the Vuelta a España, will be thinking about trying to get himself a victory here this afternoon. 5 kilometres to go to the finish. Simone alongside Gilberto Ivan Basso here. A little bit of a word as we now get the clock started back to the 3rd and 4th place riders on the road. Damiano Cunego, I think, is a serious talent for the future. Gilberto Simone looking concentrated now, still prepared to work and help Ivan Basso build his lead again on the penultimate stage of the race over everybody else, every one of his rivals, apart from Gilberto Simone, who just happens to be with him. Oh, look at how Cunego is suffering there just to stay with Gutierrez.
Yes, well, Gutierrez is hanging in here, but he knows time is running out, because he was about 3.5 minutes to the good over Simone. We've just seen Simone's nearly got 2 minutes back, so he's living on the narrow window here now, about 1.5 minutes. If he loses any more, then he could well be losing second place in this race.
And that's the important thing that he's got to keep in the back of his mind. Don't panic, get into a rhythm to make sure that you just consolidate. This is 5th and 6th on the road now. The clock is going on everybody here as we come up to the final few kilometres of today's stage. Paolo Salvadelli weaving his way through this gorge, and Damiano Cunego, I think, is starting to be a serious ally for Gutierrez. And I wonder if he is trying to pull him back to Gilberto Simone, because there's not a lot of love lost between Simone and Cunego. They used to be teammates, you know.
Indeed they did. And they meant head-to-head, because they were both just too good to be on the same team. Well, the riders today have passed through their 2,000th mile of this year's Giro d'Italia, and onwards we go. 3,300 kilometres they've covered now. As these two riders, as it was right out after 8 days, the same man is still in the pink jersey. Will take it all the way to the finish. The gap continues on the banner here. 5 kilometres to go. He's lost 2 minutes, let's say, of his advantage. So he should be okay. He shouldn't lose 1.5 minutes in the last 5k, but it's certainly going to close down the gap between Simone and Gutierrez.
Well, I think, you know, he may well find that he's going to lose a little bit of time, because it looks as if Ivan Basso is starting to turn up the screws there.
Well, Basso is just picking the tempo up ever so slowly, but take a look at the face here of Simone, who's now constantly turning a much more heavier gear.
Yeah, much bigger gear for Simone. The time gap 2 minutes, and I think Simone now will be taking the advantage of being with Ivan Basso. Basso now, I think, is trying to really turn out the final few pedal strokes of anger as we go a little bit further back to this man Paolo Salvadelli, and I would think Salvadelli is probably losing himself. Well, I was going to say 4 minutes, but it's more than 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes and 41 seconds.
And that's to add on to the 10 or so he's behind overall as well, so that's a massive defeat for Paolo Salvadelli now, even though he's riding high in the classification. And this rider is trying to finish this tour at a flourish. He's looking for a 3rd stage win. Simone hasn't had one. He's going to have to hang on to this man if he's going to try and beat him in the sprint. And I'm not sure just how it's hurting here. He's not giving much away. He's saying something to him there, is he?
Well, I think he's just having a quick look at the back wheel of Ivan Basso. He looks fairly comfortable. You know, Gilberto Simone is the kind of rider who has to get out of the saddle because...
Whoa.
Well, I don't think it's...
No,
I think
thought
it's...
the gap had opened.
I thought... Simone's a very clever rider. He will just try and make sure that he can outfox the man that he's with. He'll keep an eye on the back wheel, just try and stay in contact. Every now and again he has to get out of the saddle to use a slightly bigger gear. Further back down the road we've got Paolo Salvadelli, and in fact there is a gap starting to appear.
I think he's yo-yoing. Look at that now. The first gap is there. Can Basso continue to hold that pressure? Because if he can, I think Gilberto Simoni has cracked. This will be in the favour too of Gutierrez, because now if he could have hung on to Basso, he might well have got second place in the Giro, but I think Basso's cracked him.
Well, that was not an attack. That was a mere acceleration there by Ivan Basso. Slowly but surely increased the pressure on Gilberto Simoni, and Simoni all of a sudden could not match the pace. Now what he has to do is try and get himself into a comfortable rhythm to make sure he doesn't lose too much of the advantage he's built up, because he must know that Jose Enrique Gutierrez is trying to hold on to second place.
And this will be the best thing that could happen now for Gutierrez, because without the wheel to follow, Simoni may not make the gains he needs. Ivan Basso just simply kept the pressure on. He's absolutely flying up this climb towards the finish, heading now to what will be his third stage win. He's won 2 of them in the pink jersey. The other one he got the pink jersey. And he is the most dominant figure of this year's Giro d'Italia, and indeed any recent Giro d'Italia as well.
Very dominant performances on all of the mountain stages. He's now absolutely flying here. You can see the difference in the style and position of this man. He spent an awful lot of time going into the wind tunnels in the United States to try and get himself as aerodynamic and powerful as possible. It's a serious balance you have to find between aerodynamics and the power that you can generate from your position on the machine. Gilberto Simoni, on the other hand, seems to be sitting up a fraction. He really seems to have had the lights turned out. There's not much more engine power left in his legs.
Well, I thought he was refining himself there, but there's only one man in this year's Giro d'Italia, and there he is now, free to fly yet again, still churning those huge gears on the top chainring there.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, I think Gilberto Simoni has found himself, because he's proving himself here over the last few days to be the second best man in the Giro d'Italia. Unfortunately, he's found somebody who's a lot better than him in Ivan Basso.
And don't forget Gutierrez, though, because he's not lost the time yet to lose second place, and he's had to fight really hard through these mountains. He's a bigger man, whereas if you ever stand next door to Gilberto Simoni, you will realise just how small he is. He's perfect for the climbs.
Won the Giro in 2001 and 2003, but he's been a predominant member of the podium group, and he really is the rider who likes to fly in the mountains. His Achilles heel, of course, is the individual time trial. There's been a very long individual time trial in this year's Giro at 50 kilometres. Looking a little bit further back, there's third and fourth on the road, Damiano Cunego and Jose Enrique Gutierrez. It really is a big all-out battle over these final few kilometres of the penultimate stage of the Giro, with the man who has dominated once again coming in towards the finishing line with again a lone lead over everybody else in this event.
Well, these are the riders who have steered the ship around Italy, a little bit of Switzerland and a lot of Belgium, and they're coming to the last big challenge of this year's Giro d'Italia, and they are the stars, I guess. But one man stands head and shoulders above the rest this year, Ivan Basso. Basso is showing us the feats of the likes of Eddy Merckx, Bartoli, Fausto Coppi. And by the way, when tomorrow comes along and Simoni does get on the podium, it'll be his 7th appearance, and that will equal the appearances on the same podium of Fausto Coppi and Gino Bartoli. So he's among the big names, that's for sure.
That is pretty impressive, and this is a little piece of historical riding. Yes, I have to agree with you, Phil. The domination by Ivan Basso, the way he's ridden, is very much Eddy Merckx-like.
Here he comes, going quicker and quicker towards the line now, because you get that adrenaline being released now when you know you are the best bike rider in the race, and there's nobody going to come. Almost a 7-hour day. There's been a couple of those in this year's Giro d'Italia, long days, but the weather here is beautiful, and it reflects the Maglia Rosa of Ivan Basso. He's confirmed today, as if we were in any doubt, tomorrow he'll win this race.
Well, let's not forget, that's 14 hours of cycling in the last 48 hours, and they certainly haven't been the flattest either, because we've gone over 8,000 metres of climbing in 2 days.
To give you some idea, though, of the mountains they've been over today, the average speed is just 19 miles an hour today. That gives you some idea of how the hills have pulled back these great bike riders. As Basso heads up towards the finish now. Massive crowd here. They knew that this was the D-Day in the Giro, and they've come out to watch it.
They certainly have. They want to welcome this man home, the great dominant victory, and I wonder what this is all about. He's taken something out of his back pocket.
He's lost. Oh, I think it's a picture of his daughter, new baby. I don't know. We'll find out. He's going to show us. Yes, it is. As he crosses the line, 3 wins in this year's Giro d'Italia, and 2 of them in the pink jersey. That proves you're the best. Here comes Gilberto Simoni. The clock is counting.
Well, he's fought over this last week to try and pull himself up. He was a long way off the podium position, and as the days went by, he kept chipping away at all of the riders in front of him. He's pulled himself up to 5th, then to 3rd, and he was hoping today to pull himself up to 2nd, but I think that's just a little bit too far out of his grasp. But he has proved once again that he is a great champion of the Giro d'Italia, and he's going to lose a little bit of time to Ivan Basso, but that's not too much of a worry.
So Gilberto Simoni comes up. I'm just wondering, Paul, if that was in fact a photograph of Basso's late mum.
It very well could have been, because he'd said he was going to dedicate the Giro d'Italia to his mother, who passed away from cancer, and that's where he formed a great affinity with Lance Armstrong when Armstrong helped him to try and find a cure for his mother, but she passed away during the winter. And he said her last dying wish was that he came to the Giro d'Italia and got the victory. And I think today he's proved that he's going to do that and live up to that promise.
Absolutely. Well, it was either his mum, I couldn't see it very well on our monitor, it was either him or his newborn son, Santiago, which has completed the happy day today. 1:18, Simoni has come in behind. And now he waits to see what Gutierrez can do. He should be okay, but he's had a few shocks on the climb today.
He certainly has a few shocks, but this man has forced his way back into the race. He's accompanied whenever he can. He laid down the foundations of his 2nd place in the first 10 days of the Giro, and since then he's really been very much on the defensive. Damiano Cunego, I think, is riding back to form over the next couple of seasons. He had a disastrous season last year, having won the Giro d'Italia the year before that, but now he looks to me, just look at the way he's riding there out of the saddle. I think he's going to nip around this man and take 3rd place. You know, he does have a very talented sprint.
Well, once again, Gutierrez has found himself the pacemaker. It was usually with Pipoli, now it's with Cunego as they come up to the line, because he's got to keep the pressure on those pedals. Every second is going to count. I think you're right. It looks as though Damiano is getting ready. He's waiting till the last possible moment. He knows that Gutierrez can't wait. He's got to go.
Well, the time gap is pretty big too. Look at that, 2.5 minutes, and the clock still hasn't stopped. Cunego is going to take this one from the front, I reckon. He has got the acceleration. We saw him when he won the Giro d'Italia, dominating in the sprints, not only on some of the flatter stages, but also in the big mountain passes.
It's 2.5, but of course it's the gap of 1 minute 17 that he's worried is his biggest concern. So he's actually only 1:30 behind Simoni. He'll keep his lead by a couple of minutes over Simoni.
Well, here's the man who gets a win. He looks back over his shoulder here. He has been the top man, the top dog of the Giro d'Italia this year. And that is his baby.
Yeah, I think I can see it a bit clearer now. That's Santiago, the new addition to the Basso family. There's the result. Basso, 1:17 ahead of Simoni, 2:51. These, again, is a huge demonstration of strength. Savadelli, 6 minutes lost in one stage. Wait till we see the overall now, as Ivan Basso, on the eve of the victory tomorrow in Milan, pulls on his last leader's jersey.
Well, that next one will be the winner's jersey, and that will probably be the sweetest.
All this champagne going to waste. What a crime, and the same man popping the corks as he's done now since stage 8. Overall, it's nearly 10 minutes back to Gutierrez, 12 to Simoni, 18 to Cunego, 19 to Savadelli, and then 23 and 24 minutes to Cassar and Geraghty. Geraghty, by the way, has got the lead in the King of the Mountains at the very last chance.
Well, Basso has taken the lead away from Paolo Bettini in the Ciclamina jersey. This is a ding-dong battle between these two men. That's a jersey that is going to have to be decided tomorrow on the road into Milano.
And so to the final day, 3 weeks and 1 day since these riders started away from Serang in Belgium, and they will have completed 3,500 kilometres by the end of it.
Well, the riders moving away from the Museum of Gisalo, the museum which is dedicated to the sport of professional cycling. If you ever get a chance to go and see it just outside of Como, there are some very magnificent jerseys there belonging to such as Eddy Merckx, Fausto Coppi and Lance Armstrong. But the race pretty much flat on the roads of Milan to finish.
Which wasn't the plan of the organisers. They wanted a hill climb at Gisalo and then a race into Milan, and the riders protested, so it was all wiped out before this race begun. Well, frankly, the way that Basso has been dominating it, it's probably just as well. Otherwise, he would have won by an even bigger margin. As they get the bell for the final lap, all of the CSC team of Basso are on the front.
And that, I think, is the important thing to note. It is all of the CSC team. They've got a complete complement of riders. Every one of the riders who started for CSC are still in the race. They've helped Ivan Basso all around the peninsula of Italy, and now they're leading into the final lap. I don't think they're going to lead Ivan Basso out to sprint on the final stage here, but they certainly are keeping the pace nice and high.
The only other two teams to bring all 9 starters to the finish, and a credit to them, is the French Crédit Agricole team and also Damiano's Cunego Lampre team. So
look at this speed,
they've got
though,
all 9 men as well.
They've got it all sorted out. That's big Jens on the front, big Jens Voigt, rocking and rolling all over his machine, trying to keep the pace as high as possible. This is what it looks like at the back end as you charge into the final lap of a big race like the Giro. But all of the sprinters now are queuing up behind Team CSC, waiting for the time to take over. I wonder if Milram are going to lead it out again.
I was just thinking maybe Rigotta will get the last stage win for a change, because they're going to have to move up and take over the control. By tradition almost, it is the team carrying the leader home that sets the pace, but right now it's beginning to look as though the other teams should be taking over, and they're not. Remember, we're on the last circuit here, and there's a lot of people spreading out the gaps at the front of this group.
Well, you know, it wouldn't be a big surprise if Team CSC led out like this and tried to put their man Giovanni Lombardi into a winning position, because if my memory serves me correctly, Giovanni Lombardi has actually won the final stage of the Giro before, when he used to be originally the lead-out man for Mario Cipollini, who didn't really like to make it to the end.
Indeed, you're right. This is Jens Voigt again setting the pace at the front as they continue now to bring home the lead. A big payday for Team CSC tonight, and a lot of champagne to be drunk. Ivan Basso has knocked off stage 1 of his 2-part ambition, and then the next one will be the Tour de France in July. There he is down there, sitting nice and settled on the back wheel, in fact, of his team. I think he's sitting on the back wheel of Giovanni Lombardi, actually.
Well, you know, Lombardi is the kind of man who could create the surprise, but there is, let's not forget, a big battle for the Ciclamina points competition, because Paolo Bettini needs to get himself well up into the top 10. I've not done the calculation properly, but he has to finish, of course, in front of Ivan Basso, but I think more importantly, he's got to try and get himself some more points. Look at this, 53 kilometers an hour. So look out for Paolo Bettini. He needs the points to win that competition.
Well, if he's going to win, it looks his lead-out team has come to the front here, Team Milram, because they've got a man at the front of the race right now. There's Paolo Savadelli. He's finishing the Tour, not as winner this time. This is his proudest moment last year when he came through in the pink jersey, of course. There's Team Milram. 3 of them are there now. They've got probably Olaf Pollock on his back wheel.
Well, somebody from Milram actually has tried to leap clear here and get themselves off the front end of this group, and that may well be the surprise, because that is Cortinovis, who's got himself around about a 50-metre gap, but chasing them down is Quick-Step, and that was Scarzelli.
Yes, and just sitting at the back here is, I think it is... it's either Scott Davis or Olaf Pollock.
It's Pollock.
It is Pollock. Yep, it is Pollock. Yeah.
Yep, he's right up there, right in the middle there as well. You can just see over to the right-hand side the Ciclamina jersey today being worn by Paolo Bettini, but it's not actually rightfully his. He's in second place behind Ivan Basso, but he needs to finish. I would say if he makes top 5, then he's safely going to retake that lead back.
The way he's sprinting, it should be a formality here, but what a way to win the points race. It's not exactly convincing, was it? As it's been yo-yoing about with the dominant leader of this Tour. The man has worn every jersey on one day at one stage, Ivan Basso. There they are around that bottom bend now. They've got to be in a good position now when they come off this corner. And Milram are mixing it at the front, but also Gerolsteiner are there as well, and they have a good sprinter in Foster.
Well, they're already now trying to get themselves sorted out. There's no complete control at the front end of this main field. Everybody's waiting for the final accelerations. There's a little bit of confusion in the middle there. It's not going to be Robbie McEwen. Robbie McEwen's at home in Belgium, probably watching this, wondering a bit whether or not one day he's going to win the final stage of the Giro d'Italia, because I don't think McEwen has ever made it on the streets of Milano.
No, he's never finished. This has been his build-up for the Tour de France. He's had a great start to it. He won 3 stages. He's gone. He'll look to try and take another green jersey in the Tour. 1 kilometre to go. Team Milram have got control of the head of the race yet again. They've never once made this move work out, and now they're going to have another go at it. Where is Bettini? Tucked in on the barriers, you can't see him. He's 5th man around the corner. There he is. The cricketer is ready to pronounce, and right up behind him there too was Yuri Krivtsov of Team AG2R as well.
Well, Gerolsteiner got 2 riders up at the front end of the group. Milram really opening up the gap. Now this is a good move. Let the gap go. You can see now Gerolsteiner trying to close it down, but this is a good move, I think, by Milram. They may well have created the surprise by allowing the gap to go. The rider who's going there from Milram, I have a funny feeling, could very well be Alberto Ongarato. Now that would be a turn-up for the books. He's the man who's been trying to win.
That's the way to win. If your teammates open the gap, there's a chance you might hang on. It is Ongarato here, and that's Sven Kraus trying to bring it back, and he's succeeded. Kraus is now trying to lead out Foster here, who's got himself on 3rd wheel, and Bettini's chasing Foster now, and he's locked onto him as they come down the barriers. Foster holds his line. Bettini, well, he didn't like it, but he's crossed the line in 3rd or 4th place. The cameras will tell us that should be enough to give him the points. I think Robert Foster did it exactly right there, because he didn't alter his line at all, and Bettini was waiting for the door to open.
Well, Bettini was in an ideal situation if the door had ever opened, but I think that was 4th place for Bettini, and that should be enough to give him the win in the points classification.
Well, there's all congratulations to Robert Foster. He's a pretty good track rider, and I've seen him win races in the smaller races like the Giro del Capo in Cape Town. But this is a huge victory for him, a big Pro Tour win at the stage here, and the last stage as well, which is great. No, it's all smiles for Bettini, actually. It wasn't a protest. He was beaten and he knew it. He chose the wrong door and it didn't open. But he knows also he's won that jersey.
Well, you know, he is a pretty good sportsman, Paolo Bettini, Olympic champion from Athens 2004. He was gambling on Forster opening up the door a fraction there, but you know what? He didn't. Ongarato here nearly created the surprise, and that was a good last-minute burst by him.
Well, it was a chance, so maybe I was wrong all along. Maybe Milram were trying to get this man a win. I don't know, but he ran away. They got caught in the end, and it was the only way to try and win him over. It just shows you how this team have missed the poor accident-prone Alessandro Patacchi on this occasion. Look at this now, right up the inside, and not even shaking on his line there, Robert Foster, so there's no complaints, and I don't think there was going to be any anyway. And poor Olaf Pollock, I think he was 3rd this time. He's had a host of 2nds and 3rds. He's going to be 2nd or 3rd in the points classification, probably 3rd, I would think.
Well, you can see Bettini there just sitting up. Well, at least he will run out the winner of that points classification, and I think he deserves it, because on the flat stages he has been Mr. Consistent, and strangely enough here in the Giro d'Italia, the points for winning a stage in the mountains are exactly the same as the points for winning a stage on the flat, which is not the case in the Tour de France, where you've got more points awarded on the flatter stages to try and help the sprinters be the men who win the points classification.
Well, that without doubt is the biggest win by Robert Foster from Gerolsteiner Riches. I'm not sure who he is. Axel Riches, a new boy on the block from Panaria, suddenly found his legs. Pollock was 3rd and Bettini given 4th on the line. Rigotto was there in 6th place for Team Milram. There's Robert Foster, 28 years of age.
Good win for him to go to his victory on the first stage of the Circuit de la Sarthe, the small French race in April, which many riders use as their first ride to try and get themselves in readiness for the Giro. Garate wins the King of the Mountains classification with 64 points to Basso's 56.
And Baliani, who lost it on the very last knockings, slipped away into 3rd place in the end, but he had a good fight. It was a well-fought competition, this. Had a number of different leaders, including Cassar early on, and Moises, a newcomer on the block. He got it on stage 2 or 3. Green jersey for him. The girls rushed behind, changed their costumes. And the points jersey, well, we knew it, and he's got it, and he knew it as well when he crossed the line in 4th place. That all he had to do. It's been a good battle. Basso wasn't really hunting for this jersey, but he kept taking it almost by default. Such was his domination.
Well, he's got the victory that he wanted, and I think he certainly deserves to be the most consistent rider. But the Classifica Generale Well, there's not been very much doubt about that for the last 10 days.
No, his 7th win of the year, and in fact the biggest winning margin for 42 years. In 1965, Vittorio Adorni won by 11 minutes and 26 seconds. So there's room for improvement for Ivan Basso. There he is.
Well, I hope he was expecting that explosion of joy, because that was a bit of a shock. But I think the crowd are very satisfied with the domination of their new Campionissimo.
Remember, he took the lead on stage 8 and he never lost it all the way through to the end of this stage, which is stage 21. And they specialise in large trophies in Italy, and this is no exception. A massive winning margin. Gutierrez at the end did well to hold off Gilberto Simoni, a 2-time previous winner, and his 7th visit onto the podium, which equals the record too. Listen to the crowd.
Yep, fabulous.
Well, this has got to go down as one of the most popular wins for years here. He's come so close to rival Armstrong in the Tour de France these past 2 years. That rivalry will not continue in July this year, of course, because Lance has now retired. Has the way been cleared for Basso to win it? Certainly he's going for the double, and he's completed the first one rather convincingly. There's Ivan Basso. This was for his mum, who sadly died of cancer. But ironically, during this race, his wife has given birth to their son Santiago. The life goes on. 9:18 and 11:59 were the two losing time gaps, and there is Simoni on the left, Gutierrez is on the right. It's been a great tour in many ways, a dominant winner. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage on World Cycling Productions of the 89th Giro d'Italia. For Paul Sherwen, Phil Liggett, we'll see you again soon. Goodbye.